All right, everybody. Wanted to welcome you. Want to make sure that my tech team, I've got a huge Zumba class going on behind me. We are live. The word is live. So who am I? I'm Michael Silvers, Vice President of the Los Angeles Tribune. I'm in my workout clothes here. We are live, and we are having an amazing time at City Zero. We are live with the co-founder of Zumba behind me on stage, Beto. We're going to be interviewing him in just a couple minutes, so make sure you're on. We have a whole class going on. So, you're going to hear some noise, you're going to hear some music, you're going to hear some dancing. We're just making sure with the team everything's good, and we're going to go rock and roll. So make sure that you share this stream to everybody you know. We're going to have, again, the co-founder of Zumba with us, Beto. We're going to have an amazing panel with doctors and workout specialists, and we have special guests coming on later all the way from Singapore and the UK. We have athletes, and it's just a day of health and wellness and questions. So make sure in the stream you're putting your questions. Make sure that the chats are coming. Make sure we know exactly what you're saying. And it's a great day. It's so exciting to be here because it is all about the Los Angeles Tribune bringing health and wellness with Zumba around the world. And this broadcast is going out to over 50 countries. So wherever you are, whoever you know, make sure that you share it with everybody. It's going to be a great day. We're going to go for hours. Why? Because we want to bring this to you. So make sure that you get your drinks, what you need, have fun as you're doing this, and it just gets better and better and better. So our team is going to post a couple times the stream so you can share it. You can share it on Facebook, on our Twitch, and so many different ways to do this, because it is about bringing it into the world. This is about making a difference. You can tell me anything I need. It's okay. The team is we're actively live, so anything I need to know, don't text me, Jenny. Just come tell me. So, and it's a great day. It's a great day because we're excited to be here. And you know what? It's going to be loud. It's going to be loud. We're going to eventually be in there, and we're going to film, but we're going to bring Beto out here in just a couple of minutes. So what you do today is get the learning, ask questions, post in there. For all of you listening to this right now and you're excited, put a 5 in your Facebook chat, in your YouTube, wherever you are, and it will make a difference every single day because we are here to be live with you. Now, remember, we're live and virtual today, so we have people coming in from around the world. We have people here live in Miami, and so sometimes you'll see me look away. Sometimes you'll have me talk to the team because we're going to stay very casual because today it's about everything that we create together, everything that we do together. For myself and Mr. Mo Rock at the Los Angeles Tribune, we're so excited to be able to bring this to you today and have a great time. So it's okay. I got the team saying we need to do something. Oh, okay, got it. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to turn the show over to virtual. And Jeff, back to you, and then we'll go from there. Have a great day. This is our team out of Australia. We'll chat to you for a couple minutes.
Well, isn't it great when you're doing things that are flying along and you've got to just, pivot. You got to do the pivot dance, yeah. And so we tested this all out. We got, made sure that we were up early yesterday morning. And, right now it's actually almost 2:30 in the morning here in Australia. But this is what we do, right? We're a team effort. We're here to be able to support you and give you this amazing connections with these amazing people like Beto from Zumba. We've also got Dr. Joseph McClendon coming up here as well to talk about all things mental wellness. And we've got speakers coming out of Singapore. We've got speakers coming out of the United Kingdom. We've got speakers coming out of Australia. And also, of course, we've got our American friends joining us today as well. So this is the very first time we've sort of done this with a bit of a hybrid event here. And, with regards to, being here local in Miami at City Zero. And also, I'm here in actually Tasmania, Australia, pretty close to Antarctica to offer you the virtual experience here as well. And so it's our absolute pleasure to be able to, host this amazing wellness summit with you. And I'm just watching the screen as well at the same time because I know we've got Beto coming up in probably a few minutes here with our amazing co-host, Jenny Lopez. And it's absolutely brilliant with what we're doing here, with the Barnes & Noble events, with the Zumba events, with what we do with our virtual events. Hang on, Michael's just texted me now. All right, so I'm going to bring Michael back up. Looks like they've sorted out their tech issue. How you going, Michael?
Jeff, we just want to do a test to make sure when we moved it over that it's all going to work because Beto's going to come out in just a couple minutes. So,
well, it sounds much better now.
I look much better now. He's saying I look younger, or is it just all the dancing that has really created this, movement? You know what I'm saying?
I reckon it's probably the environment that is making you look younger, that's for sure.
And you know what's great about this conversation, everybody? That I really can't hear Jeff because of what I got going behind me, but I could just talk and talk and talk. So, and it's just a great day. It's about bringing it live, Jeff. And we're bringing it live from Miami. We're bringing it live from around the world. You're in Tasmania. The group's in Brisbane. We have another group coming in from the UK. Then we have Singapore. Then we have Los Angeles. Then we have, it's just, we are around the world. So, all right, I'm going to turn it over to you, Jeff, and then we're going to bring Beto out in just a couple minutes. Everybody, I'm so excited. Don't forget to share this with everybody you know. And for myself and Mr. Mo Rock and the Los Angeles Tribune and our team around the world, it's a day of health, wellness, and we're going to have a great time. See you in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Silvers. And guys, you can see it's pretty awesome with what's going on in the background there at City Zero in Miami. And so if you'd like to make sure that you come and play with one of our many virtual events that we host, you know, we've probably got about 15 off the top of my head. You know, we need speakers. We need to, you know, come connect with us. So I'm going to drop in our link here to register for this event. And also, you know, we also host many calls, you know, throughout the week there, you know, every second week there to be able to come connect with us and come see how you can come play with us. So the invitation's here to come and play with this amazing community. You know, with what Mr. Mo Rock has put together with the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, with partnership with Michael Silvers, you know, we're giving, lifting up the voice of the thought leaders around the world. And we're all about, you know, global impact for the greater good. You know, I love Michael's mission here is together we can rise the ships all together and we can go heal the world. And so you're going to hear some amazing stories and you're going to hear some from amazing thought leaders today. And today's theme, as we know, you've been, you know, sort of partnered up here with Zumba. Sorry, guys, the team has just texted me as well. I'm just making sure I keep the messages out here. Yep, Beto is going to be coming out any minute now. So as soon as he comes out to the stage here, I can see him on my camera. We'll make sure that we bring Beto up here as well, right? Because this whole event is actually centered around Zumba. And I love what Zumba has actually done for the world. You know, talking about healing the world. You know, Zumba is in, I don't know how many countries now. It's, I think, over 50 plus countries around the world. They have created a movement, you know, with just, you know, making fun, you know, fitness fun again, right? And bringing back that zest. It looks like Beto's on his way here very, very shortly. I am watching the camera. All right, here comes Mr. Beto Perez and Jenny Lopez. All right, Jenny, I'm going to hand it over to you.
How are you,
Welcome.
We're all the way live from Series Zero with the creator, founder of Zumba, Beto Perez.
Hey,
hi,
all right,
world.
I'm going to hand you. The interview is yours.
It's amazing. I'll take it from here, Jed. We literally just finished a class, so people are connecting from around the world. What's happening behind you right now? Let's share.
Happiness like every Saturday happening. It's a party time. It's not in the nightclub. It's not with alcohol. It's with nothing. It's only water and amazing energy. Look at this. On a Saturday, 10:30 in the morning.
That's incredible. There's even a drummer in there, right?
Yes,
a live experience.
I have a lot of special effects because I want the people live the experience. I have the music. I have a good sound system. I have smoke. I had drummers in live, and the best part is the energy of the students.
That is true, amazing. So for those of you who don't know, Zumba is in more than 180 countries around the world. It's been on for over 20 years. What was the moment that you say, wait a second, this is more than just a workout. We have something bigger here.
I know from the beginning. In the beginning, I know this more a workout because every time when I finish my classes, everybody come to me with a big smile. I'm so excited. I never people tell me, oh, Beto, it's hard. I'm so exhausted. You're killing me. No, they told me, Beto, one more tomorrow, and it has sense because in my class, in the Zumba class, we activate endorphins, dopamine. It's like an auto drug, you know. And that's why people feel addicted to the Zumba because the feeling, it's natural. And that's why Zumba is so successful. But I work from the beginning. When I come here, I think when I saw the magazine, I was in the airport and I was in the magazines store and I see my picture in one business magazine, Company of the Year, 2013 in the United States. For me, like, what? This is the moment that I say, wow, I did it. You know, I make a home run in America and one of the most important companies successful in 2013.
Amazing, congratulations.
Thank you.
And what do you think it is? Because it goes across countries, across boundaries, across language, culture. What is it? Is it the music? Is it the dance? What is it?
There's many things together. I always pay attention to the pioneer of the aerobics, Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda, in the 70s, she started aerobics, and the philosophy is very simple: easy, fun, and effective. And I retake this philosophy and put in my classes. The only difference is that I play different rhythms in my class.
Yes.
Before and with Jane Fonda, it was a techno, like punch,
Yes.
punch, punch. But in my class, they have music around the world. It's not only Latin music. I put Greek music. I put music from Brazil. I put sometimes Japanese music. And this is like a turn around the world.
Yes.
Travel around the world with different rhythms, and the music is changed every time. It's easy to follow. Everybody can do it. I have them in this class, different age. I have teenagers. I have older, young people. That's why it's very successful.
I love that you said that because we have a couple of speakers that are going to be on the event later, and they say, Jenny, I want to take the class, but do I have to be a dancer, or can I just? They were really intimidated. Can you break that myth?
No, the class is designed that it's easy. Everybody can do it. We have the variations advanced, but in the class, people have the option to, okay, I can do this advanced variation, but I can do the beginning variation.
Yes.
That's why this is the idea. I have one person 75 years old, and I make a jump. It's impossible, but they can do it something very bend your knees and feel the music. Yeah, everybody can do it. In the beginning, people, maybe you look at here and say, oh my God, all these people know the choreography. They don't know the choreography. They only follow the instructor, and the signals and the steps is very easy.
Absolutely. So since we have people around the world that say, wait a second, I want to try this class, where do they go? How can they find a Zumba class in their area?
We are in 185 countries. We have in Zumba.com. You put your country or your city, and you have push the geolocator, and you can find instructors around the world. Zumba instructor certificates.
Yes.
Yeah, it's our web page is very easy and advanced with good technology. You can find a class in every corner in the world.
Anywhere. In your journey of getting this through this global movement, what has been a leadership lesson that took you by surprise in your leadership of growing the company, leading this Zumba movement?
I think yes, but I think listen, in the fitness industry, every year is 100 new products and fitness, but only one make the home run. And Zumba in the 2001 is one of the companies, the 100 classes products of fitness. Zumba is one of the selection, for being successful. And but I think that in the industry and the fitness of the world, I think Zumba is number one. It's number one in question like a dance aerobics rooms. We have other group exercise like a TRX or this, but it's different.
Yes.
In the aerobics room, I think Zumba is the most successful right now.
Yeah, it has to be, and that's why it's the movement, it's the energy. So I had the pleasure of interviewing Beto a couple of months ago, and he literally talked to us through his whole journey from Colombia to now. And one thing that he just talked here is that you were sharing about don't let anybody contaminate your dreams or anything contaminate your dreams. And I love that message. Can you share it in here too?
Yeah, I always say, people tell me, wow, you did it, and I did it with no internet. When I was around the world in I think 2005, 2004, in 45 countries with no internet. This is, because now everybody send, click, and go around the world. And this time we don't have, and we did. And I think it's because it was honest passion. I love my job. I love my work. I never thinking, I always say, if you have dreams, not contaminate your dreams with fame and money. And it's hard because everybody want new followers, everybody want to be famous, everybody want to be rich very soon. For me, I never thinking in that. I want to be successful, but that doesn't mean that you want to be rich or famous.
Yes.
I want to success. I want to travel around the world. I want to spread the happiness with my class around the world. This is only my dream, but the rest is coming.
Yes.
The rest is coming. The fame is coming. The money is coming. But the most hard is to maintain.
Yes.
And we have this year is 25 years, and we continue to be the company number one in the aerobics, and this is more. But the most beautiful thing is that when you tour around the world, you tour around and you see the way that you walk from the beginning to here. This is the most beautiful.
Amazing. And you always say, lead con corazón, right?
Yeah,
Lead with
with
your
heart,
heart.
with passion,
With passion.
with passion. Yeah,
So that's the secret.
yeah.
Lead
The
with
secret,
passion.
and the other, I think, is you want to be successful. You want to occupy one space that nobody occupy.
Okay.
This
we
is
can
the
do
other,
that.
and it's hard because for example, I have one idea. I have this idea, and you go. 500 people do it. Try to do it too,
Yeah.
and that's why now it's more hard because you need to find something that nobody can do it.
Your pocket. The
Exactly.
pocket.
This you need with the only one. But anyway, you need to try to find.
That's true.
And this time I was the only one. It's not true. Exists other person to do this. Aerobics, Latin aerobics, Rumba aerobics, but nobody thinking in business, organize, make educational department, and we did it with my business partners and take it very serious.
Absolutely.
And we're working hard.
Yeah, because people think Zumba is just a dancing
No.
piece, but you have one that is about hits, the high interval, right? Training for adults, the Gold Zumba, Zumba Kids,
Zumba, Aqua Zumba,
Aqua Zumba.
Zumba Gold for older people, Zumbini for babies. We have Zumba Step. We have other programs, Strong. There's more boxing and squats. And the new baby that I have now, we launched last week. It was a Zumba Lift, Zumba with weights,
Amazing.
Zumba with
Yes.
the heavy weights. And now we had three new 1,000 instructors certificate in 1 week.
So it's cross training.
Yes,
It's
yes.
not just the cardio. You're
It's the
also
cardio,
involving-
the cardio, the Zumba,
Yes.
but later every song, one song of cardio with Zumba, and the other song is
weightlifting.
lifting,
Yeah.
heavy, strong, with toning and later again put in the floor and dancing again. This is the new
And the
baby.
name of the
Zumba
format is
Lift.
Zumba Lift. Make sure you find it and find one so you can try it. Yeah, Zumba Lift. Amazing. I have a question. So you've gone through 20, how many years?
25.
25. And through those 25, I'm sure you've seen different trends. How do you stay authentic through that journey?
I think my mom tell me, hey, don't remember always behind you smell your neck. Somebody better than you behind you. Be careful. The most important is constance and don't stop. Discipline. And that's why I think in my mom, I remember I always say, and in 2000, I think 2003, I was in the first page of the Miami Herald,
Okay,
the
wow.
newspaper. And I called my mom. She was in another country. I said, Mom, imagine the first page of the newspaper, Miami Herald. And she, oh, good. Do you eat broccoli today?
Moms.
Yeah.
always be
Put
moms.
my feet in the earth, and she always tell me, remember, you are good, but behind you, people coming with hungry.
Yes.
And be ready all the time. Prepare your body all the time. Training every time. Yeah.
Amazing. So this summit is all about movement, it's about wellness, it's about community. How do you see the whole wellness movement going from self-care to community care?
I think the fitness industry changed every time. Many years ago, it's aerobics rooms, group trainings.
Group fitness, yeah.
Later, now the tendons, it's weights.
That's true.
And the
Yes.
aerobics room is empty. Later, more holistic
True.
yoga, and and we need to move in this movement. Like a music. The
Exactly.
tendency many years ago is Macarena. Later it was Lambada, Lele with Despacito,
That's true.
and now is Bruno Mars or K-pop, and always Zumba move with this old music tendencies, and depend on the instructor. If the instructor don't be ready with all the information we send them, maybe lose students. But look at it. Always the Saturday 10 in the morning, the classes in Zumba around the world is packed, it's full. That's mean that we're on the right way. We're on the right way.
Talking about music from around the world, they're doing belly dancing right now. That's amazing. So where's some, like, teach me a basic step, like somebody who wants to start. What is, like, I know there's the Beto
This is the Beto
step.
Shuffle. Beto Shuffle, this one is single, single, double, double, single, single, double. Now with the beat. Yeah. And then you put your style, you put your flow.
So once they get the single, single, double,
This is my brand, you know, the Beto Shuffle. This
how do you come up with that?
Everybody can do it. I don't know. I did this step when I was 50 years old. When I dancing in the club, I tried to do something different because everybody dance like this, or everybody dance like, and I say I want to combine single, single, double, double,
Amazing.
single, single, and I look different than the rest of the people. And people looking at, oh, this is
You
cool.
have something there.
Yeah.
That's amazing. You know, I know this story obviously, but I love whenever you tell this story to people that don't know about Zumba, how it got created, the day that you forgot the music.
Yeah. I was 16 years old, and I teach aerobic classes, step and all the things. And one day, I recorded music in cassette from the radio station, different kind of music. I have Latin music, American music, rock and roll music, because I want to record it. It was my Spotify at this time.
Oh, that's right.
It was my cassette. And one day I forget the music. I forgot my class, and I find this cassette, and I say to my students, listen, I want to do something different. I prepared this class for a long time, but it's not true. I tried to fix my mistake, and I play the music, and I improvise. With 16 years old, I improvise, and people love it. People smile, and this is the moment I say, "Wow, I want to do this for the rest of my life." It's amazing. I have music. I have. They pay me for this, and I have a woman around to me. That's the best job.
That's amazing. For the people who are probably in the next generation that want to now lead in the wellness and movement space, what is the best advice you can give them?
And
The wellness and movement space.
no, prepare.
Prepare.
We're working with people, we're working with bodies, different condition. We have older people, young people, younger people, and we need to take care for the people. Sometimes people not prepare for workout, and that's why we need to prepare all the technicals and safe techniques
Yes.
to. I don't want that you have your students have problem in your class. Heart attack or
That's
or
true.
maybe ¿cómo se dice? Una luxación,
Sí.
something the muscle, whatever. But the good thing of Zumba is nobody in 25 years people make
Okay,
something,
happy.
nothing.
Has happened.
Because you're working with your own body.
Yes.
We don't have extra weights or whatever.
No risk of
The-
injury.
This kind of problem is coming when you add something in your body.
Yes.
But with your own body, you
That's your weight.
you can, and it's dancing. Everybody
Yes.
dance. Our body is the human dance for natural.
Yes.
Feel the music for natural. It's not something extra to you.
True.
Yeah.
And you're having
But the
fun.
most important advice is prepare.
Prepare.
Take the training, certificate like a personal trainer, different techniques, different classes. Everything is a gain for you.
Yes.
For you, yeah.
Safety and all of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. As culture goes right now, right? We're into all this technology, AI, more sedentary and things like that. What is a cultural myth that we need to eliminate when it comes to fitness? A trend or a myth?
Is the what?
Like a fitness trend that we need to like just stop thinking about.
Okay,
that.
like before you, many years ago, so you don't pain, you gain. Right?
Yes,
But
no
now
pain,
for
no
me,
gain. Yes.
is if you don't smile, you don't gain.
Oh.
Exactly. And
I
Zumba
like
is
that.
if you smile, you gain.
If you smile, you gain.
Exactly.
Me voy a acordar de ese. I'm
Esa
gonna
está
take
buena,
that
¿no?
one with me. That's a good one. Make sure you write it
Yeah.
down. That's incredible. How do you work on yourself and keep yourself sane and healthy and active?
I training every day. This is my temple. This is my gym, City Zero in Miami. It's a 4 floors gym. I designed for myself. I wanna do something for me. When I training every day. Hey, and a good. I always room to teach classes. And yeah, this is my office. My body is my office. This is my office, and I am next month. I'm 55, 56, 56
Happy
years old.
birthday in advance.
Oh my God! And I continue here to jumping and dancing, but it's because I feel healthy.
Yes.
I eat healthy. I'm very healthy person.
Yes.
I live in Miami Beach, and sometimes people tell me, you live in Miami Beach, party time. No, sometimes I go to sleep at 9 in the morning, 9 in the night, wake up early, eat healthy. Yeah, I don't need it. I feel so happy like that.
That's amazing. I know you have kids. I have kids. What's the best way that you have done to inspire them to also be healthy without saying you have to be healthy?
Uh, I have 2 daughters, 6 years old and 4 years old, and the first lesson that this first years to teach them is to eat healthy.
I love it. How do you do that?
I know. From the beginning they don't take sugar. I think at 4 years old, but I don't give lollipops of sugar.
Yes.
Only it's water, fruits, a lot of vegetables,
Yes.
and they love it. In the weekend, now we eat the pizza or one ice cream, something in the weekend.
Yes.
But in the week, they eat very good. But I don't want to be so, hey, relax. This is for the
Yes.
weekend. We can do it. But in the middle of the week, they eat very healthy. And the same time, I tell them activities. Activities. My daughter is in swimming classes, gymnastic classes,
Yes.
and in the weekend they take a motorcycle
Wait,
classes.
motorcycle at
Yeah,
6 years old?
yeah. I'm 4 years old. Cross. Yeah.
I didn't know that existed.
My,
Where was that
and
when I
my
was
daughters,
younger?
and 1 week motorcycle, and the other weekend it's horses.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, very active life, no?
Yeah.
Very cool. Yes.
I want I don't learn my
And
wife.
they don't. I don't give them the phone.
No phones.
No
Okay.
phones, no connected, nothing. I try to continue with this routine the most possible. But for now, they don't. It never. When I went to a restaurant, no phones. They spend time with me and talk with me. Yeah.
But why would they want the phone if they're doing horses and motorcycles?
No, they
to
have
keep them
a
active?
in the house
Yes.
TV. They singing karaoke. Or they have a lot of toys and
Yes.
play activity all the time. Activity.
Amazing. Okay, guys, we are here live from Z0. He was not joking. This place is beautiful. I've never taken a class. It's such a beautiful place. People can come here. You don't have to live in Miami. If you're visiting Miami, they can come here and enjoy.
Yeah, they come
right?
here with City Zero Miami, or you can take Zumba classes online. We have the app. Before we sell DVDs, but now we have the app. You can download the app, and the classes, amazing production, a lot of good instructors. But you are here in Miami, you can take the training too. You can be a
Yes.
Zumba instructor. Everything is Zumba.com.
Yeah, I'm telling you, so I was a Zumba instructor for many, many years, and it was one of my most rewarding chapters in my life. Because it's the impact. If you start people coming like, oh, I don't know about this class, and then they go in the front row and just having a blast.
Yeah, my classes every Saturday, and I think 35% of the people is people that travel,
Oh, wow.
because here to here is the cruises, the cruise
Oh, yes.
is here, and sometimes people take the classes, travel from the country. I have people from Turkey.
I saw that.
4 people they come in to take the classes,
Yes.
and after here go to the cruise because very close.
So this is a stop.
Yeah, they stop. It's like
That's amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so what else would you like? Like, this is the opportunity for you to give your biggest lesson for everybody watching here.
I always say patience, and perseverance is going more far away than the talent.
Ah,
Your talent is good, but you don't have passion and perseverance.
it's not gonna match.
But you have a lot of passion, a lot of perseverance, a little bit talent. You can do it.
That's amazing. Movement without joy is what?
Positive. Everything is positive. Everything is coming to your life is positive.
Amazing.
Yeah, music, dancing, smile. Everything is positive. That means that something positive is coming to your life.
Beautiful, beautiful. Beto, it has been such a pleasure to have you here. I'm going to put my boss on the spot. Do you think you can show him the Beto Shuffle? He's going to teach me for later.
Yeah.
Michael, he's going to teach you the Beto Shuffle.
Okay.
Yeah. Come here. Okay. This is simple. Thinking. Listen. Single, double, single, double, single, double. 2 hands. Single, double, single, double, single, double. Alone. Single, double, single, double. Single. Ready for the Super Bowl.
That's right,
For the
that's right.
dance. Bad Bunny
That's
dancer.
amazing. If Michael can do it. We are so happy to have you here. Thank you for being here. You probably want to close
Yes.
the class here. But thank you so much.
Kisses and thank you so much. Continue the class.
Eso. You saw it directly from City Zero. Michael,
We
I
get
told
it
him
done.
I was going to make him dance.
See?
I know, I won.
We do whatever it takes to get it done on our live broadcast. We're having such a great time here today. You can hear the excitement, the noise. We're going to open the doors just for a second to listen, so just hold on, and then we'll come right back.
Zumba.
You know, we're going to have a great show today. What we're going to do soon is we're going to move from this, and we're going to bring in from the great state of California, Mr. Joseph McClendon. It's going to be amazing. For any of you who've ever known him, you'll see that. We have Mark Archimedes from England coming in. We have we'll do more live here. And we're just having way too much fun. Aren't we having a great time?
Absolutely. You
Jenny,
don't
that
wanna
was great.
miss
You
it.
learned so much, and she got me moving. Did you see that, everybody?
You're going to love me later.
Yeah, I know. See, there you go. That's great. And it is really about what we can do, how we can broadcast, how we can make a difference, and how we just bring that in as we bring in health and wellness from Singapore and from so many other countries today. Stay with our show. Make sure you share it. The Los Angeles Tribune, myself, Michael Silvers, Vice President, Jenny Lopez next to me from Very Caliente. It's just amazing. And Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, and our whole group from around the world. We're excited to be here. We're going to turn it over to the studio for a couple minutes. We'll let them. We're going to bring in Mr. Joseph McClendon, and then we'll be live here again. Take it away, studio.
Let's go.
Awesome. That was so much fun. Well, guys, we're going to just quickly go to a commercial. Joseph McClendon's about to join the stage here. But that was absolutely amazing. So let's make sure that we're commenting here to help boost the algorithm so we can spread the word and make this go even further. And also, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. Please go ahead and hit that share button so we can share this good message with the world as well. And I'm going to be right back after a commercial with Mr. Dr. Joseph McClendon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready. You're about to hear from one of the world's leading experts in mindset and peak performance, Dr. Joseph McClendon III. He's a best-selling author. He's a global speaker. He's the founder of Neuro Encoding Institute. And for over 30 years, he's helped entrepreneurs, leaders, and high performance break limits and create transformation. He doesn't just motivate people, he actually equips people with tools that create lasting change. So if you're ready to level up and you're in your thinking and unlock your potential, please give a massive welcome to Dr. Joseph McClendon III. Welcome, Joseph.
Thank you so much. So good to be here, Jeff, and so good to be able to speak to these amazing people.
Yes, we're gonna have an amazing time together, like we always do. And I've actually got the blessing now to work with you, like on a few of these different projects now for over the last 12 months. And today's topic is all about wellness, and
Yes.
that's a pretty broad topic. So, in your definition, what is wellness?
Well, first of all, I'll say this, that to me, and I have different beliefs than most people, maybe not. And the only reason I say that is I think most people kind of deal with their health and their aging and all that stuff is one thing that just happens as opposed to something that you can do about it. And I believe that wellness is the ability for our body to do what it's designed to do, which is to create electricity, energy inside of our cells so that our cells do what they're supposed to do, which is to duplicate themselves, make compounds, and to create that energy inside of each one of our cells. I know that's a big answer, but the truth of the matter is all of us have this. We're all designed to do that. And as we go through certain stages of our lives, our bodies change. And oftentimes our minds don't.
Well, I've been on this journey now for the last, 18 years as an entrepreneur. And one of the things I've come to realize is with our health and our wealth, our wellness, is how powerful this thing really is up here. I've gone through my own identity crisis, my own identity formation. And I know some of the stories, I've heard from you say, like the story that we tell ourselves is one that can either support us or keep us small. So I love to just dive into this because I think there are 5 areas of health, right? There's emotional, there's physical, there's relational, there's financial, and then there's spiritual. And so I like to look at that, we've got an internal flywheel, if you will. And, basically go from a scale of 1 to 10 on any of those 5 areas. And that'll show you where your flywheel is a bit lumpy. But I know if I focus in on these areas in my life, my external world is a reflection of that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'd love to get into this conversation and get a bit deeper into this because, these are things that have helped me to really highlight and start to work on. And I know the big area that's for me right now is my physical health.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm on a journey now to release 40 kilos and get that right. But my mindset has been something that has held me back. So I'd like to unpack this for our audience because I think this is something we can get right into the practicality of it all.
Yeah, I'll start here. And first off, I agree with 1,000% of everything that you're saying. And what I'm about to share is something that I call neuro encoding, and that is the way to program ourselves so that we automatically default to our best chosen behavior so that we get the results that we want. And what that means is that all of us have already, you can call it programming, you can call it whatever it is. We are who we are as a result of all of the things that have happened to us, the experiences that we've had in our lives, the teachings, the lessons, and all those things. That's who we are right now. And we have certain patterns of the way that we eat, the way that we move, the things that we believe about ourselves, and so on and so forth. And most of us are unaware that those things are not fixed. They're fixed for the time being until we do something about them. And so I like to simplify things, and your 5 things, they're awesome. And for me, I always like to make it so simple that anybody can get it, and that every end that we're on the same page. So I look at these 3 areas of our life, and they do encompass all the 5 things that you're talking about. And that is that we all want to be, I use the word wealthy, okay? And for most people go, well, it's not just about the money, Joseph. It's not about, and that's not what I'm talking about. So we can be on the same page here. Wealthy means to be healthy, happy, and financially abundant. And each one of those things are all going to have subsets to them. But those are that's the triad, if you will, in life that we're all after. And when we can attain the balance in all of those things, then what happens is we have a more fulfilling and prosperous and energetic and enjoyable life. And all of that to say that all of that stuff, it's not fixed. And by profession, as you said before, I'm a neuropsychologist. And for many years, I had a practice in Los Angeles, and I practice around the world, where I help people get over fears and phobias and emotional challenges that hinder their lives. And that's been my calling for doing things, and I love doing that. And what I realized after a while is that, not everybody approaches their challenges as being some sort of emotional and psychological challenge in their life. Most people approach it is, I just can't get myself to do what I need to do. I don't know why I don't. They know what to do. Everybody knows how to lose weight. If you want to lose weight, you quit eating so much food and move your body. That's it. I know I'm oversimplifying it, but the truth of the matter is that's it. It's physics. We don't.
It's calories out, right?
Exactly. We don't do what we know. And there's a host of reasons why. I'll go through those here in just a second. But to reiterate, the simplicity of things is this. Let's just look at the health, because it is top down. If you don't have your health, then you can't do the other things effectively. And you're not going to be happier. You're not going to be financially abundant. And if you are, your health is going to catch up to you. And so, as I said before, I define health as being that state of being where your body is, from a simplistic way, creating electricity. And that people go, okay, what does that have to do with my health? Well, think about this. Everything on the planet, every single thing on the planet is made up of 3 things at its subatomic level: protons, neutrons, and electrons. And it is the electrons that hold everything together. It is the electrons, the electricity, that makes everything work. Everything. And so we as human beings at our subatomic level and our cellular level run on electricity. If you don't have the energy, then you're not going to think properly. If you don't have the energy, you're obviously not going to do what it takes. Your body is not going to be able to heal itself from dis-ease. Your body is not going to be able to get itself to move the way that it needs to, so that it can maintain itself. Your body is not going to be able to think in a way that causes you to want to eat and to move and to do those things. And so that whole process is designed, by our creator, if you will, at our cellular level. In our cellular levels, in every single one of our cells, we have something called ATP, and that stands for adenosine triphosphate. Look at it as just like a little generator, a battery inside of you that creates electricity, that makes electricity. And that electricity, like I said, it makes you feel good. It makes you all of those things, and each cell has one. And so obviously there's the areas that we need to do to give those cells what they need is nutrition. Now I'm going to work back to front, because nutrition and movement are the keys. But if you don't do them, which, by the way, with this group here, we're talking about, people who actually, that movement is part of it. But guess what portion of the population actually gets out there and moves? About 4.5%. Very, very small. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that. And that, by the way, that's 4.5% of the entire population. Now kids, it was before, it was much larger, but now it's smaller, because now kids have one of these, a cell phone, and this is their movement, is scrolling.
Just on that, it feels like, over the last 100 years, as we've gone from working on farms, being outside, all the time, to now being inside in front of our screens and sitting down at office desks and all that sort of thing. And it feels like, you know, we're created to be out there and moving in the sunlight, you know, with the way that our body reacts and responds to the sun going up and going down. And now we're covered with all of these LED lights and these screens, and our body doesn't really know what's going on anymore.
And no doubt. And then, I mean, very well put. And then coming back to, what does the sun give us? The sun, look at sun as being nutrients. Nutrients are anything that comes, vitamin B, anything that comes into us that give our cells what they need. You see, our cells need up to 114 different nutrients, and that does include sunlight, vitamin D, and all those other things every day for each cell to do what it needs to do. And each cell is designed to replicate itself, duplicate itself, and it's also designed to make compounds like saliva and blood and all the other things. But it cannot do that without electricity. And that electricity that comes from everywhere. And there's the thing, like, I like to be really basic so everybody understands that how we can generate that stuff inside of us. And it's simpler than we've been taught. And most of us have not been taught. You know, what you just said, Jeff, is so true. Humanity as a whole has de-evolved instead of evolved. What you said is so absolutely true. We were designed to move, to stand on our 2 feet, to move. Bones get stronger through impact, walking, running, jumping, things like that. Muscles get stronger through movement and resistance. Our organs get stronger through use. If they are not used, and that includes our brain, which is where I'm going to wind up in the thing. Without use, they will atrophy. And an atrophied organ is a diseased organ, is diseased, and it sets it up for all kinds of stuff to come in. And so all of those things that used to be designed into us, you know, cave people, if you will, they had to walk from point A to point B. They had to hunt their food. The food that they ate came up either out of the ground, or they killed an animal to do it, or, you know, they drank it out of a stream. And I personally believe that anything that our body needs does those things, bubbles up out of the ground, walks on hooves or something like that, or, you know, bubbles up on the ground in terms of a stream, and or grows up out of the ground. But for the life of me, in the 72 years that I've been on this planet, for the life of me, I have never seen a potato chip bush, a Coca-Cola stream. I've never seen those things. Those are
true. All man-made, yeah.
And all of those things are by design. And here's the nefarious part of it: by design to keep us unhealthy. Don't get me started.
Oh, no, actually, no, I do want to get you started, because this has basically just summed up my last 15 years. And I think this is a conversation that we actually need to have publicly. Because I had a horse accident. You know, when I was 26, I had a horse jump on my neck. I'm lucky. I'm blessed to be walking, blessed to be talking and alive and all of that. But the result of that accident is I ended up with 3 crushed discs in the back of my neck. My brachial plexus area, my nervous system, and that was, you know, basically shot. I lost the mobility of my right arm. Wow. And I ended up being diagnosed with chronic pain syndrome. Now, instead of actually, you know, helping me out through that, our system basically just put me on a disability pension. Yeah. And so I talk about, you know, identity crisis before, and that's basically was the catalyst for my identity crisis. And I believed that I was useless. You know, they basically wrote me off, and it's like I believed that story, and I've been wrestling with that story now for the last 15 plus years. So I think, you know, there's some great things about our systems out there and all that sort of thing. And I don't think it's,
no doubt.
You know, there's nobody here to blame or you know, put any denial or excuses on it like that. I've got to take ownership of my own part of that conversation. But I was never taught any of this stuff that you're talking about. Yeah.
And I said nefariously, I say that the nefarious, meaning the intent to keep us sick.
Yeah.
The onus on that goes to the, you know, we've heard this conversation and this argument over and over, to the shareholders and the people that are, let's just say big pharma, big food companies, and so on and so forth.
Well, there's a lot of greed that's driven in this conversation.
Yes, but that's what I mean. They know better. Greed is doing something that you know is destructive, but you do it anyway because you're going to get a benefit. And then you keep on doing it because you get a benefit. But the truth of the matter is, kudos to you, because you beat the system. In other words, what they said was, and I'm not saying those people that put you, on disability were nefarious. I am saying that's all they knew, but they were educated.
The tools that they had to be able to help me, they didn't know any better.
That's the help.
Yeah, it's interesting coming to that space. And now, as I said, I've been on this journey. I've gone through, the personal identity space and whatnot, and I've gone into the mindset and the emotional and the spiritual, and now I'm left with the physical. So yeah. I want to quickly ask you a question around that. If I've struggled to get my physical going in the last 15 years, is that because probably and I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Like I know what to do. I know go exercise and all that sort of thing, but then the pain flares up and everything starts to hurt again, and it stops me and it keeps me in this cycle. So the thing that I've stopped doing now is trying to go and do it. I need to get this right and get this right. And then that is helping me now to get into the motivation to push through the pain, to push through the discomfort of it all, to get where I need to be. I love to unpack the psychology around this conversation.
Yeah, because I want to get to that place, by the way. I want to get to the solution, which is the psychology, which is how we think. You use the term mindset, and I'll unpack that here in a second. But here's what I want to say. You are living proof that the body can heal itself from, getting your neck stepped on by a freaking horse. Come on. That the body can heal itself. My point is that if you give the body what it needs, not just the nutrients, but you give it the mind, the psychology, because people can, we've seen it over and over again. You're evidence of it. When your belief changes, and sometimes that belief comes from, I will not be denied. Sometimes that belief comes from, I'm not going to be this. Sometimes that belief comes from somebody coming along and coaching you, somebody coming along and inspiring you to have a different belief about yourself. Sometimes it comes in you seeing another individual that has overcome the odds. And you listen to that person. But whatever, it starts here. And so I want to give to answer your question, give a real quick anatomy lesson of how we function as human beings, and then how to use that information to get the best of ourselves no matter what, so that we step up and do what we know we need to do, and not just do it just because you mentioned something. Push through the pain and struggle through that stuff. Okay. Yeah, that works. And you're probably not going to do it if it's painful.
Well, no, that's what everybody's told me. And that's why I've given up on that idea sometimes.
Exactly. Now you just listen to what you just said. That's what everybody told me. You believed them. Okay, everybody's going to tell you stuff. Let me play a really quick game with everybody. Now, 2 games. Number 1, and this is and I want everybody to understand this, because this is how we're programmed. This is how we are programmed to think right now, and it's top down. 2 things. Number 1, if you're an investor, and let's just say you're an investor and you could care less about ethics. As a matter of fact, you're a greedy person. Now, I know this is a stretch for somebody like you, or maybe people on here, but let's play this game. You get to go back to being altruistic and loving and caring here in a moment. But for now, let's play this game, okay? And you have $100,000 to invest, and I have a pill, and this pill will cure diabetes, okay? If you take this pill one time, diabetes gone. And in America, which is where I am, and you can put the numbers wherever you want, but let's say in America, there are 100 million diabetics now, just for round figure. And I'm going to sell this pill for $10. 100 million times $10, that's $1 billion. Okay? No, that's $1 billion. Okay? And I'm going to say to you, Jeff, if you give me your $100,000, I'm going to give you half of the profit, which means you're going to get $500 million if you invest your $100,000, and we're going to cure diabetes. Now, don't add anything to it, Jeff, because I know you, and you are altruistic. You love people. You want to do the right thing. Don't add anything to it. You're a greedy, life-sucking investor that doesn't care. Would you make that investment?
Yeah, you got me wrestling with my the devil and the angel.
Leave everything off to the side. Just answer the question. Would you make that investment?
Well, if I'm that person, no.
Okay, so you're going to forego. Now remember, you've got no ethics, zero.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to forego $500 million, and all you got to do is invest $100,000, and we're going to cure diabetes. Rethink your answer. Would you do it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, everybody would. If you think about it, of course you would. We're going to cure diabetes. I'm going to make $500 million.
Yes.
Those are all the upsides.
Going from that point of greed and whatnot, that makes sense.
Now, you're the same greedy person. You're the same no ethics person. You don't care. You can, you'd kick a kitten. Okay. That's how heartless you are. Okay. If I said to you, same situation, 300 million people, 100 million of them are on diabetes. I have a pill, but this pill is not going to cure diabetes, Jeff. What it's going to do is it's going to mitigate the symptoms. And that person will live a bit longer. So somebody that was going to only live 2 years will now live 10 years. It's not going to cure their diabetes. The diabetes is still going to be there. But they'll still be able to live a little bit longer. And I'm not going to charge $10 for the pill. I'm only going to charge $9 for the pill. But they have to eat this pill 3 times a day for the rest of their life. Which means $9 a day times 100 million, 365 days a year. I don't even know what that math is.
That's getting out of proportion.
We're not curing diabetes though, but you're a greedy bastard. Would you take that investment?
Yes.
Yes. So I just explained to you how the big pharma works. With there are only a very few drugs, medications that actually cure the disease. The vast majority of them manage the disease. Including diabetes.
Which then says we have a sick care system, not a healthcare system.
Exactly. Now, having said that, let's take it a step further. All right. So that's the pharmaceutical industry. And I'm going to get to the solution, I promise you here. That's the pharmaceutical industry. And guess who educated the physicians? The pharmaceutical industry. Guess who educated us? The pharmaceutical. Now, I'm 72 years old, and I remember when it was illegal to advertise drugs on television, prescription drugs on television. Now you see it all the time.
With their
disclaimer.
So they're educating us. Of course.
Say again?
With their disclaimer, of course.
Yeah, and the disclaimer is terrible.
I know.
The risks are terrible, but they say, with the flamboyance of the commercial and the little butterfly that's flying around and the cartoon characters and things like that, and we're going, yeah, I want that. We're telling our doctor what to give us. But now let's take another one. Watch this. Now that's the pharmaceutical side. Okay. Let's just say this. If I gave you a banana, Jeff, or anybody listening, and you never ate a banana before, you would eat that banana and you would go, this is great. I've never had this before. But you would probably not ask for a second one. Now think about it. Think about it. In your whole life, how many times have you eaten more than one banana? Most of the time it's only one. And here's the reason why.
That's true.
Because a banana has 99% of the nutrients, the physical nutrients that your body, your cells need to do what they need to do. Remember what I said before about nutrients? 100%. Now, watch this. The way that we do that is the reason you only eat one, it isn't because that banana filled your stomach. It's because when we take a bite out of something, when we chew something, our body releases saliva into what's called your bolus while you're chewing it. That's why you got to chew your food. That saliva is an acid. It breaks it down. Your tongue is the most absorbent organ on your body. It absorbs those nutrients. It goes right to the brain, and the brain says, oh, this has all the nutrients I need. I'm only going to need one. And so it shuts off your hunger. It shuts everything down and goes, we're good. But Jeff, if I gave you a potato chip or a French fry,
I'm going to eat them all.
Eat them all. You'll even lick your finger and soak up the.
How do you know? You've been watching me.
Here's the reason why, is because they are chemically altered. You don't need all that preservatives in your food. It's not preservatives. It's chemicals that have shut off that mechanism that tells us how much we need to eat. They do that on purpose. I'm old enough to remember when a Snickers, a candy bar, was this big, 4 or 5 inches. Now they're huge. They call it supersizing. A Coke was a little bottle. Now it's 32 ounces. And all of it is, it's economics 101. If I can get you to consume enough of my product and shut that off, then you're going to eat more of it. That is where our addiction comes from. We're addicted by design. Now, having said all of that, what's the solution? The solution is, like I said in the very beginning, we are all programmed to be a certain way. Some of those things that I just said, whether it's pharmaceutical companies, whether it's the food companies, whether it's television commercials or our phones, all of that stuff, we have been programmed to do a certain way. And it sounds sinister, and it is as far as I'm concerned, but it is not set in stone. It's set in plaster, and plaster can be broken. It's set in wax, and wax can be melted. And so the whole thing, to tie it all in together, the solution to it is, it's top down, and it goes like this. If you're listening, write this down, because you'll never, ever, ever be able to go, why do I do that? Why do I keep eating this way? Why don't I exercise? Why don't I do this? Because here's the reason why. It always goes like this. It's top down. Whatever you think, your thoughts, and I'll be more specific about what your thoughts are here in a second. Whatever you think will cause yourself to feel a certain way. Whatever you think will release chemicals and hormones, endorphins, dopamine, or oxytocin, or norepinephrine, or cortisol, to cause you to feel a certain way. And whatever you feel is what you're going to do. And whatever you do are the results you're going to get. So it's always think, feel, do, have, in that order. So what happens is our thoughts are only the words that we're saying to ourselves and the images that we're making in our head. That's it. Remember I said simplicity. And so those words and pictures, we can either allow them to continue to be put in. And by the way, that when they're put in with enough, let's just say, emotion and intensity, they become a belief. So if a doctor tells you you're going to die in 6 months, did you know 8 to 9 times out of 10, that person dies on the day or close to that day? Because the doctor gives you an emotionally charged, and you believe them, and you believe that stuff. Okay, so we can break that. That's what I've been doing for years and years. If you come into my office, you got a fear of dogs. Take a guess what's going to be in my office. There's going to be a dog, and we're going to deal with it right now. And at the end of that session, you're going to be holding that dog, and you're going to be fine. And the way that I do it is through a series of pattern interrupts, a series of redirecting, and a series of what we call neuroencoding. And so you don't have to understand all that stuff, but just understand this as human beings. We have a pattern of being, and that pattern of being is a pattern of thinking and feeling, and that doing is the being. So if we can change, not if, but as we change what we say to ourselves and what we, let's just say, imagine and what we look at, then we automatically start to shift that. If you only did that, if you only did that through repetition, put in front of you only the stuff that's good. Like, for example, I tell my son, I have a 19-year-old son, and he's out there in the world right now. He just graduated high school. He's in college right now. He's out there in the world. And he got the flu it's been about 2 weeks ago. And he got it really, really bad. And he, through his life, he really didn't get sick. And I go, son, how long have you known me? And he goes, my whole life, Dad. And I go, how many times have you seen me sick? And he goes, I've never seen you sick. What's up with that? And I said, here's the reason why. At the very, very least, I believe I'm not going to get sick. And the reason I'm not going to get sick is I only eat good food. That's it. I only eat good food. Think, therefore I eat. I think if I look at something, if it didn't come up out of the ground, in terms of water or fruit juice or something like that, or didn't grow on a bush, or didn't, walk upright, or walk on the planet or something like that, I don't eat it. Anything, a really good friend of mine, Titus Unlimited, amazing guy. And he's one of my role models, by the way. Is this guy, he's probably in his 60s, and he looks like he's in his 20s, and he acts like he's in his 20s. And what he says is that if it didn't exist in its current form in the 1800s, don't eat it. If in the 1800s, right now, most of the food, if you go into a supermarket, The only food that existed in its current form are the fruits and vegetables.
Yeah.
And some of the meat.
So,
And
like,
so-
I'm 43 now, and it's not too late to change the way I go things. Like, because I have put a lot of garbage in my body, and that type of thing. I used to smoke a pack a day in my 20s, and all of that. Now the smell of cigarette smoke just makes me sick. It turns me off.
Right. I know you used to
So
smoke.
I can have that same sort of response, that same, like what you're talking about, right? What you think is what you eat, and unless it comes up out of the ground, it's got hooves and all that sort of thing. I love the way that you've premised that, like you've pre-framed that conversation in that space, because now it's got me thinking that same experience of, like, now smoking makes me sick, the smell of it makes me sick, and a lot of that is psychology, right?
Yeah.
So you could have that same sort of thing going here with a garbage in, garbage out with our food as well, and all that sort of thing, to have that same belief that you've got.
Exactly. And Jeff, at some point, because I know you used to smoke, right? One day you didn't smoke anymore.
No.
One day you never smoked them anymore. And whatever happened to you, or whatever you did to shift that belief inside yourself, here's what happened. It didn't just change your mind. It changed your biochemical makeup, so that the smell of it, that the sight of it sickens you. And that you want to do something other than smoke a cigarette, because before then you wanted to smoke a cigarette. And so that was a psychological shift, not just a physical thing. And it can be done physically by abstaining. But here's what we found. Let me give you an example. There was a show, I'm not sure if it's still on, but there was a show a while ago called The Biggest Loser. And on that Biggest Loser, they would take these severely overweight people, severely obese people, and they would put them on strenuous workouts with the best trainers, the best nutritionists, and they would work them like 4 or 5 hours a day. And they had the incentive.
It looked like torture.
Yeah. They had the incentive to win $250,000 for the one that lost the most weight. Okay. Inevitably, somebody won it, and they did lose weight. And so that obviously works, right? But nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to. Most of us don't have access to an unbelievable trainer. In order we want that, we don't have the willpower. Most of us don't have access to a nutritionist, and so on and so forth. But here's what they found out. There's a Netflix documentary on this. I forgot the name of it, but go you can look up. That they did a journey and a study of these people after they got off the show, because all of them lost some weight. Some of them gave up earlier, but all of them lost some weight. The people that lost the most weight gained it all back. Not one of them. Every single one of them gained it back within a year.
Wow.
Within a year. Because they didn't change the fundamental belief about themselves. Because they didn't change their psychology. See, you had we call it a significant emotional event. A significant event where something happened, whether you searched it out or whether it happened to you all of a sudden, where your brain changed. You believed that you were no longer a smoker at your core. You believed that cigarettes are not something that you want to do. You believed that you valued your health more. And I know you, because you did this. And one of the things that was valuable for you was you became a father.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And that, oftentimes that, it doesn't for everybody, but for you, it was like, this is it. I got to live for this. I got to do this, that kind of thing.
Exactly what happened. My wife told me she was pregnant, and that's basically what, helped me to give it up.
Exactly. Now, that's called a significant emotional event. Now, look at it. Here's what that looks like. And obviously, there's more specificity to this and process to do this. But look at it like this. Look at it like this. When I say a significant emotional event, here's what I mean, is that when something happens that brought about an intense amount of pain or pleasure, our brain goes, I believe this now, and I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. The example I like to use is this. When you were a child, everybody, you stuck your hand on something hot, let's call it fire or an iron or something like that. When that happened, you got burned. Significant emotional event, significant emotional pain came in. And immediately your brain goes, never do that again. And so for the rest of your life, you don't stick your hand in hot things because you learned it in that instant. Repetition is the mother of all skill. So you could do it over and over again and get it, but you can add emotion to it. And so what we teach, and one of the things that because my institute, I train other people to do this as well, is to help people create an emotional event, help them create an emotional event and attach it to what they want. And that it has the same effect. And then we learn it very quickly. You said you're 42?
43, just turned 43 on the 20th of January.
Okay, so 43 years old. It took you 43 years to get to where you are right now. You can get to where you want to go in less than a year, because it's geometric growth. Geometric growth. How long did it take you to never smoke cigarettes again? Well, all the way up till that point. But how long did it take you to stop? One day. One day. One day. And this is what people don't understand about the nervous system. Think, feel, do, have. And if we can, it all starts from the think. So if we can go to, you call it mindset. Mindset is, in my belief, it is a set of thoughts that you have about a specific thing. Okay. Psychology are your beliefs, your conscious and unconscious beliefs that you have about yourself first, other people second, and then your environment third, in that order. If you believe that you are this way, then that's the way you're going to be, because that belief is just a thought. In your unconscious mind, it's like people say, I'm big boned, or I'm just not motivated. I'm not this kind of person. Anytime you say I, anything you put I after becomes your identity.
Yeah.
And as I said before, we are influenced to believe a certain thing about us nefariously through our cell phones, through media, through advertisement and things like that.
Is this why, like, I don't know, affirmations, I feel like it can set people up for success, or it can actually set them up for failure if they don't understand the power behind them and how to really use them as a tool properly. Like, so you're talking about I am statements. So I automatically go back to affirmations.
Yeah.
That type of thing. So we've got about probably, just under 8 minutes left for this conversation before we move on to our next guest. But I love you just to sort of unpack the psychology around affirmations. Yeah.
Affirmations work if they do them consistent with emotional. I'm going to give you an example of what that looks like. But here's the truth of the matter is affirmations, let's get the definitions. Affirmations are a set of words spoken over and over again. Okay. That's what an affirmation is. So if you say something over and over again, there's a part of you that it's going to leak into your subconscious mind. You do it enough times, you're going to believe it. An affirmation is memorizing something. How do you memorize a song? You say it over and over again. They're great, but they're weak in terms of changing our psychology. Because anybody can say something over and over again. Whether you believe it or not, that's a whole different thing.
That's the key, right? Yeah.
So instead, we need to do something called incantation with significant emotional event. And what that means is a specific set of words that address the issue at hand, and those set of words repeated with movement and emotional intensity. Remember what I said about significant emotional event, the emotion that's attached to that thing, you'll learn it, it'll go deeper into your subconscious mind, it'll go deeper into your nervous system. And so a set of words, I'm going to give you an example. My best and I'm going to say deepest shift in my life in terms of my identity came from, one of my dearest friends, he's been my friend for almost 40 years now. He's my business partner. We've done seminars together for, almost 40 years now. Is Tony Robbins. And Tony, we bounce off of things. And one of the things, he told a story years ago. And the story was, he said, he was at the bottom of his life and he was, living in this 400 square foot bachelor apartment, and he was overweight and all this stuff. And he wrote out some words on a piece of paper that, his affirmations and what he said at the time. And he wrote it out. And then he said, I went for a run on the beach for an hour. And the whole time, and he said, I was overweight and I was crying and all this stuff. And I was saying these words over and over again. And my life changed after that. I came away from that in my life. And I thought, and I was having challenges in my life when I met him. And I said, okay, well, would you recommend I do that? And he goes, of course, Joseph. So I wrote out a set of words. And my words basically just said, this is my hybrid of it now. It said, I, Joseph McClendon III, am a God-guided expression of health, wealth, happiness, joy, passion, love, and energy. My body, and I just, I said those things over and over again, as simple as that. But what I did was I lived in Lancaster at the time, and I drove to the same beach that he did because I believe in duplicating what other people did. I started running at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I stopped running at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I didn't run the whole time. I would run for like 45 minutes, and then I'd stop. And people thought I was crazy because I was crying and I was yelling. I thought I was going crazy at the time. And that changed my freaking life. It changed my belief about myself, my certainty about myself, about what is possible. You know, my health was in the toilet before then. I had chronic digestive issues so bad that every day not every day, but probably 2 or 3 times a week, Jeff, I'd wind up on the floor of the bathroom, doubled over in pain. I had adult acne. I was addicted to chocolate, you know, and it was the worst. And that changed everything. That changed, and other beliefs about myself. I'm African-American, if you're listening to this as a podcast. And in my country, that was not the preferred color to be in the 60s. And so I grew up having a set of beliefs about myself. When I was 17 and a half years old, I was attacked by 3 grown men because of the color of my skin. And they tried to kill me. They hit me so hard in the head that I got TBS. And so all of those things wore on me about I'm not worthy, I'm worthless, I'm all these things. And that's what changed me. Now that amongst other things that I'll share with everybody as we go on, but we all have that. Everybody has trauma in their lives. Some people say trauma is I got teased in high school. Some people has trauma like myself that you got attacked. Some people have trauma in that, you know, like yourself. You had trauma in a freaking horse stepped on your neck. I cannot get that picture out of my head. You know,
it was a pretty intense scene.
No, I can imagine. But trauma happened.
Yeah.
It only keeps on happening because you relive it. Represent it. You're presenting it over and over again so much, just like everything else, it becomes a belief. And so having said all of that, we can shift our beliefs. We can change our beliefs through something called pattern interrupts, through neuro encoding, through pre-framing, all of those things in a very specific way. And when you do that, then is when our health starts to come around. Then is when our happiness starts to come around. And then is when our financial abundance comes around.
Wow.
It is that simple.
That's powerful. Well, Joseph, we've got like 4 minutes left to wrap up this interview. So what would you like to leave our audience with, one final word of wisdom? This is an episode that I know I'll be taking, going over and over and over again because there's loads of gold and loads of wisdom in this conversation. And I feel like for me, you've unlocked something in me. So thank you. And, my goal, like it's not even a goal, it's a declaration, is I'm going to be healthy this year. I'm going to release 40 kilos. I'm going to get this weight off me and I'm going to transform my energy levels and everything else around that. So I feel like you've just given me another tool to be able to help me on that mission. So thank you.
You're absolutely welcome. And I would say to you, take these things that I've said, even the simple things. I'm just repeating something with emotional intensity. And Jeff, for you, attach your becoming a non-smoker to this as well. It's time. Best time to plant a tree. Best time to plant a tree is 40 years ago. Next best time is right now. And I'll leave everybody with this, and that is this, that your belief in yourself is manufactured. And because it's manufactured, you can remanufacture it. And so through a series of things, and hopefully our lives will cross again in the future, through a series of things, seek out the ability to do this. I get asked a lot, Joseph, if you could tell your younger self something that would have changed your life, what would it be? And the answer is this. I would tell the younger me to learn the skill of snapping out of it quicker. It meaning the unresourceful beliefs, the doubts, what I call the toxic 10, procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. They're all states. They're all beliefs. They're all states of mind. They're all thoughts. Learn the skill of snapping out of it and snapping into something more resourceful. Because if you do that, then you'll get really good at being more resourceful. And so I say to everybody here that the brain grows, not in size, but in density of neural pathways and connections inside your brain when we do difficult things. Find something difficult and do it anyway. your brain will grow. You have something called your prefrontal mid-cingulate cortex. But you don't have to do immensely difficult things. Work up to it, which is what I'm going to say to you, Jeff. If it's painful, don't do all the pain at once. Do it bite-sized chunks. So I say to everybody else, start by making your bed up every morning if you don't do it. Start by picking up that piece of paper that you kicked over there in the corner. Start the little things and then reward yourself for doing it. Lastly, I'll say this. Life is always exactly what you dare to make it. And fortune favors the bold. Bold means doing the difficult stuff. Your brain will grow, reward yourself, and boldly step up and dare to make your life magnificent. I love you, Jeff. I thank you so much for this. And everybody listening, thank you for the gift of your time and your trust.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you, Joseph.
My pleasure.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
There you go. Hit that unmute button. Hasn't this been an amazing show to start with? I'm going to bring up my co-host here who's live in Miami at City Zero. How you going, Jenny? It looks like you're still muted there, so I need to hit the unmute button there. Awesome.
Oh,
Jenny.
good. Oh, good. So,
Amazing.
Jeff, I promise you.
All right. We've got a bit of a lag there. Over to you, Jenny. What were you going to say?
All right. I promise you, I was going to get Michael to dance. And he's like, no, you're not going to. Did you see that? How he went with the Beto shuffle?
Oh, I love it. I love it. And we've got it recorded. We've got it for prosperity. It's one for the history books.
Incredible, incredible. And yes.
So, Jenny, we've had two amazing interviews. We've had Beto. We've just come off the back with Dr. Joseph McClendon. What's been the highlight for you? Like, it must be really contagious environment where you are right now, just coming off the back of that Zumba class. And I suppose, what's been the highlight of this event for you so far?
Honestly, look. Do you remember the Beto? Do you remember the Beto
The whole show.
No, honestly, it's been beautiful to be working with the company Zumba. They've been amazing. And believe it or not, I was a Zumba instructor for many, many years. I know we have the panelists all getting ready right now for the next interaction that we have. It's going to be amazing. Make sure you don't miss it. But honestly, it's different when you come here to City Zero and see the energy live. I don't know if you could see it from there, but it's just a total different experience. Obviously, be with Beto again, learning from him. It's just been incredible, incredible day.
Let's talk about energy just for a second while the panel's getting ready behind you. I love the fact that, energy, it's transferable here, even virtually. Like I'm sitting here, I'm dancing in my chair and I've got my dad dance moving on. And I actually felt like I was part of the event, right? Because the atmosphere and the energy and everybody's positivity and they're smiling. Like that interview with Beto, it's like I'm writing down so many notes. But the big thing I loved about that message was he just brings so much joy to people's lives through the movement, through music, and then through exercise. And in that joy, people are getting healthier. I love the combination.
It's a beautiful thing. And I think there's a misconception that the whole fitness and wellness is sort of about being fit and have the muscles, right? And be super skinny. Look at all the selfies behind me. It's incredible. But honestly, it's all about alignment, inner joy. And like you said, once you feel it, you're aligned with that joy, not only gives you energy, but you transfer that energy to people around you. And it's absolutely 100%, I believe on that. And there are ways on how to protect that energy by doing things that fill your cup and being very choosy with your yeses and your boundaries. So it's a beautiful gift that you can give not only to yourself, but the people around you.
Well, let's talk about that conversation just quickly, because I know that you were a Zumba instructor. I just learnt that about you in that last interview with Beto there. So you know, and you've been with, you know, Tony Robbins' platinum partner, and you've done other things in that space. So how powerful is it to get our state of being right, you know, to make sure that everything else flows from that center?
Honestly, it's like one of the things that I love to do is that do things that fills your cup, and what fills my cup may be different than you, Jeff, right? So when I was a Zumba instructor, that was my hobby, that was my side gig. I was still an engineer with my career, now with my business, but I didn't see the Zumba instructor as a job. It was more of how I kept my energy up and filled my cup doing the things that I like. So for me, it's not either or, you can do both.
Yeah. I love it. And so one of the things that I know has been filling your cup lately is an amazing podcast that we're going to launch shortly. And I know
good.
that we're also doing the Latin Journal that we're also launching. Let's talk a bit about the Latin Journal, right? Because you've been the instrument behind the scenes here to help sort of facilitate this. You've had Alana working with you with editing and our team there with, you know, the graphic design and all of that sort of thing. So what's been the highlight of creating this Latin Journal that we're about to launch? And,
Yes.
you know, what do you hope as a tool to create impact for the world? How do you see this part of the journal with what we're doing together, creating an impact for the world?
Absolutely. I am collaborating with our mentor, Michael Silvers, in launching the Spanish market. We have an amazing Latino Hispanic community around the world. And now we're creating these containers where we can highlight voices, we can educate, empower, and honestly share our amazing value, gifts, and wisdom around the world. So we are about to launch the very first Latin journal for Los Angeles Tribune. And guess who's on the cover? Beto Perez. Beto
All
Perez.
right.
And
I'm actually going to bring it up here on the screen.
yes,
Here we
you
go.
cannot miss it. He was able to provide this beautiful story of his origin from Cali, Colombia, all the way from when he moved here to the US and created this beautiful, it's not even a workout. You heard from him, right? It's this community from around the world. And he spent a good 45 minutes with us, nonstop, just sharing his wisdom. And it's not only the story you can see in Los Angeles Tribune, in the Latin Journal, but you can also watch it soon in the Very Caliente podcast, which is launching very soon. Stay tuned.
Yeah, we're going to talk. We got a whole segment for that talking with Pablo. We're going to have him up here talking about it all too. But this is the Latin Journal, and so I love what you've put here together. Like we've got this article here with Angel Ogrando, and you've got like the English version here for those of us who don't know, you know, Spanish and that sort of thing. But you've also got the Spanish summary here as well.
Yes.
So
yes.
I love how that you've infused the two cultures together. Can you explain the inspiration behind that?
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people were saying, oh, that's great, but I wish I knew Spanish. Like, you don't need to. That's why I wanted to make sure that this is not only, like, if, for example, Jeff, if you're not Latino, you cannot read it. No, I wanted everybody to learn and inspire. And to be honest with you, we have a lot of Latinos and Hispanics that their first language is English, not Spanish. So what I did is that I really wanted to honor the native language of the author of the segment. And that's what you're going to see, either if in Spanish or in English. And then obviously, so everybody can learn from it, I have the summary on the other language.
Yeah, cool. And if Dave, our tech support there, if you're in the background, mate, please just drop in the link for people to go register to grab the digital version of this journal. I know Jenny's got a few printed versions that she's been handing out in the Miami event. But let's just quickly talk about, you know, we had the Pay It Forward Puerto Rico event there, you know, just the end of last year. And so we've got articles with that as well. What else have we got, you know, that people can expect in this journal, Jenny?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so funny because for that one, we have multiple articles. We actually broke a Guinness record in Puerto Rico with the highest number of acts of kindness, and it's Pay It Forward or Pásalo Pa'lante. And we engaged and say Lisa Tran, which you see, beautiful Lisa Tran, had a beautiful leadership role on this. And between her and the committee that was in Pásalo Pa'lante, Puerto Rico, they were able to reach every single space in Puerto Rico, elevate the whole island, a beautiful, beautiful practice for people to follow around the world. And you're going to see many different articles here from the people who led it, from the people actually like mayors, the Secretary of Education of Puerto Rico, incredible. And then beyond that, obviously, as you see, we have other fantastic, inspirational leaders that you can learn from.
Yeah, and we've also got, some book authors here that are launching their book, like this Orchid here from Angel Grano and Riquito Aquino. I think I pronounced that right. I need to get some Spanish lessons from you, Jenny. And, I am starting to, get on Duolingo to learn my Spanish because I know you've been encouraging me to do it.
I know. Amazing. Well, Jeff, I think we are ready to go over here.
You're all ready to go? All right, let's do this. Okay, so I'm going to take myself off the screen now, guys. We're about to go into the live portion of this event here. And so Mr. Michael Silvers is going to host a couple of interviews. And so let me bring up the actual, the City Zero camera here. Jenny, let's make this happen. And we'll be back right after these couple of panels. All right, looks like they've just got some technical things going on there. I'm just going to go to commercial, and we'll see how we're going when we bring it back up. So, cool. All right, we'll go to commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Okay, I do believe we have a delay going on here. So we're about to go over to Michael Silvers with our panel here. And Jenny's here on the tech team on the floor. And let's do this. Over to you, Mr. Michael Silvers. Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go.
1, 2, 3.
Now you. That one stop.
Keep that mic on your other hand. Keep the mic on your other hand. All right, fantastic. I wanted to welcome everybody today. This is Michael Silvers again. Is it? All right, the team's going to let me know if you can hear me. So first of all, let me get the thumbs up from the team that it all sounds okay. I'm waiting for a thumbs up from the team. Technique 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how I can count. They're actually showing that I have the... Are we good, Jenny? Okay, fantastic. All right, so I wanted to let everybody know that we're back to the live portion. So we're here in... you guys are vibrating I'm getting like vibration like crazy from the team. And you need to turn that speaker down on that, Jenny. That right there. On your computer? Right. Okay. No, your sound coming out. We need to, okay. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, so I wanted to welcome everybody again. We're still here. Yep, we're alive. How'd you guys like Joseph McClendon? If you did put a 5 in the chat, it's fantastic. You know, that man brings so much energy to the table. It drives everything about you. And if you look at what he does, and every time it's funny, because he'll say something like, you know, he's 72 years old. And people go, no, you're not. And you just did a 5-day program, 12 to 14 hours a day. No, you didn't. And you just flew to like 12 different countries in 3 days. Yes, you did. But it's really how you treat yourself and how you treat your body and how you take the mindset. And that's the part that we're really doing here today. live from City Zero with the co-founder of Zumba, Beto. That was an amazing. We got to see the class. We got to be part of it. We got to really talk to him about what that foundation is, and we're going to be doing a lot more. We're going to do shows on the West Coast, and if you want to be part of that, the biggest thing to do is register. So the team right now is going to put in the link how to register. Make sure, first of all, you share this with everybody you know, but it's also very much about that registration, because that gets you in the loop of what we're doing. And then we can also see those that want to be part of the live shows. And that's that great piece. So with that being said, I have an amazing panel here, and there's so many ways to do a panel. I've done this for so long, but I like people to actually introduce themselves. I know these beautiful ladies up here, I know all about them, but there's things sometimes we can get that bio, the intro. It's called an intro. There's different. I'll teach you guys all this one time on one of the calls, but it changes. And sometimes things change just from the day before. And sometimes you don't change it for 20 years. It's whatever that is for you and whatever you want to bring to the audience. So the first question, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask them questions. If you're commenting, you can ask questions. We're not going to see those during this segment, but we'll make sure that the team is on there. They can respond to the questions, or they'll let us know if there were great questions, and we'll do it because we have what's called post calls. I run post calls with myself, with members of the panels, with Joseph McClendon. We do it about every 2 weeks, and that's Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you're registered, you will be invited to those, and I can bring the questions to that area, and we can have that answered. We can go through sort of a more in-depth conversation, and we just have fun. Right? So we have fun, and we have fun together, and we really have fun as a team and a family worldwide. So the first, very simple, is to who is up here? That's what you want to know. And if you don't, doesn't matter. You're still going to find out. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Catrice. And for all of you, the first question is, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am Dr. Catrice Austin, aka the Queen of Smiles. I am a cosmetic dentist by trade, and I'm the host of the Let's Talk Smiles podcast. When it comes to health and wellness, I am about informing you guys that there is a connection between your oral health and your overall health, and we want to make sure that you stay as healthy as possible, and I'm happy to be here.
I have an AKA as well. So, hi everyone. My name is Dr. Amy Horniman, AKA the Thyroid Fixer. I'm a thyroid and hormone expert and a functional medicine practitioner, owner of the Advanced Thyroid and Hormone Clinic, where we specialize in fixing your thyroid and fixing your hormones. I'm also the host of the Thyroid Fixer podcast and author of the Thyroid Fix. So you can see the theme here. We fix you. And my mission is simple: to empower women to get the health care that they deserve, so that you are listened to, you are appreciated, you are guided, and you are fixed, so you can live your best life, be that badass human that you're meant to be.
Hello, everyone. I am Marcy Hopkins. I am a TV host, author. I'm the podcast host of Wake Up with Marcy and the creator of the CARE Method. This work is so important to me because not only the things that I do, but I have lived the experience of letting go of my past, breaking generational cycles, and now I'm helping others to do that. I currently live my best life, and I want to help others to do that. And through my show, Wake Up with Marcy, we talk about radical healing, and we do that through doctors, just like you see here, and authors, and we share transformational stories, because we need to learn how to heal. We need to learn how to get through the trauma, and it's time to wake up to your worth, and that's what I want to help each of you do. Thank you.
I am Dr. Amy Apigian, and I am the biology of trauma physician.
Hold the mic there. A little higher. Just hold the mic right there.
I am the biology of trauma physician. And my board certifications are preventive medicine, addiction medicine, but I have been a foster parent, adoptive parent, and the patient who had a manifestation of the trauma in my body, autoimmunity and chronic fatigue. I am now the author of Biology of Trauma, host of the Biology of Trauma, and I help people live wholeheartedly or alive.
Fantastic. You know, it's great to have, you can keep the mic down there because you get to go first next time. You know, it's great to have a panel that there's there's a varied audience. We have a very large audience out there, and they come from walks of life. And it's great because a lot of you come from either Westernized medicine, Eastern medicine, you come from villages, communities, towns. There's always something to learn. And so what we try to do is bring people from varied experiences, varied backgrounds. The next panel is very different than this, and because we want you to take that information. And the biggest thing about today, if there's one thing you learn, if there's one thing that you get from being here today, then you've had a great day. Because what it is, it's not about that perfection piece. It's about, oh, I never thought about it that way. Maybe even watching me move and get Beto to do the 1-2, right? That was something you had never done. You never thought about it that way. Your brain saw it a different way, and that's all you need to be doing right now. So the next part, and this is not just, we do conversation. So this is a little bit what's called a panel. Everybody write that down. So in a way, we're going through, and these are not preset questions. I typically sort of what's going on through the day, and it's all been about movement. And then I've done this a long time. So what should the panel relate to the audience? But one thing that this is a preset, and most of them knew it's coming, because a lot of you will forget who we are. You'll forget that we were even here, but this is the one thing you'll remember. So I always ask a very simple question because this goes really quick. What is one thing about you that nobody knows? And you're like, what? So there's audiences from 10 to 15 years ago that come up to me, and I don't know who they are, but they're like, I saw you somewhere on some stage somewhere, but I do remember this. And so the one thing about me that most people don't know, that some do, is that I always wanted to live above the Pirates of the Caribbean. Very simply, we went to Disneyland a lot because back then you had the ticket books. I know some of you are going, what are you even talking about? If I talk about VHS, most of you wouldn't even know what I'm talking about. But we had the ticket books. You could get in free when people left Disneyland. This is the old days, and this is not a commercial, by the way. They would come out with the tickets that got you on the merry-go-round free over. So we went on the merry-go-round like 50 times. But it was a magical place for me. It was a very positive place for me. It was a place I really enjoyed being. And the Pirates of the Caribbean, the ride, I loved it. The animatronics, everything about it, the Blue Bayou restaurant. And I wanted to live up above. I thought that would be a really cool place because I could just people watch all day long and really experience people. So that's the thing about me that most people don't know that you all know now. You'll be hearing that again and probably never forget it the way I just grounded it in. But let's move through this. Dr. Amy.
Most people do not know that I was an adoptive mother for 6 years. 6 years. And part of my journey then through the grief of that failed adoption, I have started to write music about, and I now have a new YouTube channel called Songs of the Inner World.
Oh, I love that. Fantastic. Thank you.
Wow, that's incredible. I will say through my healing journey, I've learned to prioritize myself. And one of the things that people don't know about me is it is mandatory for me to get 30 minutes to myself, meditate or nap in the afternoon. It's a non-negotiable. And that is a time for me to reset, to become more centered and connect with myself and reflect. And this has allowed me to become the better version of myself and also to be a better version for my family. So people ask all the time, how do you get it all done? Take a nap.
Okay, I'm going with that advice. So everybody out there, there's a studies on it anyways. The clinical side says, go for it.
Love it. I need to take more naps. Okay, things that people don't know about me. You cannot tell my husband this, but I am a better hunter than he is. So he's been hunting white-tailed deer for about 40 years, got me into it, turned me into a bow hunter and a gun hunter about 5 years ago, and I shot the biggest deer on the farm. Big bucks, big, right? Now here's the thing, whether you like hunting or not, there is something to it. There's that parasympathetic that you slip into. So if you are a type A crazy driver, like everybody on this panel, sometimes you need the nap. You need the time to yourself. And that is my time. That is the one time that I disconnect from my phone, from social media, from work. I am in nature, just taking it in and letting my nervous system calm down. Because the movement is great, but then you have to take the rest as well.
Thank you.
Fun fact, I made Jeopardy history. I was a a Jeopardy clue. And on Jeopardy, it was Dr. Catrice Austin was responsible for the smile of this woman that rapped, "Got a bag and fixed my teeth." Can you guys guess who that is? You would have lost the money? It's Cardi B. So that was the most exciting thing I didn't know it was coming. It just happened. That was fun.
Okay, that's pretty slick, though. You know what I'm saying? One of the biggest broadcast shows in the history of TV, right? That's pretty slick. I love it. And you help somebody, because when you help them smile and help them look better, it's how we feel about ourselves.
Exactly. I think the smile is one of the first things that people will notice about you. I got into dentistry because I wasn't confident about my smile. So it came full circle.
I love it. Thank you. That's great. You know, and so audience, you're going to never forget any of that. I'm going to know when Dr. Amy invites me to her house, I'm going to ask for what reason. But that's a story for another day. I've seen those movies. But it's those things that we find in ourselves that I think make the difference. It's the part of ourselves that we sort of break out, because sometimes we live within our story. But is that story holding you back? Is it helping you move forward? What is that story to you? And is your story now just become a drama? And I think there's that part of ourselves that whatever we do and how we do it and the ways we find to do it, we come out of that. And so the other thing I always think is being of service. Being of service is the biggest part of our lives. It's everything that we should do. Some people feed the homeless. They help with 10 cities. They get outside of themselves, especially if they're feeling a little bit down or having an off day. That's the great day to go do it. So what do you do on those days when you're just not feeling like you want to just keep helping the world? What keeps you going?
Testing. What keeps me going is just my passion, my why. My brand story is this. I did not feel confident about my smile, and I know that if I can just change one person, help them smile again, not hide behind their smile, like there's a bigger purpose and mission. So I got to keep going. I think about the patients out there that don't feel confident, and how me showing up can help them.
Very similar. I resonate with that, because there are days that it just gets long and we get into the running of the business and we forget the why and why we got into this in the first place. And for me, so I have a Facebook group, it's public, it's called Just Fix Your Thyroid. And in there, I see daily women, mainly women, putting in there the pain, the suffering, the symptoms, the weight gain, the hair loss, the fatigue, wrecking their life. And that is what drives me. That is what gets me up every day. That is you. You are what get me up every day, because I have such a passion and such a drive based on what I went through in my life and my misdiagnoses to empower women, to give them the answers they need, to give you the answers you need to live your best life. This life was not meant to be lived sick, tired, fatigued. I call it fat, foggy, and fatigued. Not meant to be lived that way. We're meant to thrive. So that is why I do what I do every day, even when I get tired and run down.
Great.
So I stay in my why also, very important. But I will say taking care of yourself is so important. And what I do when I feel down to get myself going, and I start this practice every day, I meditate and I also pray. So for me, keeping the faith. And then in turn, the work is so important, because breaking the stigma around alcohol use disorder and substance use disorder has become a priority to me. And I know so many people out there, over 48 million, suffer in the United States alone. And this is a family disease. So I myself am over 10 years sober. I've done the work. I've retrained my brain. I've broken those generational cycles. And now I am living my best life. And that's what I want to help others do. And that is my why, because there's so many people out there suffering. There's so many out there afraid to talk about it because of the shame and the guilt and the programming from our past. But the reality is that this is a mental health disease, and that's what keeps me going, because we all need help and we stay sick in the silence. So I'm keeping going.
For me, it's very practical. I actually have a basket of all the letters and gifts that I have received from people. I've been very blessed to be able to travel around on a book tour. And just yesterday, I was in Austin doing a book signing, and someone gave me a little red rock that is in the shape of a heart. And that's what I was looking at this morning before showing up here, was what is my why? How can I bring more hope to people? So it's very practical and tangential for me to go to those things that people have given me to remind me of.
Give them a round of applause. That is just awesome. You know, it's those things, because it is, not every morning is about we're going to wake up and say, oh, I'm just ready, right? Jump out of bed, you know, and it is those things that keep you going. Sometimes it's the little reminders. Sometimes it's you look in the mirror and you go, all right, here we go again. Here we go again. Whatever today brings, whatever that brings for all of us, it's going to make a difference. One thing that our audience worldwide loves to always know is we want to give them something. We want to give them something of action or something that they can do, something they could literally leave the stream when it's done. Don't leave till then. But when it's done, and make sure you're sharing it with everybody you know, but when it's done, that they could do immediately. And I think that's really that important piece, because sometimes it's that little trigger that changes our whole world. So we're going to start with Dr. Amy at the other end, and it's over to you.
This may surprise you, but what I'm going to recommend is stop avoiding your triggers. Your triggers are information, and they are your growth edge. So rather than staying small to stay safe, be curious, explore, expand, bump into those triggers, and use them for you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I want to share a grounding technique. It's called the 5-4-3-2-1 technique. And when we get stressed, overwhelmed, or worried, this centers you, gets you back to the present moment. And what it is you find 5 things that you see, 4 things that you can feel, 3 things that you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 that you can taste. And this helps you to stay grounded and respond to life instead of react, because our nervous system can go on overdrive and we can worry about all the things we have no control of. So when we center ourselves, we can pause and then respond.
Okay, so we're going to do a reframe here. I want you to think of all of the symptoms that you have that are debilitating, ruining your life: the weight gain, the hair loss, the fatigue, the constipation, the brain fog, anxiety, depression, and it goes on. I want you to think of those as gifts given to you by your body, because this is a roadmap. It's not a punishment. It's a roadmap. It's a signal to you to go get help and listen to those symptoms. And they might be driving you to check your thyroid and your hormones, and that's where you get proper testing done. But it starts with those symptoms, you not ignoring those signs that your body is giving you. And then finally, I want you to have hope, because without hope, you're going to stop. Without hope, you're going to suffer. You're going to stay in your sickness. That hope is going to drive you to get help. It's going to drive you to seek the answers. It's going to drive you to attend things like this, where you are lifted up and energized and motivated and driven to take control of your life. So you keep that hope, because I promise you things can change. I went to 7 different doctors before I was diagnosed. I didn't give up hope, and neither should you.
Give that a round of applause. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, we are here in conjunction with Zumba, and we did a little workout. Well, I have my own little workout. It's called the 5-step healthy smile workout that I want you guys to do at home. Brush, floss, rinse, scrape that tongue, and you be consistent every single day. Brush for 2 whole minutes every single day. I love electric toothbrushes. You can brush with an electric toothbrush or a soft manual toothbrush. Rinse with an alcohol-free mouthwash. You can scrape with a tongue scraper, because a lot of bacteria gets on the tongue. And use an app. If you're not consistent and you need help, there are tons of apps out there that can help you do this every single day. Work out that smile like you work out your body, and you will be completely healthy from head to toe.
What an amazing panel. Give this a round of applause. They've been great here today. Team, stay with me. Keep the camera here. Don't go to commercial. I'm going to chat with you in a minute, but I wanted to thank you all for being on. I'm going to let you go off the stage that way. Please be careful when you go off. If somebody wants to help them, that would be great. And give them another thunderous round of applause. You guys are awesome. Awesome. That was, it's just, I'm going to turn that mic off in a minute just so I remember. Okay. I'm going to move here just for a sec. Then we're going to bring up the next group. Not yet. See, I get to sit and be comfy. It's great on a broadcast that I want to make sure that you're sharing this. I want to make sure that you're bringing this to other people. So make sure the team will put the link in again to make sure you can share it with as many people as you can. But you want to make sure that you're registered. Because if you're registered, then you can be part of the team and part of the show as we move forward. You can be part of everything that we're doing. And we're always looking for great authors, speakers, connectors, people in the entertainment industry, people that are changing the planet, people in mental health, whatever it is. We want to get to know you because the stories are out there, the documentaries are out there. Creating that movement is really important, and being comfortable with who you are, being comfortable with how you move forward and everything that we do. It's an exciting time, isn't it? It just gets better and better. So we're about to bring up our next panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the team throw it to commercial, and then we're going to move to the next panel. We are so excited to be here. 1, 2, 3, commercial time.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Okay, so everybody's just getting ready there for after the commercial break. We've got our next panel coming up here, and there is a little bit of a delay going on with what's happening locally in Miami at City Zero and what's happening here virtually too. So absolutely amazing panel there. Make sure that you jump in and you put in all your comments in, and let me know, Michael, that we're good. All right, good to go. So for those of you who don't know, I'm actually tuning in here from Tasmania, Australia. They're all the way over in Miami. It's an amazing place to be. And this is all over to Jenny now. So we're going
Hello. Hey, welcome everybody. We're here all the way from City Zero with this amazing panelists. The cool thing is that you're here up to a treat because we have people that have worked in wellness, but through all different lenses, through television, through leadership, through neuroplasticity and mindset, and also AI. So I can't wait to learn from them. Let's get to know them. So maybe in 30 seconds, you can share with the world who you are.
Hello, I am Pablo Alcina. I've worked in television for over 17 years. I've done live theater and a little bit of film as well. As far as wellness, I've worked as a sports anchor for 16 years. So I've interviewed some of the best personal trainers, some of the best athletes. I've been up and close to World Series and Super Bowl champions. So I know a lot about fitness, and I try to apply that to myself. So hopefully I can share some pointers with you.
Yes, and guess what? It's his birthday today. Yes, so happy birthday to Pablo Alcina. Amazing.
I can officially drink legally.
Yes, let's go with that.
I'm waiting for that moment. Happy birthday. Hi, my name is Alana Cahoon. I'm a mindfulness coach, founder of Grow to Be You, where your dreams can come true. I help people to step into their power, to be authentically themselves, and to really get in touch with what your soul purpose is. Some people call this your life purpose, your divine purpose, but knowing that who you are serves everyone else, and to really be yourself fully, live fully.
Hello, my name is Xavier. I'm CEO and founder of X Factor Coaching. I'm a mental fitness coach, and I help people understand how their brain works and their nervous system so they can reconnect with their true self, find their uniqueness, their purpose, and achieve the transformation they want in life.
you. Everyone's so interesting. Hi, my name is Carmen Skipworth, and I'm an AI business coach. And I've lived and worked in Hong Kong and London. And through all my travels and working in business, I am now coaching businesses in marketing and AI. So thank you.
All right. So the name of this summit, as you saw it, is Wellness, Movement, and Comunidad. And for those of you who don't know Spanish, Comunidad is community. So I'm going to go with the same question here through all of you. And when it comes to community, I think we all play a role on how we can make an impact in the world together. And I know that there is a lot of emphasis on self-care and my own journey, me, myself, and I, but I know there's power also in doing it together. So when it comes to community, Pablo, what do you think is our role when it comes to wellness and movement as a community?
I believe there's strength in numbers. And in the world of cell phones, especially with AI, people are turning to just the computer and being even more about themselves, only like closed off. And I don't believe in that. I grew up with a great family. Mom and dad, they're still married. And I understand there's lots of people whose parents didn't stay married. But in my case, I absolutely loved how tight of a family we were. My sisters were my best friends. They were the first coaches I looked up to. I was the baby brother. So I believe you need to have that. Always try to have your family. And if you're a lonely child, try to build a family as in your friends. So my dad, the best lesson he ever told me, Pablo, make sure the friends that you have are better people than you are. Because if you surround yourself with better people, you'll want to be even better. And I think that applies when you're a 5-year-old kid, like I was when he told me that, to now being a 49-year-old man. It's always important surrounding yourself with brilliant people. That's why I'm on this panel. I can already feel the energy. That's why I have a podcast with Jennifer Lopez, because I do believe there's strength in numbers. Yes, make yourself better, but always make the person next to you better as well. And that's how we all rise.
Yeah. Do we have the same parents? Because my mom was cuidado, nena, con quien tú te juntas, which is like, be careful who you surround yourself. So it's true. You become the average of your 5 people that you surround yourself with. So Alana, I know you focus on leaders as well that are growing their businesses, and sometimes that can be very lonely. So through that lens, can you answer that question about community?
Absolutely. So one of my career paths was program director of a technology business incubator, where these geniuses would come in with their ideas and want to make them come to life. And it was so much fun. What really was fun was that we created the community. So here as an entrepreneur, and many of us are entrepreneurs here on the panel and out there listening, it can be really lonely and it's hard to move forward. In the incubator, it was not only a building and programs, it was an opportunity for everyone to partner, become business partners, to understand that they're not alone, to meet VCs, to share each other's story and each other's connections. So you can do that wherever you are in life, whether it's your business or your family or your friends. Just magnetize it to you. Say, I don't have to do this alone. I know there are other people doing it too.
Yes, and you don't have to wait for anybody, right? You can just take initiative and start that. Xavier, you come all the way from France and have this whole journey that you talk about. What has been, how community has been a key factor in your journey?
Thank you for asking this. Yes, community is extremely important. Our nervous system is wired to feel safe through connection, through human connection, and that's how we actually can develop our best thinking and feel safe with others. So it's really important. And throughout life challenges, you have people around you. For me, is when my mom passed away, I had my salsa community, I had my college friends, and I stayed very close to those people because they are your pillars. And when you go through tough challenges in life, you want to have support around you that way. It's extremely important, especially today in this world of AI, cell phone, internet, and we tend to think, oh, we connected with people. No, but you really want to connect with human beings because from a nervous system standpoint, this is what actually makes you feel good, safe, and accomplish the things you want.
Beautifully said. Awesome.
You're absolutely right. The fact that everyone's involved in technology and AI, and where's that human touch, right? So what I advise a lot of my clients or even friends is to use AI to find other communities. So I've traveled a lot of places in different parts of the world, and you know, how do I meet people? What do I do? So I always say, start with what you're interested in. So let's say if it's Zumba or exercise, find a Zumba group, find an exercise group, You don't know how, ask AI, how do you meet other people? So, and that way you build community and improves your health and community. Thank you.
I love that you said that because nowadays when I hear, I don't know how, nobody has excuses. Just ask any kind of AI intelligence and they'll give you the answers that you need. Okay, so I have a specific question for each of you next. So are you ready? So Pablo, you are, of course, you're first, always first. And you have worked in television and in sports and acting, and these are very demanding industries. How do you keep your balance and how you keep yourself grounded?
Love what you do. I think that's the key for everything. I don't get tired when I'm working. I can be calling a soccer game or a football game or fights for 6 hours straight, and it's just pure adrenaline, it's pure joy. When I'm creating a show, I can stay up all night for 48 hours. I used to make a short film in 48 hours just for fun, and I wouldn't sleep for 48 hours. And I think that's the key for everything. Even when you're exercising, Beto said, when we talked about him, he said he created Zumba for people to have fun, not even to lose weight. It's the same philosophy for your work. If you don't love what you do, you're going to hate what you do. And when you love what you do, you can go on and you can meet the right people and you're going to surround yourself and you're going to have better ideas and say, oh, I love this. Now I think of something else. And then what I also do, all my careers, I don't only do one thing. So even when I have my job, which I love, I'm still writing or creating something else on the side because when I don't like having downtime, I like to use my creativity in more things that I love. I also like to learn different languages just to work different parts of my brain. And again, it's because something I enjoy doing. So if you enjoy learning, if you enjoy math, if you enjoy working, whatever you do, you can keep doing it. And one more thing I just want to add about surrounding yourself with people, make sure they're positive people because there's too many people like, oh, I'm depressed, so I'm going to hang out with other depressed people. Oh, and they're worse than me, so now I'm going to say how bad I am and how sad I am. You have to break that cycle. Yes, it might hurt, but you sometimes have to say bye to those friends if they're bringing you down and you can't bring them up.
Yeah.
And do not surround yourself with around other people that are so negative, so down, so depressing because they want to bring you down.
Yeah.
And it's not going to help. And it's just going to drain your energy. So yes, don't leave them out cold. Try to help them. But if you can't help them, you have to surround yourself with more positive.
I call them the energy vampires. Yes, Alana. So you work with a lot of leaders and I would say high achievers. And we live in a world where the grind and hustle and you go is glorified. And sometimes we kind of tolerate or we expect the burnout is part of it. How do we change that, especially for leaders?
How do we change that? Realize that you're only one person. And there's a theory that I go back to over and over again because I'm one of those high achievers and I have always at least a dozen projects going on at the same time because I love them. I love what I do. So I'm passionate and I enjoy it. However, I also know when I'm going to burst my energy bubble. Don't burst your energy bubble. You need to step back and say, okay, I have brain fog. I'm tired. I need to go out, take a walk, go out in nature. It's the best way to rejuvenate yourself. Stand up. For everybody who's sitting out there right now, just stand up and stretch. Yawn. I'm a singer as well, and yawning is great. You just exactly. Oh, dance. Oh my gosh, we did the Zumba this morning. It was wonderful. So movement really helps.
Beautiful. Amazing, amazing. Xavier, I know you talk a lot about neuroplasticity and mindset. And how do they really work together when it comes to wellness? Because I think a lot of people sometimes they say, yeah, that's just positive thinking and positive speaking. How do they really work, neuroplasticity and mindset?
So yes, it's very different. So what neuroplasticity is the capacity of our brain to change its beliefs, right? And to rewire completely. That's the term that is very trendy now. But so what you want to do is understand the narratives that you're telling yourself, right? Because those, whether they're conscious or subconscious, they're your limitations. They're exactly what's preventing you from achieving the things you want. Whether it's because it comes from your education, like your parents, your school, your region, your culture, whatever that is, and you end up being limited because of them. So understanding that and saying, what do I really want to achieve? Ask yourself the true deep question. What do I want to do and what am I ready to do in order to become that person, right? How I change to become the person that I want to be.
Beautiful, beautifully said. I would say for those of you who are there, make sure you start making notes and not say, oh, yeah, I know. One thing is just, yeah, I know versus doing the thing. So they're giving you so many insights here. Thank you, Xavier. So it's funny because Pablo and I host this Very Caliente podcast, and yesterday we were talking about wellness. And one thing that he brought up is not about physical wellness and being in shape, but it's also how do you stay sharp here. And I know you are an expert in AI, especially how to make it simple. And I think AI brings a lot of beautiful things, but people are a little bit apprehensive about it. How can you empower people to learn AI as a matter of like learning new things and making more neural connections here, right? To keep yourself sharp.
A very good question. And I get a lot of people too who are, how do I use AI? Scared of it. What do I do? So the way I say it is think of AI as your partner, not the answer. And if you do that and you start asking the right prompts and the question, you'll start neural signals will start functioning better, your mental health. You'll have a lot of more free time, right? Because now it'll be more efficient. You'll be out there and we can all exercise and move and improve our mental health at the same time.
I love that we can do the dancing, the singing, the thing that absolutely we love. So we have people connected from around the world, and we always like to leave people with a tool, a strategy, a mindset advice that you can give to them when it comes, again, wellness movement, whatever you decide to do, something that is very useful that they can do right now or after the show.
Right now, let's keep the Zumba theme. And don't think you have to get up and do actual steps. Like, what happened to people just improvising? I love going outside, taking my shoes off on grass, on field, and just moving and just fluctuating. Not like rigid, not like these are the steps. No, invent your own moves. Let's take it back to the 70s. Remember the hippies? Everybody made fun of them. Well, they were right about a lot of things. Eat healthy, be outdoors, get sunlight, take your shoes off, and dance on real grass. Too many people are like running just on pavement and they're not feeling just the outdoors. And also, people always push, oh, I feel bad, I'm going to go on vacation. I don't suggest ever going on vacation when you feel bad, because then when you come back, you feel worse. Try to go on vacation when you feel good and enjoy it. Don't only try to feel good on vacation. You have to feel positive all the time.
So a lot of people plan so much. Okay, wait, I'll fill my cup when I have time. I'll fill my cup when I go on vacation. Fill your cup now and keep that energy up. I love that you said that. Yes, Elena.
All right, so we're going to talk about dance. Never think you're too old for anything. All right? I was dancing with, some young people, and, I know I can't afford to drink yet, or because I'm not that age. That joke's old already. But anyway, never stop. You're putting the limits on yourself. They don't really exist. They don't exist. So be limitless with your ideas. Soar with your ideas. If they drop out of the sky and they don't land, well, then so what? At least you tried it. So you got to go out there and do things. Make yourself feel good, because no one else is going to do it for you. You need to take charge of your feelings, your life, your road. So do it with joy and ambition. Go.
Yes. Smile. Xavier.
I'm going to give to your viewers a very practical tool that I give to my clients. It's so you want to build awareness. You want to be aware of your survival thoughts and everything, all the narratives, like I said, that you're telling yourself. So, and to do that, you want to rebuild presence. So I give grounding exercise to people so that they can achieve that. And one easy, simple one to do is just try to stretch your spine a little bit, stand a little straighter, and that will bring you right back in the present. No matter like what you're thinking, your thoughts are taking you somewhere, you're worried about something, you feel guilty, sad, angry, whatever that is, just recenter yourself and you'll start feeling, oh, I'm here again. And that's the first step to awareness so you can move forward.
I love that everybody else did it right away. Even the people who are sitting here. Oh, wait, that's a good reminder. So I'm sure those of you who are watching online did the same thing. And it's really quick. You can do it right now. Yes, Carmen.
Right. So I guess to wrap things up with everyone with a community, exercise, movement, and then with AI, now that you are a little more free time because AI is making you more efficient, just the statistics says that if you move around a lot, you will increase lifespan. So now you have more time. You're going to live longer. Right? Stretch. And another thing I learned is laughter. Try to go out there and laugh. Find people and enjoy yourself along with smiling and be happy. But laughter also increases your lifespan too, right? Happiness, real, true laughter. So.
I love it. Yeah, you were going to say something? Yes, go ahead.
Real quick. And when you're sad, use that also. The greatest song, and people are always searching, just be happy, just be happy. No, you have to use every emotion. The greatest songs, the greatest paintings, the greatest film scripts, the greatest books, none of them would have been written by happy people. They were written by people that were...
So true.
It's the truth. So whenever I'm depressed or sad, boom, I get on the computer, I start writing, or I start painting, or I start creating. Instead of being sad that I'm sad, I use it to be inspired. Well, my family's from Argentina, very nostalgic family. It's a country that thrives on that. And I think we're losing that by people just chasing the happy, chasing the success. No, use it. Use all the emotions. Life is ups and downs. It's not this. When you're flatline, that's when you're dead. And there's too many people over medicating themselves to not feel anything. Man, you have to feel the ups and downs. You only enjoy the ups because you came from the down.
That's true.
The light only exists because there's darkness. So use that.
Love it, Pablo. I'm going to do an experiment here, okay? So we've been sitting, I'm sure you guys have been watching for a long time. So everybody stand up. Because you can create energy right now. You don't have to wait to go to a class on Saturday. You can do it right now. So please stand up online. Awesome. And everybody, we're going to go side to side. We're going to start to the left, which is your right, and to the other side. Here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One more time. Yay! Let's pretend that we have a music. Dun, dun, and we're going to go like double, double, double. Yay! One more time. I can see you. And then we're going to go slowly cross. We're going to go around. And then say, hey! Hey! Awesome. So in one word, how do you feel right now? Here, go, the mic, so I can hear you. How do you feel?
Oh, hello. I feel amazing.
Amazing. One word. How do you feel?
Fantastic.
How do you feel, Carmen?
Fragilidocious.
Yeah. What about you?
Energized. Energético para los latinos hispanos.
Eso mismo. So right now, I want to see, put in the chat, how do you feel after doing that movement? And with that, I want to give a round of applause to this amazing panel. Thank you so much for connecting. And I'm also going to bring my co-host, Michael. Thank you so much, guys, for being here.
Very caliente podcast.
Coming soon. Coming soon.
Thank you, Jenny.
Amazing. And now, Jeff, back to you. Let's make sure we get into a commercial. Thank you.
Make sure I hit that unmute button. Isn't that fantastic? I know I'm getting the moves going here, even in my chair down here in Tasmania, while they're rocking it in Miami at City Zero. Guys, we're going to head to another commercial, and then we're going to have another amazing panel here talking about our Very Caliente podcast. All right, we'll head to a commercial, and we'll be back just after this.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. It looks like we've just got some technical difficulties going here. I know we're all good. The mic is open. It's over to Mr. Michael Silvers and Jenny Lopez and Pablo Alcina to talk all about our Very Caliente podcast launch. Let me just let them know there is a bit of a slight delay. All yours, guys. And here we go. Hey, make sure that you're commenting, make sure that you're sharing, make sure that you're registering for the event to get the replay and share it out with the wonderful world here. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Michael Silvers and just wait for this delay to kick in. All right, here we go.
All right. We are ready whenever Jeff is ready. We'll see it on the screen, and then we're going to talk up there.
All right, guys, you're all good to go. Let's do it.
All right. I was told it's all ours, so we just always have that little delay. I wanted to welcome everybody back. It's a great day on the virtual show. You know, we're really here to educate, and we're here to launch. We have a couple launches today, so this is the first one. We're actually going to have we'll do a ribbon cutting. I got to fit that in somewhere. I got to remind me to do that. But the greatest thing is that the two amazing people up here, you just saw them on panels and running a panel, have launched two things. Number one, we have the Spanish division of the Los Angeles Tribune and everything we're doing. Give that a round of applause.
Let's
Awesome.
go.
Yeah. And Very Caliente, the podcast. Give that a. All right. So you two have known each other for about 25 years now, and you work like that's happened, right? But talk a little bit about first. Talk about a little bit about the Spanish division, and then tell us a little bit about Very Caliente.
Yes, so we are officially launching the Spanish division for Los Angeles Tribune. And the cool thing is that we're going to have our very first Latin journal, which is launching. And like we mentioned before, Beto is sharing an amazing story of his beginnings all the way until now. And we have amazing Hispanic and Latin voices highlighted from around the world. And don't worry if you don't know Spanish, it's in English and Spanish. So everybody, we can inspire everybody around the world. And also we have our very first podcast,
Very Caliente. We already have one podcast on. We've already done over 20 interviews. And what I love about this podcast, one, working with Jenny, she's amazing, but we're bringing some of the brightest Hispanic landmines from all around the United States, from other countries as well. We're talking to psychologists, sculptors, doctors, chefs, motivational speakers. I mean, so much. We want to show that the narrative of the Hispanic, especially in the United States and all around the world, we are a lot more than what they portray sometimes in movies and in the media. We are wonderful people, extremely educated, and we bring so much to the podcast. Lots of the episodes are in English. Lots of them are in Spanish. Y muchos son bilingüe, a little Spanish, a little English. And truly, I hope you guys check it out. Very Caliente with Jenny Lopez y Pablo Alcina.
That was good. A little bit of energy. That's what we like. You know, and it really is. It's about bringing the information out. And we always want to make sure the one thing that we do is we serve all populations. Because we also are launching, too, we have the Los Angeles Tribune leadership, you know, the leadership community, the leadership. We'll have the journal. And it's really an exciting time because that goes across all boundaries. But when it comes to Very Caliente, you know, is there a particular audience you're looking for or education that you're imposing, or it's really just across boundaries?
It's so funny. I get that question a lot. What is your niche? I'm like, the niche is just amazing Hispanic, Latino voices that are inspiring. We are educating and we're changing the narrative to be a positive one from around the world. But honestly, a lot of people want to learn more about our community. So truly, truly is for everybody.
And again, lots of these episodes are in English. I mean, I'm as American as an apple pie. I've lived my whole life in Miami until the last 10 years ago, I moved to LA. So people are like, are you Latino? Are you Hispanic? One, I'm an American. I'm a proud American. And yes, I speak Spanish also. But we want to bring all these people and telling these stories that are great for anybody. If you're not Hispanic, if you're not Latino, you can still watch these episodes. They're amazing interviews with some wonderful, incredible people, and they will tell you so many positive stories. We met a sculptor. I met her when she was little. Now her sculptures are selling for over $100,000. She came to this country as an immigrant from Cuba at 5 years old. And she said, being an immigrant is a superpower because you come with nothing. And she built herself in this wonderful country of the United States. So let's bring that back. Let's bring inspiring people. Doesn't matter where you come from. Even if you come from a high education or low education, you can do anything still in this country. So let's push that. Let's push education. Let's push eating well, fitness, and everything that we do in this podcast. So please check it out, even if you're not Hispanic or Latino.
Be entertained for sure, because we had a violinist that he played live the violin. Amazing. We have had now 2 singers also singing live. So there is a fun entertainment factor. Amazing.
You know, it's a great day because it is really about cross boundaries and getting out there to the world. And, you know, there's a whole group with Mr. Mo Rock and the Tribune that's headed to the Grammys because there's so much happening within what we did with Fab Morvan in the book. And it's about getting the stories out there. And it's about getting the stories out there that have been told, that haven't been told, but it's about sharing life together. And I think that's the biggest piece is one team, one family, one community worldwide making a difference and changing every single day.
And of course, the name Very Caliente is because, yes, it's a little bilingual, but also we wanted to give that spice. And I think all of you, Spanish lesson, caliente means hot. So Very Caliente means very, very hot. And that's what the podcast is. Yeah. Because one, we're super good looking and hot, but the topics we will touch are also hot. They're also inspiring. So please check out Very Caliente.
He doesn't need a lot of energy, as you can tell. He brings it all. But the cool thing is that we feed from each other. That energy is amazing. That's what you're going to also experience. And he was joking when he said that we know each other from 20-something years. We literally just met a couple of months ago, and we clicked right away. And I think it's that Latino culture that honestly unites all of us around the world together.
You know, and you're going to see a lot of this over the next years to 10. This is going to be going on for a long time because the one thing we do is it's about commitment. And I think that commitment part, it's like at the Tribune and everything else we do with all of our businesses, we're there for you. And we're not going anywhere. We're not fading away because we're just bringing that message out there. There'll be more people to be on this show. There'll be more people that we'll be looking at. We'll even be looking at audience with somebody that got a great story, a positive story, whatever that story is, to take it out to the world. And that's the exciting part of what we do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
We definitely want to bring back class and elegance and the proper way to speak with people. And our guests are going to love, every single guest we've had, they just love it. So when you tune in, just kind of sit back and you're one of us. And then after the show, feel free to follow us, write questions, comment, let us know what you want us to talk about, what guests you'd like to have on, what stories you can tell. Like we had an actor, an actress from Brazil, an actor from Ecuador, from Mexico, because we're not all just one. We're from so many different countries. So we're going to show you, being Hispanic or Latino, it's in a race. There's white Latinos, there's black Latinos, there's mestizo Latinos, there's mulatto Latinos. So we're everything. There's some that come from Europe, some that come from South America, Central America. And that's what the podcast is showing. And we're all here trying to inspire people. And positivity always is what you'll have on Very Caliente.
And I think, Pablo, one of the things that I absolutely love about the program is very empowering because sometimes you feel the need to fit a box and they think that all Latinos are the same and we all need to behave a certain way. Honestly, we come from so many different countries and that's the beauty of it. So honestly, our whole mission is to empower you to be your best authentic you because we need every single flavor. We need for you to bring your authentic gift to this world and make an impact.
Yeah, I want to thank you too for being here, for everything that you're doing, Jenny, for what you're creating with the Spanish division, and both of you for Very Caliente, and really, you know, bringing the world in is one people. And we know we actually have a large group in the Philippines who always listens to our shows too, and actually in their villages. So why don't you just take 30 seconds, speak to them the way you would speak to them in the Philippines, and then we'll take it away to the next segment.
How's your, I don't know how to speak that.
Spanish, baby.
En español, bueno, si hablan español, les quiero dar un abrazo grande y decirle que por favor vean Very Caliente, donde juntamos gente de diferentes países. Van a ver cubanos, van a ver mexicanos, van a ver brasileños, argentinos, de todo un poco, muchos americanos que hablan español también, que quieren aprender. Vean nuestro show y siempre recuerdan que hay mucho amor en nuestro programa, mucho amor para la gente y la clave de este mundo es el amor, la felicidad, la comunidad y sonreír.
Exacto. Sí, y la misión de este programa es para empoderarte, hacer tu mejor versión. No tienes que encajar en ninguna cajita. Tú eres tú y queremos todos tus regalos para todo el mundo para que tengas el impacto que se supone que tengas. Así que es un show increíble para motivar, para educar y para elevar a la comunidad hispana y latina alrededor del mundo.
Y ser orgulloso de quién eres, y si no hablas tanto español, aprendan español, es tan importante, aprendan todos los idiomas que puedan, aprendan inglés también y sigan creciendo juntos y por favor síganos en Very Caliente, le va a encantar.
All right, give them a thunderous round of applause. We're going to send this thing to commercial. I know there's always we're shooting this all around the world. And it's just a great day as we continue to do this. So the team is going to take it away, send it to commercial, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, here we are. We're back again, and this time I've got Alana Cahoon with me, and we're going to talk about her amazing book launch that she's just launched recently. And Alana, thank you very much for tuning in. I know that you're live in Miami. First, I'm a little bit getting a bit of major FOMO going on here. What am I missing out on not being there in Miami?
You're missing out on the party. We are dancing Zumba. We got to dance with the man himself. Beta was incredible, full of energy, vibrancy, and the place was packed, colorful, loud music, live drums of all things, live drums right up there.
I saw your reel. I saw your reel that you put. I saw your reel that you put up there, and you showed the drums. Yeah. That's pretty cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, I'm being a bit of a ham bone.
So, Alana, you've been working on your book now for a couple of years, and it's got to the space now where you're actually launching it. I'd love to just give you this space here to talk about the hope that you have this impact the book has, and give our audience sort of some context on what they can expect when they read your amazing book.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, so the book is called Creating Abundance. Access your inner wisdom to manifest radiant health, wealth, and happiness. And it's really about getting to know yourself, right? So when you're authentic and you're real, you're comfortable, you're relaxed, you have energy. It's when you go out into the world and you think you have to be somebody else, you have to pretend, you have to put on a mask, and you have to play a role or perform a job. It's not about performing a job or playing a role. It's about being you. It's about showing up and living life and showing people how brilliant they are and how wonderful life can be. Lots of tools and stories. I try to make it fun, but you get your own personal plan of balance and creativity, creating abundance in your life.
Oh, I love that. So I always want to come back to the inspiration for the creation of a book, right? You know, and so I'd love to just unpack that. So what inspired you to create this amazing book and actually give the gift to the world with your knowledge and your wisdom here?
My clients inspired me. It's all based on either what I've learned through my clients or my own personal experience, you know. And what I find is that we tend to hold on to traumas and identify ourselves with that. And when I mean trauma, it could be anything is, you know, really simple that you've held on to subconsciously and you don't even know about it. Or it could be going through a divorce or transition, a job loss, etc. And it's saying, okay, this is an experience that's a bit rocky, but this is life. And how do I manage myself to get through it and still be successful, still have a balanced home, and still take care of myself? And know that when you go through that journey, you walk out on the other side with a jewel, really, because then you're able to teach others, right? So I've had my share of traumas in this world, and I share what worked. How did I make it through? How did my clients make it through? How do we achieve abundance, not only in money, financial prosperity, but our physical health and our happiness?
So you talk a lot about, you know, identity and formation of identity in your book and in your work too, from what I've got to know you. And so, you know, what is the impact of identity labels, right? Like, you know, like my mum, right? She's just got divorced and now she labels herself as a divorced woman. that type of thing. So after 30 odd years of marriage and all of that space, myself, right? I'm a Christian, so I label myself as a Christian, but I'm also an entrepreneur. I label myself as an entrepreneur. How important are labels? But let's talk about labels, right? Because they can serve us, but they also can be very damaging to us. So I'd love to just give you probably just 4 minutes here before we move on to our next segment, and just give us some wisdom around this whole thing about labels.
All right. So labels is so broad, especially in today's world. There's the label of I am a mindfulness coach. I am an author. I'm an international speaker. I'm a former singer, songwriter. I am an actress. I am this. I am that. I am an avid meditator. But it's not about what I am. It's about how I serve others, how I show up in life. All those things that I am are things that I've learned. They might be natural talents. I love to paint. I love to sing, but it's what comes through. What comes through? How am I showing up? So how are you showing up with all the things that you have in your life? So labels. I've also seen labels, they can be detrimental. When I talked about trauma, I've seen it, especially in different generations, where it's like, I'm depressed and I'm just depressed. And forgive me for making that, statement that way. But the truth is, we're all depressed. We're all depressed at a certain point of our lives. Don't sink into it. If you find yourself sinking it, stand up, get out of your house, your apartment, wherever you are, your office, and get some exercise, move. You need to get that energy flowing in your body. You need to feel alive. In depression also, a lot of the labels that are used in mental health often are because you're not connected to your authentic nature. Be yourself. Be yourself. Love yourself, right? Be you, be me. Nobody wants me. I used to work with some women in business and in tech, and I still do, really, on occasion. And they're like, do I have to wear this? No, I don't have to wear this suit. I don't need to wear that. Wear what you feel comfortable, as long as it's stylish and, appropriate, professional. But you don't need to dress or look or act like anyone but yourself, because when you come to the table, you have your viewpoint to share with others. And
that's absolutely so true. And what I love about that too, as well, and you summed up that quite nicely, right? But also with regards to labels, and we're probably only got a couple of minutes left here before the next segment. I think when we have autoimmune diseases or some sort of illness, I suffer from chronic pain syndrome. My son has MS and, those type of things. But they're things that we have. They don't have to be our identity, if you know what I mean.
Right. Absolutely. They don't need to be your identity. What's important is to know that there's all of you. There's the mother, the sibling, the parent, the friend, the colleague, the child, the inner child, the adult. There's the person who likes to read, the person who likes to run, the person who likes to teach, the person who's a doctor. All of it. It's everything within you is of value, even your illness. And sometimes that's really hard to wrap your head around, but when you can turn a painful experience into a gem, then you start creating that radiance, and it will come back to you. It's like okay, I know I need this, so I'm going to take care of myself. And as I take care of myself, everyone else around me is going to take care of themselves, and they're going to take care of me too, because I respect myself. A lot of it is about respect.
So true. So true. So, as my beautiful wife just put here in the comments, says, be who you really are. And I love that statement. So we've got probably 1 minute left before we move to our next segment. Where can people, expect to find your book?
Okay. So Creating Abundance, access your inner wisdom to manifest radiant health and wellness. You can find it on Amazon, on my website, on probably just about every site. If you don't find it yet, it will be there, just like my podcast, which is also called Creating Abundance, one of Los Angeles Tribune podcast network. Proud to say, and it's all about living vibrantly, loud, maybe not loudly, but boldly. Be bold.
I love that.
Be brave. Be beautiful. Be you.
I love it. Be you. Well, Alana, it's been absolutely amazing having this little interview with you, and I'm celebrating your amazing book launch and celebrating you. Thank you very much for everything that you've brought to this conversation. We're going to move to a commercial just quickly before we move over to our next section with Dr. Jaya. We're going to commercial now.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everybody. Jenny Lopez here from Los Angeles Tribune with Dr. J.R. I love your energy.
Yes.
I know you were also part of our marketing summit.
Yes.
I had the pleasure to meet you
Yes,
there.
yes.
And now we have you solo.
Yes, yes.
And first of all, thank you for your service.
Appreciate you.
Something that I have learned about you is about your journey in the military.
Right.
And I would love for you to share a little bit of your journey, and then I have a couple of curious questions when it comes to that.
Okay. Thank you for having me on Los Angeles Tribune. I appreciate it. This is an honor to be on here. But my military service, I come from California, Long Beach, California. Was raised there. I went to the Army, left California in 2002, joined the military, and straight from basic training, I went straight to Iraq. And that changed my life. So I grew up a lot in combat. I did 3 deployments to Iraq. I lost 25 guys in combat. I suffered with a lot of mental health, TBI, PTSD, a lot of things that prompted me to grow up while I was downrange and seeing a lot of things that kids shouldn't see. So I was a child raising kids, taking kids to combat. So I did that back to back in Iraq. So yeah.
Wow. So with your experience from the military and now through a veteran lens,
Yeah.
what has something that has shifted for you and you would like to share with the veterans and also people to understand more about that?
Definitely just the mindset, just understanding like you're going to go through your trials and tribulations is what you're going to do on the other side of it. And I think that's a superpower for people that deal with mental health is once you get in front of your ugly and understand who you are, then it ignites your superpower and what God gave you and a gift. God gave everybody a gift. And my gift is motivational speaking and life coaching now and transition and helping everybody. Everybody asks me, JR, like, what's your niche? And my niche is everything. It's whoever I touch, whoever I impact. So
Isra, I know we're talking about the military and veteran journey,
Yes.
but he can talk about leadership, he
Yeah.
can talk about wellness, he
Yes.
can talk about everything.
all that.
But since it's not a leadership one, let's
Yeah.
talk about wellness
Okay.
and movement.
Definitely.
So what are some of the things that you advocate for that you actually do yourself, like you
Right.
model for
Yeah.
others?
Definitely. Gym and prayer saved my life downrange. So, right. My outlet to cope when I was deployed was working out. Right. So after I understood my body and knew that I needed something to keep going, gym and prayer saved my life. But then I got out the military and I went to go to school and I got my associate's and bachelor's degree in sports medicine. So now that I know about how your body's supposed to move, I do a lot of grounding, I do a lot of healing. I went to Costa Rica for 9 months. I did Bufo, I did Reiki, I did ayahuasca.
Wow.
I did a lot of inner healing, a lot of modalities. I hugged on horses, hugged on trees, all these things to get me back to where I'm at right now. So yes.
Okay, now you got me so curious
Yeah.
from all of those journeys
Yeah.
because I have done some and some of them I just have heard
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
Do you have a go-to one that says this was really a transformational one, or is it a combination of all of them?
Definitely. I would say grounding myself, right? So taking your shoes off. I have a saltwater pool. So,
Yes.
put your feet in the water, put your feet on ground, on grass, pray, affirmations, my goals. Those are all my things right here. So
I love grounding.
Yeah, yes,
Because I always feel like I'm just like a battery that I'm
Yeah.
charging and
Yeah,
making sure
definitely.
that I keep that charge.
Yeah.
So you guys have to follow him. He has an incredible journey
Yeah.
and incredible energy too. How can people find you?
You can find me at the Hood Motivator, THA Hood Motivator, Motivator. You can find me on LinkedIn, JR McIntyre. You can find me on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple on Los Angeles Tribune at the Motivators table. Pop in. So
there you go. Yes. Absolutely. And you have a book launching soon.
Yes. I have two books out right now.
Oh, no, one, two.
Yeah. It's called The Elephant. It's on Amazon, and I have From the Board to the Block, From the Block to the Board, and then February 15th, I have a book coming out, A Good Heart Don't Pay Bills. Go grab that. That's on Amazon.
So Good Heart Don't Pay Bills. Can you tell us a little bit about what that book is about?
It's just going through the entrepreneurship of just betrayal. Running a business after veterans and understanding who you are. And once you get into the entrepreneurship world and try to figure out and try to put people in position, it talks about the betrayals. And people don't tell you about that when you start a business.
Yes.
So they talks about the good days and all the houses and the Lamborghinis and all these things, but they talk about where you fail. So I talk about that process and how I was able to get in front of my ugly.
I love that. As an entrepreneur myself, you always hear the success stories.
Yeah.
This is how you do this, and it's magical.
Right.
And I keep searching, wait a second, but when you have this problem, what do you do? And it's very difficult to find something.
Right.
So I love that you're doing not the good, but the good, the bad, and the ugly, so we can all learn together.
Definitely, yeah.
Amazing. So I know there's a lot of parents also watching here. You brought your son here, so I know you're a father, I'm a mom.
Yeah.
So when it comes to like stay movement, especially in this age,
Right.
what are some of the things that you can advise for the parents watching?
Well, I work out with my kids. I'm 45 years old. My daughter's 25. My son is 19, getting ready for the military. And my other daughter's 15. And I make sure they understand that movement is a very good part of who you are, right? And being a product of your environment and understanding that I cannot go pour into anybody else if I don't get myself right. So I can't get on those stages, can't life coach anybody if I'm not pouring that same information to myself and into my kids. So you could say, hey, why are you not telling your kids that? You telling everybody else that. I make sure they understand that too. So
it's by role modeling,
Yes.
not by telling, hey, you
Yes.
have to work out
No,
with
they
me.
see me. Yeah.
Yes, they
Yeah.
see you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
absolutely love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we wrap this up, any last word of wisdom or maybe an advice that you can tell to people that they can do right now when it comes to like owning your wellness and movement and community?
simple. Just jump off the porch. Stop being scared. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you got to take ownership of who you are and get out there and do what you got to do. Stop hashtagging it. Stop looking at everybody else, your left and your right. Put that energy inside of you and take charge of your own life because you are responsible for that. And once you're responsible for your life, then everything will start getting better because the best business in the world is making sure you take care of yourself.
And you take that ownership.
Yes,
you don't wait for anybody to rescue you.
No, I'm here. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
You heard it
Yeah.
from JR. Thank you so
Yes.
much for driving all the way here,
Yeah.
sharing your amazing
Yes,
story and your
definitely.
wisdom with
Definitely.
everybody.
I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much. And Jeff, we're back to you right now.
Boom.
Let's go.
Hang on, I'm muted. I've got to remember to hit the mute button. Jenny, absolutely amazing there with Dr. Jaya, and we just had Alana. This has been an amazing day. And now we're about to move into the virtual component of this whole conversation. You guys have done an absolute brilliant job there with the live event at City Zero in Miami. So, Jenny, thank you very much for everything that you've brought to the conversation. The comments are coming in, flying in, that this has been an amazing show. The energy is high. Let's continue. Thank you for the baton pass, and we'll see you on later on. All right, guys, before I bring up our next guest, which is Mr. Mark Leong, let's say that a bit slowly, Mr. Dr. Mark Leong from Singapore, we're just going to go to commercial and I will bring him up.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, today I am honored to welcome a world-class wellness expert and thought leader to our stage. Someone who blends scientific integrity with a heart-centered approach to health. Dr. Mark Leong is a trusted clinician, speaker, founder behind Farms Asia, and the leader in evidence-based supplementation strategies that help people to optimize performance, immune resilience, and long-term health. Dr. Leong's work is about empowering people with practical, scientific, grounded solutions, not just quick fixes. And we are so grateful to have him here to share his insights with us today, to be able to help you to transform your world, to help you to transform the way that you think about nourishment, vitality, and whole life wellness. Please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Mark Leong to the Wellness Movement Summit. Dr. Mark Leong, welcome to the stage. It's so good to have you here with us today, and looking forward to this interview.
All right, boom. Hello, everyone. And Jeff, thanks for having me part of the amazing work that you guys do. I'm really excited to have this conversation with you and, of course, all the audience here that is with us.
And so let's just dive straight in. Like, you work at the intersection of clinical science and real-world wellness. You know, so how did your journey into supplements and functional health begin?
Well, this is a really interesting question that, most people thought that I went into it because of I wanted to lose weight in the early days of what we do. And in fact, I went into my field as a microbiologist or into the healthcare simply because my father was diagnosed with cancer. He was given 6 months, to live. And at a point of time on his 4th month, he was literally dying from his chemotherapies rather than the cancer itself. And we decided, at a point of time to stop his radiation treatments as, he wasn't improving. Now, at a point of time, we were very desperate to, of course, not give up on him. So we tried everything from buying literally any and every supplement that people were telling us that's going to help to extend the lifespan of a cancer patient, changing his diet, so on and forth. And eventually we were successfully, blessed with another 4 years of life expansion for my father. But of course, the some of the damages were irreversible. Like, he went blind, he was paralyzed, and that was how we went.
It's always fascinating with the, the cure to cancer is to attack it with more poison. And I saw my mother-in-law go through a similar journey. When I was newly married, my wife's mother, she got diagnosed with, stage 4 ovarian cancer. And I watched my wife, early in our marriage, be her mother's full-time carer for the last 3 years of her life. And it was just those last 3 years of her life, she just got sicker and sicker and sicker. And the treatment was just to give her more poison, the radiation to try and combat the cancer. And it baffled me, like, to try and heal the body, but we're attacking it with more poison. So I can understand your journey to wanting to try and do things different. I find that actually refreshing. And I think our world needs a different approach to this conversation. So I'm really excited to dig into this with you. So in your views, what do you see as the biggest misconception people have about supplements today?
That a bottle of pills will be the miracle healing that provides you energy, longevity, and everything that I desire in health. I think that's the biggest misconception. So, I see not only in Singapore or Southeast Asia, but in fact, everywhere when I travel, around the world, people are just simply stepping into the pharmacies, buying online, a range of supplements from A to Z. Just because of the busy life, thinking that, okay, if I'm not going to have the best diet, I will just supplement my deficiencies by popping all of these range of colorful pills. But
so
actually, that's
the system.
Yeah, it's screwing up the system, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I think that's the biggest misconception here. Yeah.
Yeah. So with the people trying to shortcut the system, and try to cheat it really in that space and whatnot, I'll say I've been guilty of that myself. What is the, I suppose, what's the long-term impact of that? And, how can we, what is is there a better solution? What is that?
Absolutely. So I break it down into 3 parts. right? The first part here is understanding, do you really need that supplement? Now, there are ways to identify them, and the first thing is that the best thing you can do is do a nutrient deficiency test, where you can go to the hospitals and some of the laboratories where they'll take your blood, your stool sample, and your urine. And within a few days, you'll get a report to know that exactly what your body is deficient. And that's what we provide to our patients and clients, rather than, I think you need vitamin C. It doesn't work that way. So that is one of the most accurate way. Now, of course, not everyone loves going to the hospitals or to a lab to get their blood taken. Then you have the symptom tests, right? Based on certain questionnaires, based on certain outer challenges of, let's say, skin, pain that you are feeling. Those are not the most accurate way, but at least that gives you about 60 to 70%, accuracy on the deficiency when it comes to nutrients. Then at least you now know, okay, now what are the nutrients? Is it vitamin A, vitamin B12, or vitamin D, or calcium that I need to eat? And how much should I be eating if I'm taking it from the natural food sources? Now, of course, if I can get those food, amount in my day-to-day, then I should then look at the supplementation. Now, then that moves to step number 2, right? So after you have diagnosed that, step number 2 is making sure that you're not buying fake supplements. You could be buying the supplement that you thought you need, but actually they are fake. And what are some of the most common fake supplements that are sold around the world? And these are also supplements that are sitting on the shelves of the pharmacies. These are fish oils. You have collagen, you have probiotics, and the most recent hype of longevity and anti-aging is NMN, which I'm not sure if you heard of that, right? In where you're at. So NMN is big, but there's a lot of fake supplements out there. So first, the first step of, after diagnosing yourself, you got to understand how to identify fake supplements that are in the market. I'm not talking about imitation. I'm talking about 100% fake. So, for example, the fish oil may not contain fish oil. It could contain vegetable oil. So you're just popping the wrong thing. Now, then comes down to the last step, which is the most important thing, and everyone is making a big mistake when it comes to dosing. You can't overdose your supplements. For example, I have patients that are taking 3 to 4 tablets of vitamin C a day, and assuming if each tablet is 1,000 mg, your body can only absorb 1,000 mg as a maximum intake each day, and the rest of it will pass out through your urine. But from a long-term standpoint, pretty expensive. But the biggest concern here is that it's causing kidney stones formation. So you're paying a very hefty, price to screw up your body, thinking that's going to make you healthy. So, Jeff, these are the 3, biggest problems I see today when it comes to people buying or consuming supplements blindly.
Okay. Now, I'm going to be really selfish here for a second because I want to pick your brains. My 12, well, he's now 14, but at the age of 12, he was diagnosed with MS. So overnight he lost the ability to walk. And he had to relearn how to walk. And so the doctors put him on, I can't remember the name of the medicine off the top of my head, sorry. But it's basically a steroid, to help him with his whole MS journey and to help that sort of thing. Now, this steroid has affected his immune system. And, because of, he's got a low immune system now, my beautiful wife, she's been learning from functional medicine and looking into supplements and, to help him to strengthen his immune system in that space. So as a concerned father, who's, his 14-year-old son is thriving now. Like he's relearned how to walk. We've got him going, but his energy levels get very, very low. What would be something that you could help me as a father there to be able to help my son to take the right supplements to help him, A, strengthen his immune system, but B, help him to strengthen his energy levels so he can thrive as a 14-year-old boy?
Now, I would say the basic supplements for children, and of course it's good that you're at least clear on what you want him to achieve in terms of outcome. The first one is definitely probiotics. Probiotics are really important, not only for children but also for adults, and with the right type of probiotics, it will help them to also function amazingly from a cognitive performance. So it's definitely going to help your boy on that part. And by the way, sorry to hear about your kid, and I hope he's doing well.
He's doing really, really well now. Thank you.
Oh, that's great, brother. All right, so probiotics are really important. At the same time, a good quality cod liver oil or fish oil is going to make a difference to his heart and also to the brains as well, and overall the immune system. But what you got to look out for is that it must contain at least the DHA and EPA amount of 500 mg add together. So that is the minimum dosage that your boy should be consuming. So again, I don't recommend too much various supplements for immune system, for greater energy. These are just some of the basics that are great enough.
Mm-hmm. So what's the, like I'm completely naive to the benefits of fish oil. So what are some of the benefits to fish oil?
So fish oils actually help, for the brains to be able to function more effectively, because we need two things, right? Oxygen and good fats. So a lot of times people are mistaken by thinking fish oil is just going to strengthen the heart and protect the heart. Well, Harvard has done amazing clinical studies to prove that there's very little evidence of fish oil directly impacting the heart in a positive way. Of course, there are some, great things like, for example, lowering down the bad cholesterol. But what it is here is that people think that when I want to have more energy, means it has to directly deal with my muscles, right? Or maybe activating the energy gland. Well, it doesn't work that way. For me, as a business owner that runs 3 companies, I've businesses around the world, I need a lot of energy. And the only thing that keeps me super high energy is, first, my sleep. Secondly, is that making sure that my brains are fresh and properly rested. And that is where fish oil comes in and play a huge part. The good fats, the EPA, DHA, omega-3, right? That is what energizes me here. And then I have a strong body. A strong mind will give you a strong body, and a strong body will give you a strong mind. And
I love that.
Yep, this is for me why it works.
Dr. Joseph McClendon was talking about that, something similar in the interview just previous there, as a neuroencoding psychologist in that space. And he talks about the getting this right so we can get this right so we can get this right and get everything into alignment. So, but I'm curious, Dr. Leong, how important is personalization in supplementation, and what are some of the best first steps for someone can take to know what they actually need?
So the best step to personalization is, like I mentioned, do a blood test. That will be the best, no guessing game.
So start at the blood. So start at the numbers, right?
Yes. Now, of course, that is what we do for our clients and patients, because I can't make a guess like, okay, you know what, Jeff, you should take 500 mg of vitamin C. That is a very dangerous thing. And it's almost like you're looking for a fortune teller, right? So that is one of the most accurate way. Now, of course, again, for whatever reasons, it could be geography, it could be the person is busy, they don't have time to get their bloods taken. So what is the next best way to get personalized nutrition? Then it comes down to, how are you feeling each day? Are you having very low energy? Are you having bad skin? These are all symptoms, right? Then from there, we will prescribe, or we will recommend anyone here that is listening in the audience, go with at least the minimum dosage of certain nutrients based on your symptom. And there is this, I call it the vitamin cheat sheet that Jeff, I'll be so happy to provide to you, that all your, viewers can benefit from that. So we use RDA standards, which is a global standard when it comes to all supplements at the minimum dose that if anyone wants to start on it, whether it's a vitamin B, vitamin C, calcium, or protein, or anything, right, as a good, gauge, rather than just trying to go on ChatGPT or Google. So that is what I would recommend, for personalization as a start.
Fascinating. So I've heard this term in around, travel, right? Like I travel quite a fair bit, and our world has what we call these blue zones where, where people don't, age, and they get to, over 100 and is the regular age and that sort of thing. And so their nutrition and their environment and everything that they're doing help them to age longer. I'm always fascinated about this conversation because, look, I grew up on farms. I grew up on cattle stations and horse studs, and I left school early, so I'm not a learned person like yourself, but I travel a fair bit, and I'm always fascinated, with culture and environment and those factors that play on our health and our wealth, in that space. So I'd love to pick your brains a little bit and get your insights here. How important is our culture and how important is our nutrition to help us to age well?
It plays a huge part when it comes to the culture, or in fact, the country that we all live in. So, I'm glad you asked this really important question, because the environment, plays a huge influence. So, for example, if I were to ask anyone from the audience, right, name me, which country in the world has, the most oldest people that are alive. I'm sure we will all name a few. At least in Asia, will be Japan.
Yeah, Japan is probably the one that comes to mind. Yes.
Yeah, Japan, Taiwan, and surprisingly, even China. Where you got people that are living above hundreds of years old. Now, if we look at what these countries have in common when it comes to the eating habits, most of them are eating real food, right? Fish, chicken, good sources of grain. Now, they are not so much on a high processed food or ultra processed food culture. Unlike the first world, for example, if you look at Singapore, we are very Western influenced, where our diet is largely what you find when you fly over to the States. And that's why over the years, we have an increasing amount of Singaporeans that are suffering from obesity. And even, for example, cancer is rising. Now, if you take a good look at Vietnam, you hardly 10 years ago, you would find anyone on the streets that are overweight or the word called fat. Why? Because they are poor, and financially eating meat is a luxury. So they take more of plant-based foods and fish, a lot of seafood. Now, of course, in the recent years again, with all the manufacturing entering Vietnam, you got Intel, you got all the American companies going in their factories, right? The fast food culture has also transferred into Vietnam. And that is where you see the younger generation of people are gaining weight and having the chronic conditions that we see in certain first world. And this is in the Asia side of the world, right? If we look at in the West, if we look at which nation or which country has people that are fit, healthy, and live long, you will look at literally people in, for example, right, people in Europe, the Italians, although they take a lot of pasta, but they are healthy. If you were to compare to someone in the States, if you look at Greece, people are still on the Mediterranean diet. They are living long. They are healthy. So again, the culture of what we eat plays a huge part, and unfortunately, the environment makes a huge influence on how we were raised. So people think that it's genetic. Actually, it's not really so much of genetic. It's more of because of the environment, and then it gets passed down to the next generation. And then if these are all the foods that you find around your surrounding, from your home to your office to your schools, it is very likely that you are going to get the problems that you are seeing.
Absolutely fascinating. And so I want to tie this back in here to the whole conversation where you're talking about, getting our blood tested and all that sort of thing. And so, look, I'm been on a journey of, weight loss, right? I've got 40 kilos to release, and I've got some chronic pain syndrome stuff that I'm dealing with, inflammation in my body. So I'm on a real sort of nerd health run at the moment, and I'm just like a sponge, and I'm learning what I can. And one of the things that I've learned along the way is our blood type can also impact our diet. And so, different types of blood should eat different types of diets to be able to help us to be able to be healthy. I'd love you to unpack that a little bit more for me, and why that is the case, and what are your thoughts around that conversation?
I personally I'm not a believer about the blood type linking to the diet. And of course, there are two groups of healthcare experts. One group definitely debates on that, saying that this is what you should be doing based on your blood type. And I'm on the other side of the group, right? Which I disagree, because to me, there is very little science, again, right, to demonstrate that if you are blood type O, these are the foods that you're going to eat and it's going to help you to achieve more results or worse off. I just can't find that linkage there. For me, again, right, after working with more than 10,000 patients, people that came in to us weighing 130 kg, we were able to bring their weight down in literally less than 30 days to below 100, healthily, safely. It all comes down to a few things. Number one, making sure that you're on a calorie deficit. Well, to me, I've not seen anyone that following based on their blood type diet, and yet if they're eating excessively, they can lose weight. The principle is the same, calorie deficit. Number two, are you moving more, right? Are you moving more? So how are you moving today, right? And this is important. Well, you can lose weight still by going on calorie deficit, but again, the energy levels are affected. I'm speaking for myself now. I want to lose weight and not feel like I'm dying. And I keep, hitting on the coffee, right? And I can't function at work because I'm just so tired from not, having enough food. I don't enjoy that part when I used to be overweight. So for me, moving creates energy. You got to get moving. Thirdly, I've got people that has come to me and say, Dr. Mark, I've been eating really healthy. I've been exercising and yet I can't lose weight. Why? Well, because you got a problem with your sleep and it affects your insulin levels. So the sleep, whether we like it or not, as we age, the sleep plays a huge part in our hormonal balance. Then you got a fourth part, which is far more important and outweighs everything. That is the hormones. Now you can, again, right, talk about whichever blood type, and there's even, Ross, there's this, Jeff, there's this DNA test as well, where they tell you, okay, now I'm going to take your blood or your hair, and I'm going to run a DNA and tell you that this is the food that you should be eating for your DNA based on your genetic, which again, we have tested and it's not accurate. But the most important one here is the hormones. Now for men, above 40s, chances are your testosterone level is going to be low. Now, and when it's low, when you are going to pump up to above 500 of your average testosterone level, most people tell you that, Jeff, you got to be 300 to be at the borderline. I don't believe in 300. It's way too low. Now, above 500, you're going to be functioning like when you are in your 20s, where you're going to go out, you're going to run, and you feel great about it every day.
When I was in my 20s, I used to ride bulls.
Oh, man. Wow. Okay, that's great. So the testosterone plays a huge part. So if your testosterone is low, no matter how you try to eat healthily, you're going to exercise, you're still going to feel frustrated where you can't see that transformation physically. You can't see your belly going down, your muscle mass is still low, or it takes very, very long, and your recovery is longer after every intense workout, right? So these are all the things that it's science, and we can't argue about hormones. For women, because they have menopause, they got more complicated system than men do because they got progesterone. Right. Then they got the, estrogen levels that are potentially higher than, the average. And then, of course, they also need to maintain their testosterone level as well. So in that context, for me, I want, the audience here, and of course, to share with you based on the question, I don't really look at the blood type diet. I look at these 4 areas and how do we optimize in these respective areas to get results. That's it.
I love how you just simplified it for me, and you've made it, easier and more consumable to focus on the right areas. And so I'm curious, though, whether it comes back to supplements, are there a risk in stacking multiple supplements, and how can people avoid combinations that don't serve them? Because I've seen it myself where people, take too many different types of supplements and they stack them and they don't see the benefits because, they're essentially countering each other out, So how do, people avoid, the combinations that don't serve them?
Now, my guideline is we shouldn't take more than 5 supplements per day.
Okay,
interesting. The first thing. More is not better, right? Now, and I again, right, I think you asked a very important question here. So every time when we take a supplement, we have to understand that supplements are to a certain extent synthetic. It has to go through certain processing, even though if it's naturally extracted from certain source of animal or plants. And what the film is used, for example, the tablet, the capsule. These are all a lot of factors that if I were to go down in the technical terms, everyone is going to like, it's too much. But again, I want to be thinking from that context today. And when I'm putting something to my body, is it going to help me or is it going to damage further? So I want to take as natural as possible. So for me is that the guideline here is nothing more than 5. Okay, now number 2, these supplements, definitely the more you take, or you are basically eating at the wrong time, the wrong dosing, and even matching the wrong things together, you're going to have it cancel out. And again, you're not only just wasting money, but there is so much going on for the liver and the kidney to basically break these supplements down. So for that purpose, it's really bad. All right, I won't suggest that. Now, then, of course, the third thing here, when it comes down, is like, the question is, when you take all these supplements, can we even test these supplements in terms of, is the body absorbing it?
Yeah.
What is the point that, okay, you know what, Jeff, I think I'm not a healthy person. I'm taking too much fried food, meat. I don't take enough vegetables and fruits. I'm going to take multivitamins. But do you know that you can't actually test out anywhere in the world for that entire bottle of multivites that you're popping? Does it really get ingested by your body? Which part does it get distributed to? Because the doses of each minerals in a multivitamin is too insignificant.
Yeah.
Right. And probably just get passed out in your urine. Yeah. So for me, no. So the 5 basic supplements is, I will always say that I need collagen, because as I age, after 30, we lose collagen every single year. And to me, this is a non-negotiable. I need good probiotics, right, for my gut, given that the stress, coffee, sugar, right? Even though I'm a person that would like to think that I eat healthy, but there are times that I could not, simply control the places that I go and travel. I will be exposed to some of these foods. I need to take care of my gut. And there are enough clinical research out there in the world that is independent to show how important it is of our gut. Now, the third one for me is a very good fish oil, because I value my cognitive performance. I want to have high concentration. I want to make great decisions. That is really important for me. And number 4, magnesium, so that I don't have muscle cramps and I have got a good sleep for my recovery. Right. And of course, the 5th one for me is all my green superfoods like chlorella, spirulina. These are all so that I have chlorophyll, I have oxygen for my cells to repair. So this for me is the mantra of the 5 supplements that I want it for these outcomes that I know is important for me. Secondly, these are foods that I may not get enough from my day to day. Number 3, right? These are things that it will not cancel each other out, or there is no conflict. Whether I take it in the morning, I take it in the night, and that's it, right? Now, and to answer the last question here, of course, there are certain supplements that you shouldn't be pairing them together. Otherwise, you're just going to waste your money. But the layman here, right, for the audience, is like, okay, so Mark, what supplements should I not pair together? Well, there is the vitamin cheat sheet that we indicate very clearly. These are some of the supplements that you shouldn't be taking on empty stomach. Some should be preferred taking after meals, and some of the timings matter. And of course, some of these supplements, you should not pair them together. For example, if you're taking an iron supplement, you shouldn't be taking it with milk or coffee, because what it does is that it blocks the absorption of the iron in your body. So it's not just about supplement clashes, but
it's about the
also
absorption.
the food that you're consuming together plays a huge part. I've seen people pouring collagen into coffee, and it destroys it destroys the collagen. I've got people that take high quality live cultured probiotics and put it into their hot soups, right? And I'm like, what are you doing? You're destroying that life culture is not supposed to be consumed this way. So these are some of the concerns, and I hope this provides the audience some.
Absolutely brilliant wisdom. So thank you very much for sharing. And we're about running out of time here for this interview, but I'd love to just quickly wrap this up in a couple of minutes or less. What is the single most empowering wellness mindset shift you would love every listener here to walk away with today?
Don't be healthy. Instead, do it because you want to be able to do things in your 40s, 50s, and even in your 60s that you once were able to in your younger days. Do it because you want to be able to enjoy your time with your loved ones rather than spending your time visiting hospitals. You want to travel the world, not travel hospital beds. And it's okay that you are shifting your mindset, which leads to your action to be healthy if it's going to help you to look better. Because health, the word health and healthy alone, it's too wide. I don't know what healthy means to me, and we can have a very different definition. But I want to be able to measure the outcome. I want to see, 1 month from now, 1 year from now, I'm looking different in a positive way. I'm feeling better, as I age. So Jeff, that will be a takeaway that I would love all of you to bring with you in the shift of mindset when it comes to health. Don't be healthy.
Yeah, I love that. I love how you challenge the narrative and the status quo around that conversation. And I know for one that you've impacted me through this conversation, and I'm very grateful for that. And I'm sure that you've impacted our audience here and given them loads of wisdom and something to think about as well. So Dr. Mark Leong, thank you very much for this amazing interview. And it's been an absolute pleasure. And I look forward to our next conversation on one of our many summits.
All right. Thanks, Jeff.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Honored to welcome the man whose life is nothing short of extraordinary. Someone who rewrote the story of what is possible for human healing and vitality. Skip Archimedes is known around the world as the Miracle Man. Was once told he would never walk again. Defying every expectation, he didn't just walk, he came back stronger, became a national gymnastics champion, and today guides people everywhere around the world to unlock their energy, clarity, and their health that they thought was lost. Skip brings together ancient wisdom, cutting-edge science, and emotional resilience and spiritual alignment to help thousands reverse the biological age, release pain, and reclaim the vibrant life that everybody's striving towards, right? His message is the miracle isn't outside of you, it's inside you to be ready to be awakened. So please help me join and welcome to the stage, Skip Archimedes, to the Wellness Movement Summit. Skip, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here today. Personally, I'm really looking forward to this one because I am on my own health journey, and I'm ready to release quite a few kilos and give it back to God, as they say. But mate, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here with us today. I always like to get started. Like, you've got a really powerful story, and I got a snip of it the other day when we had our little prep meeting. Are you able to sort of just share your story with us in like 2 minutes or less, just to help our audience get to know you better?
Yeah. So it'd just be facts. So I mean, I come from being ill, really ill as a baby. I was in a coma for 3 months with pneumonia. They didn't know I was going to make it through that. So right from the word go, this thing that I was living in was breaking down. I was covered from head to toe with eczema, chronic asthma, allergies to everything, to nuts, to seeds, to pollen, to, you name it, feathers, like you name it, I was allergic to it. And what happened was the medical industry told me, don't move. Because anytime I moved, I'd have an asthma attack. So I was told by our so-called experts, do not go and exercise. Now, here's what I learned. What makes us weak is decreased workload. Mm-hmm. Anytime that you put a workload on your body, you're strengthening yourself. So even though I got told not to go, it made logical sense, but who understands logic ain't going to freaking save us, right? It's our in a infinite intelligence that's going to save us. So anyway, cut a long story short, I got rid of all my symptoms I got rid of about 50% of my symptoms just by simply exercising. Now, I had asthma attack after asthma attack, but eventually got stronger and stronger where I could go and do an exercise without having an asthma attack. Now, cutting a long story short, I was in the gym one day doing some gymnastics and doing what I loved. Mistakes are going to happen to all of us, no matter how much we're planning certain stuff. A mistake happened in the gym. I break my back, get told I'm never going to stand or walk again, and basically wake up in hospital in a machine, you know, where I'm moving like this just to keep circulation going up and down the body. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And that's where I get told, you're never going to stand or walk again. I'm like, what are you talking about? And they said, we've seen this injury. Nobody heals from this injury. Now, this is what everybody who's watching or listening to this, I want everyone to understand this. And I say this, Deepak Chopra says this, who's, you know, he's got a big influence, you know, around the world. People aren't dying of the diseases anymore. What they're dying of is the diagnosis of those diseases. So let's say that someone goes and gets diagnosed with anything that could be scary. What happens to that person? Do they sit there and go, hey, doc, thank you so much for telling me this. I'm now going to cleanse out my system. I'm going to make sure I detox out all the stuff that doesn't need to be in my body anymore. I'm going to make sure that I get healthy. I'm going to make sure I do the right things and my body's going to regenerate. How many people go down that path? None of them. Because what happens is they mentally freak out, they emotionally freak out. And that's what I was doing when they said to me, you're never going to stand or walk again. I made it 1,000 times worse simply because of some information that I was told.
Yeah, wow.
Now, I hit hardcore depression. I hit a place in my life where the only thoughts I was having at one point in my life was, how do I kill myself?
Mm-hmm.
And that was, and I was getting pretty creative with these thoughts, because when you can't move and you need people to look after you, feed you, clean you.
Yeah. Well, especially for a man, it's demoralizing. It takes away our provider status as men and all that sort of thing. And you go into a whole different conversation around that. But yeah, I get that. I've had a similar experience myself in that.
And I understand, but here's what it did teach me. I'm so grateful I had those people to look after me.
Yeah, gratitude.
Say I was in a third world country, say I was somewhere where there wasn't a hospital, what would I have done?
Yeah. I've actually been to...
without me being told that, I might have just naturally healed anyway.
Yeah.
But to have those people that we could lean on, that I could look after, I'm grateful that they was there doing what they felt was going to serve. Now, even though I'd given up on myself and I didn't want to live anymore, I thought, what's the point in me living? If I do survive and stay alive, what the hell am I going to do in life? I don't love anything else. I'm not good at anything else. What am I going to do? So I started to feel more alone. I started to feel more dark. I started to feel, I'd given up. Now, and everyone then says to me, well, what turned it around? And for a long time, I hadn't worked it out. I had to really go back and look at, what was the turning point? And then I'm like, oh my God, it's the thing everybody talks about, but and everyone has it, and it's for free, and everyone can go and give it in abundance, but they don't. Guess what I'm talking about?
Love.
Unconditional love. Not just love, because we can love.
Yes.
If certain people are doing certain things in a certain way at the right times and all that, but they don't do that.
Yeah, that word is important.
Yeah, it brings up resistance within us. And it's like, no, I'll love you when you do this stuff, but when you're doing and saying all this stuff, I'm not going to love you. And so we have these limitations to love. Has to be unconditional love. It's got to be the type of love that a mother gives a baby when all that thing does is crap and eat, doesn't even speak, so it can't respond to anything or join in anything.
And then the mum's working on probably half an hour sleep a day for the last 3 months.
Jesus, we have no idea. Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So that's unconditional love.
Yeah, that's proper unconditional love. Now, I realized I wasn't giving myself any of that. And mum came in and she said to me, look, it's not game over. She said, I found someone He broke his back. He was in traction. He got told that he'd never stand or walk again. And he fully healed, and he went on to inspire millions of people around the world. Wow. And you know who she was talking about?
Who was she talking about?
Bruce Lee, the movie star.
Yes, I remember that story now. Yes.
Now, my first response was, rubbish, Mum. He's a movie star. They tell him what to say. It's all acted out. It's not real. And she goes, no, it is real.
Makes he doesn't look like he's ever had any injuries. Like, you know.
No. So this is what I want people to know, like factually, because now I've obviously dedicated my life. And by the way, just to let you know that what happened when I knew somebody else had done it, it's like smashing a 4-minute mile. You know, there was one time in life when all the best sports scientists around the world said it's impossible for this human body to go and run faster than a 4-minute mile. They proved how it was impossible.
Yeah.
And obviously one guy, you know, Roger Bannister, he comes out and says, I'm not taking that on. I'm going to be the first guy. Now, he obviously took on different beliefs, took on different training, a different focus, a different energy, probably had people around him that all had to believe in the same thing as well. And then what happened? He got nearer and nearer, hadn't smashed it. Everyone said it can't be done, can't be done, can't be done. But he had a different belief system. And what happened? He smashed the 4-minute mile. Now, whoopee-doo, like in today's world. But back then, he was creating history. But here's what was interesting. That following year, 37 other people smashed the 4-minute mile. How come they didn't do it the year before? How come one person didn't do it the year before? Now it's normal for students to smash the 4-minute mile. So what does it mean? As human beings, we're meant to do one thing: evolve, transform. What's happening in today's world, we're drowning in all this information, but we're starving of wisdom. Now, wasn't it funny that life had to corner me? It had to stop me from standing or walking, to the point where there was a point where I never believed that was ever going to happen again. So the first thing I had to go and change was my belief. And I realized that I was telling myself, I can't do this, I can't do that. And I had a little bit of paper in front of me that was written on it. And I think it was Henry Ford who said, whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, you're probably right. And every time I opened my eyes, bam, that was there. And I brainwashed myself with, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And I heard someone say, look, dreaming is for free. So don't aim low and hit. Aim high for the frickin', aim for the moon. And if you miss, you still end up amongst the stars. So I was like, hang on a minute. I don't want to just recover so I'm standing. I want to go and do something like what Bruce Lee did. I want to come back and be a champion.
That's so cool. I love that story.
But I want you to understand this, Jeff. What do you think the people around me thought of me in that moment?
I thought you would have thought you're crazy. You thought you're insane. You've lost the plot.
Yeah, it skips off with the freaking fairies big time, right? So, but it was the first time that I had hope. It was the first time that I had some energy breathing through me that I could focus into doing something.
Powerful.
And I can tell you now, I started visualizing myself on that podium being given the gold medal. And everyone thought I was crazy. Now, here's what I want everyone to understand from a place of common sense, because everything in the world is so confusing. I mean, think about it. You're talking about like losing weight. Let me ask you a question. Do we have to be a PhD scientist to know what's needed to lose weight?
No, as my friend Dr. Joseph McClendon says, he's got to move more and stop putting so much garbage in this pie hole. It's pretty simple.
So it's not, is it complicated? No.
No, it's not complicated.
So how come most of the world is overweight now?
Yeah.
Because there's so many distractions in life, people don't even know what they're doing anymore.
No,
they become, like hypnotized to life, hypnotized in a way that doesn't serve their instrument of the divine that we're all gifted. I mean, think about this. You made trillions of cells. Now, this is what I learned, when I'm still not moving. And when I learned this, it changed everything. And everyone who's watching this right now, everyone should write this down. 99 point. Now, this thing that we can see and touch, that thing, all of it, is 0.0000001% of what we are.
Yeah.
And I was like, hang on a minute. this thing that I can see and touch, even my insides and everything, it's only what?
Interesting realization.
So I was like, what the hell is the 99.9999999% energy, frequencies, and vibrations? That's why I've got that backdrop behind me, because it's to show people that energy doesn't stop. Now, with what we're gifted as this vessel that we go through life in, and it's all, we all get our own one. So we could use it for good, we could use it for bad, we could use it for creation, we could use it for destruction. We can use it however we want, because we've been gifted free will. We even get to choose what things mean in life. And we can go and create outside of our current environment. No other species on this planet can do that except us. The problem is, what most people are creating is a freaking nightmare. This is why I teach people, right, you want to come with me? Right, we're going to go down this road and we're going to live a life of miracles. Otherwise, for most people now, it's life of misery. And I'm not saying that to put anyone down. I'm saying that because there are systems out there in the world that simply break us down.
I love that.
Now, we want to use our systems to make sure we're giving ourselves health. So think about this. You're made of trillions and trillions of cells, not hundreds, not thousands, not hundreds of thousands, not millions, not billions, trillions. Like, we can't even get our head around this, right? Now, every 3 seconds, so think about this, 1, 2, 3, bam, you just got 50,000 new cells. Bam, you just got another 50,000 new cells. Bam, you just got another 50,000 new cells. So what does it mean? You're constantly regenerating all the time. So I was like, hang on a minute, if I'm regenerating all the time, a year from now, does that mean most of the cells in my body are brand new? And the answer is yes. What does it mean? That the past, nothing in the past has to equal what happens in the future. None of it. So even our bone cells in 7 years are brand new. So I'm like, hang on a minute. Now, I want people to understand this. Do you know what Krillian photography is?
No.
Okay. So Krillian photography means that we could take a picture of a food, and using that type of photography, we'd be able to see the energy field around that food. So we can see if that food is alive or dead, if it's going to put energy, life force energy into the body, or if it's going to drain the body of life force energy. Because, I mean, think about junk food, processed food. Is it alive or dead?
Well, processed foods, it's man-made, it's dead.
Dead as you can get.
Yeah,
now, what we've seen, so what we've seen with Krillian photography is, say someone's gone and had an arm amputated, so they've literally had the physical arm removed. If they take a picture of them with Krillian photography, guess what they see? The energetic imprint of the arm is still there. That's why you can see
phantom limb sort of experience, right?
Exactly that. So that's why they might not have the limb left anymore, but they're saying, it's so weird, my hand feels itchy, and they've got no hand anymore. So it's in the energy field of the body. So what we've got to understand is, and Einstein said this, Nikola Tesla said this, if you want the laws of life to open up where you are in the driving seat, you got to understand energy, frequencies, and vibrations. So as I went on a hunt for that, and I'm like, right, what is this stuff? So I'm not studying Bruce Lee's martial art because, I'm in a machine just doing this. I'm studying the people who he studied, Confucius, the Buddha. Like
That's
these
mimic behavior, right? So you're mimicking other people's success in that way.
Yeah, but understanding, because what's success for one person isn't success for another. Like, some of my clients who are movie stars, they got the fame, they got the fortune, but they come to me all messed up. Or it can happen like, I coach like world famous CEOs who are worth hundreds of millions. They come to me all messed up. So it's got nothing to do with the amount of money coming in. It's got nothing to do with the amount of fame. It's got to do with what we create within us. Otherwise, you could get there and still feel like one of the poorest people in the world.
Yeah.
The idea is to understand that this
Robin Williams story and all that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So the idea is to understand that this life is breathing through us all the time. Now, what's going to happen at different chapters in our lives is going to be what? Different targets. When we're a teenager, think about what you was focused on as a teenager compared to when you was like 6 or 7 years old. And then when you was 27 years old, 37, 47, 57, it changes at every chapter. Now, what happens? But here's what doesn't change: your energy, your frequencies, vibrations. It's the same energy making your heart beat. It's the same energy giving you those 50,000 new cells every 3 seconds. So because we're regenerating all the time, we have to ask ourselves, am I regenerating a belief system, or am I playing out the same beliefs? Because our beliefs create our reality. So what I had to do was lie to myself and when I said lie to myself compared to the information that these so-called experts were telling me. So teaching what I now teach people, here's the beautiful thing that happened. I go and meet a world champion in the sport, in sports acrobatics. He was from Bulgaria. And I said, look, I want to go back to the sport and I want to become a champion. He's like, but you were told you were never going to stand and walk again. I was like, I know. But then you're a liability. I went, no, I'm not. I said, I'm not a victim on any level. I said, I need you. You need me. Let's work together. We struck up a deal. Here's what blew my mind, Jeff. 18 months after training with him, 18 months, I'm stood on the podium and they give me the gold medal for the English Sports Acrobatics Championships. Wow. Now, the only reason why I'm sharing that story is we're all freaking champions of life. We made it in the game of life. We all chose to come back to planet Earth. But when we're born as babies, guess what? There's nothing in the brain, nothing in the body. We can't look after ourselves. We have to be mothered. We have to be looked after. Now, Mother Earth looks after us. Mother Nature looks after us. We all need that motherly energy, whether it comes from a man or a woman, doesn't matter. It's a motherly, nurturing energy. Now, when we bring that into our events, this is why, we run these exclusive retreats all around the world. We run events online. People are saying this isn't like normal stuff, Skip. I feel like I'm entering your family. And just to let people know, what did happen was I started to work with some people who had some pretty big networks and help them to transform as the owners of the company. And they said, look, what you've done for me is phenomenal. Can you bring this to my audience? So we kept everything behind the scenes, off grid. But yeah, I'm in front of thousands of people every single year. Now, as I started to go out to Malaysia, Singapore, Bali, Thailand, Spain, like running these events all over the world, every time I was going home to visit my mum, I'm seeing my mum getting bigger and bigger. She's going blind. She's in and out of hospital, many operations, on the verge of being given all the drugs for diabetes, high cholesterol, low blood pressure, like everything was going wrong. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute. I'm working with like movie stars, celebrities, world famous CEOs, world champion athletes, and I can't even help my own mum. I said, Mum, you need help. I've got a really good doctor. Third leading cause of death on planet Earth now, it's not me saying this, is the stats, correctly prescribed medication.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Scary.
So I ended up saying to Mum, look, I run this 5-day event. People pay a lot of money to come on these retreats. Come as my guest. It didn't matter what I said, Jeff. She didn't want to come. No, that's your thing. No. I don't think I'd like it in there.
What's that saying? You can't be a prophet in your own hometown sometimes, right? Because people are.
Well, that's another thing I had to get rid of. So that's what everyone was telling me. Everybody, Jesus had no power in Bethlehem. I'm like, no, I'm not Jesus, all right?
There's another belief.
Anyway, right? Yeah. So, cut a long story short, I ended up lying to her. I said to her, look, Mum, all my team has let me down. I've got nobody else left to help me. If you don't come and help me, nobody else will. Well, that's not very nice of her. I said, I know. I said, but are you going to let me down as well? And I was playing the guilt trip because I had no other cards to play. And I'm glad I did it because of what happened after. I get her to the event. She sees an instant healing happen on the first day with a woman from London. She had to shut down her yoga studio because she had a frozen shoulder. And she was out. The last money she had, she invested in this particular retreat. She got an instant healing, started a raw chocolate food company straight after that, and went back into business and did better than she was ever doing before. Wow. Now, when Mum saw the instant healing, she was like, do you think what's going on here? On me? Yeah. And I was like, I have no idea, but let's give it a shot. She left that event with perfect hearing. So she left that event losing 28 pounds like that, just fell off her. She adopted a new lifestyle, new beliefs, just fell off her.
Wow.
And she turned everything around. Now, this is how bad she was, Jeff. She couldn't walk from one side of the room to the other without being in serious pain. She's 82 years old now. So this was in the late 60s. She's 82 years old now. And this morning she just sent me a message, just swam another 50 lengths. I'm like, energy has no age. And this is what I want people to understand. It doesn't matter what level you're at for you or your loved ones. If your heart is still beating and your lungs are still breathing, guess what? We got a chance to turn everything around. And it's not just to turn it around so you're rid of disease and illness and aches and pains and all that. It's to get that youthful energy that we had when we were children and using that energy to focus on what we're meant to be creating in today's world. It's living on purpose is what it's all about.
This is a really powerful story, and thank you very much for sharing those examples. Like, we just had Dr. Joseph McClendon III on another interview just before you here, and he's talking about similar things around, you know, belief sets and, you know, the psychology of it all. And so you're taking this a little bit deeper. I love how the through lines come through with the different interviews. And now we're talking about the energy frequencies of that conversation. And it's just a match. It's a huge, awesome matchup. You know, you mentioned there in your story about, you know, unconditional love, right? And so, you know, I've gone through my similar story, right? I had a horse jump in my neck and I had my own identity crisis. I tried to kill myself in that process too. And I say in my story that love interrupted the pattern, you know, and maybe to realize that I had more to give in this world. And, you know, for my sons and my wife and, you know, the people around me in that space. And I've just been on a journey for the last 15 years, learning how to love myself, learning how to love God, and learning how to love others. And that's been a really powerful catalyst for that transformation in that conversation.
Big time, yeah.
You know, and I was just reflecting. I took my son to India about 2 years ago now, and we went to, you know, Kolkata. We went to Mother Teresa's House of the Dying, you know, and the reason that she started the House of the Dying was to give dignity, you know, into, you know, people who were left to die on the streets. You know, dogs were looked after better than the human beings. And so I really just want to focus in on here. We've probably got about 5 minutes left here, but I want to focus in here on the frequency and the power of the energy of unconditional love. Just if you could just share with us some wisdom around that for our audience on how that is. And we've probably got about 5 minutes to wrap this conversation up.
Amazing. Okay, cool. So you're talking about the most powerful force that humans can bring in to be able to use. Because, I mean, okay, I'll give you a couple of examples. This has been documented on TV shows. Now, and everyone who's listened to this, I guarantee you would have heard a story like this, where a baby's been trapped under a car and a mum has gone and lifted up the car and saved the kid. And they've documented it. Where did you get that strength from? Like, one of the best stories I love to tell around that subject is a grandfather's taking the grandson out for a walk and the dog out for a walk. The grandson goes through a little hole in a building site and they hear this massive crash. When they were able to get through, they realized that this huge tube, this massive metal tube is across the child's chest and the kid can't breathe. Someone else was watching, they called the fire brigade. The fire brigade get there. 9 men couldn't lift up this metal tube.
Yeah, wow.
And the grandfather who lifted it up had a note from the doctor said that he shouldn't be lifting heavy objects because he's got a weak heart. Now, there's a difference between our heart and unconditional love. Our heart is beating in our chest right here. Unconditional love radiates a frequency and an energy through the trillions of cells that make up your entire physical body. Now, here's what I want people to understand. When we're in our head, I mean, think about most of the education now we're having gets our energy up in our head. It doesn't get us into what we love. And we look at love. I mean, when do most people have a heart attack? You know, and the first sign of a heart attack now is the heart attack. There's a day and a time where most people have a heart attack. Do you know what it is?
No, tell me.
Monday morning, 8:30 to 9 a.m. What are most people doing there?
Getting stressed, getting ready to go to work again, the anxiety attacks.
Exactly. They're getting stressed because they're going to work again. So they've got no love in what they do, and then love ends up killing them.
Yeah.
Now,
powerful.
What we got to understand is that when the energy goes up in your head, all of this intelligence is cut off. All of it. So we've got to make sure that we understand that. And by the way, we can learn to love everything. You know, I got a cleaner, and I remember like this cleaner was going around my house like she was the richest, and I was going through some stressful stuff at the time, and I'm watching her thinking, hang on a minute, she's freer than me. She's got more love in her than me. So I stopped. I said, "Oh, what are you doing?" Because she was dancing. She had her headphones on. She was dancing around, singing like a rock star. I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "I'm leaving the sparkle." I said, "What do you mean you're leaving the sparkle?"
I love it.
I said, "I leave a room in a freaking mess, and you go in and work your magic, and you love doing this." Because
that's the same as about, cooking, right? You can either cook the same cake, but someone can cook it with a sprinkle of love, and it tastes different.
Oh my God, so different.
Right?
Now why? So let me give you the science behind it. Because what we've got to understand this. When we're in our heart, there's a tube torus energy that comes out of us into life. So now it comes back to the principle, what you give is what you get back tenfold. So you go and give someone grief, believe me, karma's going to come and kick you in the butt. I don't make up the law. It's you got to learn how to play pitch and catch with life, because that's how it's working. If you're pitching it, you better get ready to catch it, because if not, it's going to come back and knock you in the freaking face or knock you in the goonies or something. So we've got to understand this. When we're in our heart and that energy comes out of us, magnetically, we're 5,000 times stronger. 5,000. This is the science, guys. So what does it mean? If you want to be a magnet and attract things in your life, because who do people want to hang around? People who are complaining all the time, people who are bossing all the time, people who are controlling all the time.
Repulsion that pushes you away, not pulls you in.
Exactly. So you want to be hanging around the people where there's love coming out of them into you, and that they pull you in. It's like magnetic. So when we're in our heart alone, I mean, think about it. Someone who's wanting to like go and score a date, you're going to rock up as the best version of you. You're not going to rock up with all your freaking dirty washing like you do. No, they find that stuff out later on. Because when
the unconditional love is set in and they can forgive it.
Exactly. Yeah, it's unconditional love now. Come on, that's a deal we made. So now here's the kicker. When we're in our heart, not in our heads, I say if you're in your head, you're dead. When we're in our hearts, now we're electrical beings. We're on the hunt for electricity 24/7. We're in our hearts. Listen to this, Jeff. You're 100,000 times more powerful. I've not made these freaking numbers up. When I saw these numbers, I went in to see, right, this has got to be rubbish.
We've got a Mythbuster.
That's
right?
how I healed so fast. Now, not only that, what I did was I took what I learned around energy frequencies, vibrations into the business world. I knew nothing about business. Now, I'm 52 years old now, so I'm going back over 30 years. We did our first million in year one. How?
Wow.
Nothing to do with the how. It was all to do with why I was doing it. Now, everyone, if there's one thing you take from this, learn how to be valuable in life. That's it. When you learn how to add the value, people will come knocking on your door. Then your value goes up, your price goes up, your worth goes up. But until they know that they're going to get value on you, you're going to be hustling like a market trader for the rest of your life. As soon as people know your value, now I've been kept behind the closed doors for 15 years on purpose. Now we're going out into the world to give this to the public. Soon people will know the value. Why? Because we've got 15 years of transformations that we can share.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this. On our 5-day retreat, Jeff, I don't know, and there might be people around the world that can do this. On our 5-day retreat, which we've got a documentary coming out about it, we reversed one guy's biological age by 10 years in 5 days. How's that possible? Because we're all a living, breathing miracle. And the sooner people realize that, oh my God, I am a miracle, and I've got self-fulfilling prophecies playing out that I don't like anymore. I've got this, self-sabotaging mechanism going on. I've got this imposter syndrome kicking off. Great. You got that awareness. But what they've got to learn is how to operate in different frequencies. And that's how we teach people how to get into certain frequencies where there are guaranteed results within those frequencies. Everyone's trying to change mindset. It's not working. Change your frequency, you change your life.
Well, Dr. Joseph McClendon talked about this too as well. It's funny how the things come through. And mindset is, well, really, let's break it down to even probably what the core foundation of it is our foundations of our belief. It's psychology. And so this has been a very powerful interview, Skip. Thank you very much for your time, mate. I just love the unconditional love that you have brought to this conversation, and how you've left value with our audience here today. And it's been an absolute amazing pleasure. I look forward to having you back on one of our many interview summits for another interview.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Jeff. Hope you got some value and your people did as well. Lots of love.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. And we'll be back after a commercial break.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Let's make sure we got the right settings there. I've got an amazing panel of amazing women here now to join us here from the Women's Journal. And I want everybody to get their hands and rub them together. I wanted to get the energy high here because let's get going, ladies. And if you're watching along on the crowd too, get your energy up because I've been going since 1 o'clock this morning, Australian time. It's now 6 o'clock here. I'm actually quite tired. So I need to lift up the energy. I've taken off the jacket because it's time to get to the real work. And I've got 4 amazing ladies here to unpack what I think is a really important topic around wellness. And I'm going to lead off from what Skip was talking about there with unconditional love. So, Nicole, I'm going to throw it to you first because I know that you've been working with my beautiful wife, Sarah, and helping her out as her mentor. What are some of the insights that you have around operating out of unconditional love and putting that sparkle back into the our world around us? Over to you, Nicole.
Thank you, Jeff. And I'm so excited to be here. Let's raise the energy again. Let's do that. So, I think when we were talking about unconditional love and what I got from and my mind just keeps being blown when I'm in these experiences because I keep learning more and more. But what I feel so deeply is what we feel inside determines our outcomes, how we feel about ourselves. And I think, what we say to ourselves over and over again, it may be as simple as just a little sentence, but that sentence that we say over and over again determines so much about how we feel. And I think feeling is one of the most important things to always go back to. And you can tell what you're going to bring into your life based on how you are feeling. And I do that all the time. I can see it in myself all the time, that is one of the things that really stands out for me. And I think if we can really anchor in how we feel and help everyone feel better about themselves, that we will lead a better life too.
100%. Beautiful answer. And Jackie, same question. Then we'll go to Ashley and then Dr. Anna. But yeah, what do you do, Jackie, to bring back that sparkle into life?
Going on the unconditional love bit, I think it's so paramount because when you don't have it, when you grow up without that feeling of unconditional love, it shatters your belief system, it shatters your value system. You feel like you're not worthy of being anything or anyone, but unconditional love is all about you being who you are and loved for who you are, regardless of it, not for what you're achieving, not for what you're becoming, but who you are deep inside. And when you experience unconditional love, it is the most powerful thing. And I first learned that when I had my children, and it's such a precious thing. And I let them know that they are so beautiful because of who they are, not because they just got this certificate, not just because they've won this award, but because they are just beautiful exactly the way they are. So when we nurture the next generation with that understanding, they will stop being the super achiever, the people pleaser. They will just believe that they're enough just as they are. So that's the sparkle and magic I firmly believe and I uphold.
I love that. Yeah, and there's nothing like a mother's love in that conversation. I'm very grateful for my own mum and the way that she supported us growing up. So yeah, I totally understand that. Ashley, over to you.
Oh man. So Jeff, before I even answer this
beautiful question. I just want to say Karen Hall sends her regards here with us all live with the Women's Journal. She's doing the whole Grammys event, and she's excited about the Zumba and the Latin launch, the journal and all that. So I just wanted to share that for Karen, give her a voice, and she's the reason why I'm even standing here.
Yes.
But as far as unconditional love goes, I really wanted to speak to it as a parent, just like Jackie. But, there's this feeling for me of unconditional love is this confidence in self. If we're speaking of it for a personal unconditional love versus giving it out, I think it's a confidence in knowing that you are created perfectly as you are, flaws in everything, if you will. Because for me, unconditional love is what Dr. Joseph McClendon III earlier said, like top down, right? Thinking, feeling, doing, being. That's the unconditional love. And so, yeah, I thought I had a grasp on that, but then when you become a mom, you're like, oh, it goes so much deeper. But yes, so piggybacking on what both ladies have said so far, and Joseph earlier.
And yes, I was going to come around and make sure we gave Karen a special mention for sure. She's over in Los Angeles while Michael's over in Miami. Karen's doing the Grammys and having an amazing time over there as well. So can't be at two places at once, but that's where a team comes in and we jump in and we support each other. And so Dr. Anna, over to you. What's your definition and how do we bring in that unconditional love conversation?
Sure. Thank you so much. And I love everything that has been shared so far from Ashley and Jackie and Nicole. The work that I do, I work a lot with women who are caregivers for loved ones, for their parents, for moms, for their dads who are living primarily with dementia or other medical illnesses. And often I find that caregiving, the very act of caregiving, is an act of unconditional love because it isn't easy. Like when you're a parent, that's an act of unconditional love. But then later when you're grown up, and now you're stepping into caring for a loved one in that way, it's an act of unconditional love. But in order to do that fully, I want us to remember that we have to unconditionally love ourselves because it's so hard to give to others until we're doing that for ourselves as well. So I just wanted to add that point in there.
Yeah, I totally agree. And as a man, I had to go through my own identity crisis formation space. And the big thing about that was I had to learn how to love myself before I could really learn how to love my wife fully and learn how to love others in that space too. So I totally agree with what you're saying there, Dr. Anna. Jackie, I'm going to go to you next. And I want to just give you guys a bit of space, 30 seconds or less, just to share a little bit about yourselves, what you do, and what's the impact that you have on the world. Jackie, over to you.
Brilliant, thank you. So I am a wing commander in the British Royal Air Force at the moment, and I'm also a behavioural coach and leadership coach. I've done a hypnotherapy certification as well. And what I like to do is help people deeply understand themselves. I did a master's, which was how primary socialization shapes how we narrate our adult behaviors and how that develops our leadership qualities. And I'm always fascinated by what behaviors we have as an adult and where they come from and all of that. And having had to overcome quite a bit of trauma myself from my parenting, from my own childhood, I've had to learn and adopt different ways to overcoming trauma. And now I want to share that message with the world that your past doesn't define your future. You can become anything you want. And health and wellness is the number one thing, was my go-to. So, this is where the magic is. It truly is, and how you can really empower yourself so you can evolve your thinking. And I lead female leaders across that boundary of how they discover themselves more deeply.
Yeah, I love that about you, Jackie. And I want to go to Ashley next. Just give their space to you to be able to share a little bit about what you do in this space.
I was so excited. I was getting ready to type something in about how amazing Jackie is. And I was like, oh, me.
I mixed it up.
I just want to piggyback on what Jackie said for a second. The world needs Jackie Wilkinson more than you may even know, Jackie. But I just love when you said health and wellness. Like we can all have unconditional love and we can pour it into a thing or a person or ourself, right? But without that health and wellness of yourself, you're going to run out of energy. You're going to be operating from a low battery. So I just respect you so much for the way that you do life. But what I do is I dance through life and I do it with people. And that's the simplest way that I can do it, explain it. So I have a dance framework that I use in my coaching when I work with women for their movement, their mindset to just come alive in their lives, and not by blowing up their lives, but by just loving it unconditionally. All the things, the mounds of laundry, even the piles of dishes, like we can love that stuff because we are feeding and clothing and caring for people, right? Like showing it that way. So dancing that way, but then also I teach tap dance and I help people to move their body. So this morning I was listening to Vito and I got up and I went downstairs and I was tap dancing right before we got on here. So I'm a little sweaty, to be honest, but yeah, so literally and in a coaching format, dancing through life. That's what I do. And I help people to do the same.
Yeah, beautiful. And I love that. I can imagine you there, Ashley, actually in Miami at the event with J-Lo and Mr. Michael Silvers, doing the two-step, doing the Zumba. Nicole, we'll go to you next. Let's let our beautiful world know what you do and how you help create an impact to the world.
Sure. Thank you. And Ashley, oh my gosh, her and I talk about dance all the time because I'm a dancer too. And so today when watching everything, I wanted to be in Miami. I wanted to be dancing with everybody today because it was just so much fun, right? It looks so much fun because it makes you come alive. And so I am an internal wealth and identity mentor for many women who, have gone through their lives doing all that they were supposed to do, getting the education, the right job and helping so many people. And lots of times during that time, they've built this outside life that seems so good, but inside they're often disconnected. And what I believe so deeply is many of us have built an external wealth, built our outside world, but have not built our inner. And that was something that I found for me, that I had not built my inner world. And when my whole world fell apart, when my marriage ended and I became a single mom from a stay-at-home mom, I realized that my internal wealth was really at a deficit. I had no idea really who I was and what I could do. And so that is really what I do now, is help women really build that up, because once you feel internally wealthy, it doesn't matter what is coming your way in your life, you can handle that because you know who you are and you know your value and you know your worth. And of course, health and wellness has always been a part of my life. I have a program even called Hypnotize, where we move our bodies and we say affirmations as we move, because I believe that the mind and body are essential to living a life that you really, really love. So that is what I do in this world.
Absolutely amazing work. And Dr. Ann, I look forward to hearing about your work and the impact that you have on the world.
Thank you. And, Nicole and Ashley, both of you guys are dancers. I'm going to take some lessons from you because I do not dance well at all. So I'm going to come to you later for some lessons. So I'm a physician. I work in palliative care and hospice. I'm also a caregiver coach. So in my company, Life Care Leadership, I work with primarily women who are caregivers for loved ones. But I also bring this training into the workplace because now there are, in America, 63 million Americans who are caregivers. That's 1 in 4 adults. More than half of them are working full time, and people need the support. I've lived it myself in my own life, trying to balance work and life when my mom got sick. And there's so many people trying to navigate the system, trying to understand how do we figure out all these different things. And I think, what Nicole was saying about internal wealth, when you're caregiving for someone, you're giving and giving and giving, and you're just depleting yourself. And to find ways to put that back in, put that wellness back into you so that you can continue to give to others is so essential.
And I think that actually leads to my next question, because that's a very important topic, especially around wellness, right? And I've seen this with my beautiful wife and how she struggles with this concept. I don't know, mate. I don't know. God gifted me with a mercy bypass, so I don't necessarily struggle with this one myself. But I know that with like empaths and carer type roles and all of that sort of thing, we can find ourselves in a position where we give too much out of the empty cup, not the full cup, and that sort of thing. So, Nicole, I'd like to go to you first. What do you do to make sure you're giving out of abundance and overflow and joy versus lack, scarcity, and fear, really?
Yeah, that's it's so good to talk about this, because I think when I work with a lot of women, and I went through this 100%, is we do nurture. It's part of who we are often, and we give and we give. And then we have this guilt about turning it around for us, about what we need to do for ourselves. And So I had to learn, especially when I became a single mom, I had to learn how to fill me up. And I remember, when the kids were really little, I'd take them in the basement with me and I'd put my videos on for workouts and they would just play around me because I had to lift myself up. And I remember I also would always do visualizations. I had to train my mind as well as my body. And the kids used to laugh because I would go in a closet. This was when they got a little bit older, but I would go in this little closet so I could have some peace and quiet. And I could hear them saying, Mom's just in the closet. She's just getting her stuff together. But it was true. This is what I had to do because it was like, these times where I just wanted to come out and be my best self. I wanted to continue to be my best self. And what they learned by watching me was probably the most important thing, is that they learned that I had to take care of my body. They learned that I had to get my thoughts well. They learned that it was okay to take time for yourself. And so I've really had to let that go and give myself permission to be that example for them.
Yeah. Sorry, I just got distracted there because I'm about to hand over back to the team and back in Miami, and there's a power interruption going on. So thank you, Nicole, for carrying us through in that conversation. And I'm sure it was absolutely brilliant, but I'll be freely admit I actually wasn't paying attention. I'll own that. Ashley, I'll go to you. What do you do to make sure that we're operating out of a full tank?
I love the transparency there, Jeff. We are live, people. Nicole,
yes, we are.
I love the leading by example. That's what you're sharing right there. Is like leading by example. And for me, I guess I aim to do that as well. But when you asked the question the first time, Jeff, you said giving out of abundance and joy. And that's also what I do. My program, my dance program, my membership online, we have adults worldwide, is called Abundance, all capitalized. And it is, what do? I move my body. Like, it's exactly what this whole event is about with Zumba. And moving your body and playing music, I think I call it M&M. And I have a little formula that I say M plus M equals M, which is music plus movement equals magic. So how do I get myself there? Move and play music. That's it. It's that simple. It doesn't have to be a special move. It doesn't have to be a workout. It doesn't have to be a certain song. It's just any music that you love. Move your body, even if it's just a little shoulder bounce, right? There's somatic work with that. You can do choreography, whatever you prefer. Get a hat, use props. I promise you that's it. That's all you need. Abundance will flow.
Abundance will flow. Absolutely amazing. And Dr. Anna, what do you do to make sure that we're operating out of that overflow and abundance?
So one of the perspectives that I have on it is, when we talk about well-being a lot, we talk about filling our cup. So I have this, glass cup here with me. We talk about filling our cup. But what I've realized is that in our day-to-day lives, the cup, it isn't whole. It isn't solid. It has all these little holes in it. And whatever we're pouring in, it feels like it's just leaking out. And so part of abundance and wellness and well-being is also patching up those holes. And I think that's where a lot of the things that we do, whether it is getting enough sleep and nutrition and, talking to our friends and creating these plans, it's part of patching up those holes so that when we do have time to replenish the cup, we have actually now a solid cup that we can pour out of.
Love that. And Jackie?
Yeah, I love that, Anna. It's amazing. And Ashley, I'm with you with the exercise to music. I'm an exercise to music instructor. I did it for fun all my life, and it's just really energetic and compounding with the benefits of it. But I follow an F5 model, which is fitness is first. I've always been into my fitness. I was a competitive athlete in heptathlon for many years, but I've always done HIIT, high intensity interval training and weight training and that sort of stuff. But that just mobilizes me. So that's the first one. Food, what you put inside of you really matters. So important, and eating a relatively clean, healthy diet. Fasting is one. I've adopted a fasting lifestyle in accordance with my cycle. That has been really empowering, understanding when my hormones are coming in, when they're coming out, and when I need to just pause, reflect and go, okay, what do I need right now? And having that awareness, I'm not a machine. I have energy that fluctuates, and I need to pause and actually be aware of that. And that's really key. And then having fun, exactly what Ash was saying, fun is just so important to get those dopamine, endorphin, serotonin, all of that. kicking in, because that's the magic. That's the medicine cabinet we have inside of us that we just shake up and then we feel alive. And the last thing is faith. You know, you are going to be like blindsided on a Tuesday afternoon with something that happens, but it's having faith that this is happening for a reason and I can overcome it because I have the awareness and power to do that. So those are the big five that really keep me on track.
Yeah, I love that. And I've got my own 5 with around the health, the internal wheel, like spiritual, financial, relational, emotional, and physical. I was going to say I've completed on the last one, and physical. But I also know, right, you know, we've got busy lives, you know, especially as thought leaders and especially as like women, your mums. And I watch Sarah run around like a little busy bee sometimes trying to fit it all in. And, you know, one of the things that I learned probably about a decade ago, and I'm not the best at it, I still need to keep reminding myself about this, is how do we put the big rocks in first? You know, there was a thought experiment done, right? We poured the sand in first, and then we try and put the rocks on top of it to try and fit it all in the jar, and it just doesn't fit. But if we put the rocks in first, and then we pour in the sand around the rocks and the crevices, we can get it all in. So, Dr. Anna, I'd love to go to you. My question is what are your big rocks that you put first as a priority in your life?
So for me, absolutely family is the number one rock that's in there. So it's my relationship with my spouse, it's my children, it's my close family, like my parents and my in-laws and all my close family members. Those are the big rocks. Because if I'm not there for them, then what am I doing anyway? After that, and of course, another big rock is my own health. We've got to prioritize that as well. Everything else seems to fit in once those big rocks are in place.
Yeah, well said. And Jackie, we'll go to you, and then Nicole, then Ashley. We've probably got about 5 minutes left before I've got to move over to the next segment. Over to you, Jackie. What are your big rocks?
So very similar. So my core values are what I stay aligned to, because when we are misaligned, we bleed power. So when I stay aligned to those, that's what keeps me in check. The first is health, always has been my fitness, my health, and keeping that in track. The second is my family and the connections with friendships, etc. With my family, my little hub, they are my everything. And as long as they're okay, then I'm okay. That's really important. And the third thing is actually personal growth. If I'm not learning a new thing and I'm not growing, I'm stagnating and I'm doing the opposite. So I really love learning so much. And when I'm doing those 3, my core values, and I'm aligned to those, I'm in good health. And I think we'll identify what our core values are, and are we living by those values, we will have better health in ourselves, but also in society.
Well said. There was so much wisdom just shared in that little snippet right there. Nicole, what are your big rocks?
Well, Jackie, those were my rocks. Those are my rocks too. And, like family for sure. I always think about my responsibility to my family and who I'm being and what I'm doing. And I always believe so deeply that these beautiful children come into this world, and what we can do to elevate them and help them live a beautiful life is a big responsibility I feel in my heart. And so family for sure. And then health, absolutely. I've been right from the time they were little too. It's like, it is something that fills me up so that I can actually be fully there for them. And then I was going to say personal growth is 100%. I love learning. I love finding out things about myself and about the world so that I can have a deeper relationship with everyone in my world. And so yes to all of that, Jackie. I'm 100% on board. 100%.
I love that. Yeah, as Dr. Clinton was talking, right? As we think, as we feel, as we have, as we do, right? And he does his little dance, of course. But it is about that personal development to keep this in the alignment space and keep the heart check-in space as well. Ashley, what are your big rocks that you like to put into your life to make sure they're a priority?
There's no coincidence here. I mean, they just said them. Like minds attract, right? And we're all part of the like we're all connected in some way, shape, and form. So yeah, in no particular order. I feel like they all dropped in at the same time. It is family and wellness / movement for me. There's like movement in there, not just fitness, but movement, like moving towards your dreams, moving towards your desires, and in the actions that you take, and moving your body. And then I say it all the time because I homeschool my kids. I have 3 that are homeschooling, and then I have my 5-month-old right now. We live a learning lifestyle. It's not like we're just doing homeschool and we're learning out of it. Funny
Love
enough,
that.
the workbook right here, but like we're not just doing curriculum. I'm not just reading books. We're living that. We're always learning. Open-minded, I guess, is kind of like simultaneously happening at the same time. So yeah, family,
Brilliant.
movement, and learning lifestyle.
Well, I'm going to stay with you, Ashley. We're going to go rapid fire around just to close this out. You know, we're talking about movement, right? And we're talking about music to move to. We're here with the Zumba event. What's your favorite music? And then I'll go to Dr. Anna, Jackie, and we'll wrap up with Nicole. But Ashley, what is your favorite music to get moving to?
This is the hardest question you could ask me. So quickest answer. Right now, I was just jamming out to some Imagine Dragons in the basement, tap dancing to the song Wake Up by Imagine Dragons. So I went through a huge Imagine Dragons phase for like a year. Honestly, tap dancing, that is music. So when I make my own music, that's a hard question. All music and tap shoes.
I love it. I love it. Dr. Anna, what's your answer?
Oh, so I already told you I don't dance, right? So
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to go with
I'll
the
dance with
Kids
you.
Bop
What would you like?
channel. I got little kids. Kids Bop channel. Anything on there.
Jackie.
So I've got to reveal I went clubbing in my earlier days and I love dance music. Any dance music that comes on, I'm there.
Yes.
I'm with the kids.
Yes.
I'm showing them the moves. I'm doing all the stuff, and it's just I love it.
Yeah,
I'm not the
love
box.
Nicole, over to you. I'm going back to my youth now. I'm going back to my 20s.
Oh my gosh, I love all music, but dance music for me too is like, it's just, I can't help but move. And when I was listening to the Zumba music this morning, I was like, like I could feel it in my body. I could feel it all, right? And so I am just, music is magic. Music is magic, and it really helps you live, right? That's what I believe. You live better when you listen to music. So yes, that's me, all music.
Absolute brilliant interview, ladies. I've really enjoyed this panel with you all. Thank you very much for, hosting the space here and coming on board. Thank you very much on behalf of Mr. Mo Rock, Karen Hall, Michael Silvers, Parisa Rose, and the rest of the LAT team. We're going to go to commercial because we've got a big celebration we're about to happen in the moment. So hang around, ladies. We're going to do a ribbon cutting, and we've got a big announcement to make. So nobody really knows about this yet. I've been secret, and it's hard for me to do that. So hang around. We're going to do a ribbon cutting in a second. We're going to commercial, and then I'm going to go back to Mr. Michael Silvers.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, I'm just going to stay here on board until we've got Mr. Michael. I know there's a bit of a delay going on, but Mr. Michael Silvers, it's all over to you, over to our ribbon cutting and our amazing announcement that we have to hear with the Miami Telegraph. All over to you, Mr. Michael Silvers.
All right. Now, Jeff, I can't hear you, but it's great to be. Everybody, give yourselves a round of applause for being on this. We're really excited to be here. Put a 5 in the box if you've had a great day. All right. So, Jeff, we're going to take it away just for about 2-3 minutes. It's great. Again, this is great. It's been a kind of day. Michael Silvers, Vice President of the Los Angeles Tribune. Myself and Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, we're very excited to be able to present really media around the world and to cover things that will really create a better planet and world through health, wellness, through everything that we do, through leadership, through media, through everything that we're doing with our team at the Grammys. We're very excited by all of that. But we have a ribbon cutting. And the thing that you do is you go along with what you need to. You just make it happen. Because everything for the ribbon cutting is on a truck somewhere in Texas because they had a 1/4 of an inch of ice, nothing's moving. So wonderful partner of ours, Zumba, we're using their backdrop. You can see it behind me. And we're gonna launch today the Miami Telegraph. So give that a round of applause. We're very excited. With obviously the Los Angeles Tribune, we are the flagship, you could say, and Zumba, our partner on this. We're so excited to be here. So the team that you saw earlier and a lot of the speakers have helped us with this ribbon cutting. So let's bring them out now, please. Give them a round of applause as they come out. Awesome. Fantastic. You can go across. It's okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. They look like they want to be here too. So we're going to officially announce and launch in Miami at, where are we again?
City Zero.
At City Zero, the co-founder of Zumba, Beto's amazing, beautiful facility, the launch of the Miami Telegraph. Give that a round of applause. And as you do, we're going to open. And when you open, we're going to cut this ribbon and we're going to bring you all in. You're going to hear much more about it over time. So Jenny, please go ahead. You do the honor. I'm going to let you do the honors. Let me see if we got you in there. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Very good. Thank you all for being part of this. From our day at City Zero with the Miami Telegraph, the Los Angeles Tribune, and Zumba, which has been a great day. For myself, Michael Silvers, and our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, we are so excited to keep this coming at you, to keep helping you with anything that you need. And this great group, you supported us all day today. Virtual is going to keep going on. Have a great time, and there's actually more coming. Jeff, back to you.
All right, congratulations there to the team on field at Miami. Absolutely amazing time there. I wish I was there. There's just when they need someone big here to be able to run the virtual side of it. So I stayed back behind in Australia, but still having an amazing time for sure. All right, we're going to bring up the next guest here with my friend Jenny, who's actually just on the stage. We'll probably give her about another 5 minutes, but we've got still amazing speakers to come up, and we're going to have an amazing speaker to close out. Natasha Graziano has millions of followers around the world, so she'll be our final speaker, but hang around because we've still got more to come. I'm going to bring up Jenny in here in a second. We're going to have a conversation around her Zumba experience. We've got Dr. Christina, and we've got Sarah Jordan Ross and Craig Whitney here to help us to wrap up the show. So we've got still plenty of value to go. All right, Jenny's here now. She's run off the stage. Jenny, you're a superwoman. Yeah, you're up there on the stage. Now you're down here. You're a superwoman. You must be flash speed zipping around.
You should have seen me. I was like running with the camera. I'm like, okay, let's go. This has been an amazing, incredible event. Jeff, kudos to you from Australia. Like Jeff has been awake with us since 1 a.m. So way to go.
Yep. And it's just turning on 6:45 in the morning on Sunday. And I think I've had about 10 cups of coffee just to keep it going. I've actually got a new contraption. It's PMF technology. I've tried it out and it gave me an energy boost. I was like, oh, this thing works. Like, this is pretty cool. And I noticed a difference straight away and it picked me back up. And so, we're talking all things wellness here. And I'm really grateful for, the things in my life around wellness. And yes. So I haven't been the healthiest person for the last 15 years, but I know getting my sleep right with my, I've had to get a sleep apnea machine, and that has made a big difference to my health with getting my sleep right. I'm now working on my nutrition, calories in, calories out, and drinking a lot more water instead of soft drinks. I still have the occasional coffee. Yes, I am the caffeinated kangaroo after all. But Jenny, you used to be, as you said it before, used to be a Zumba instructor. So I want to throw to you and learn a bit more about your experience with Zumba and what did you learn about yourself as a Zumba instructor?
Absolutely. It's funny, not funny, haha, but interesting that whenever you finally take care of your own wellness, things click, energy comes, and everything shows, right? In everything that you do and the people around you. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jenny Lopez, and I'm this crazy combination of chemical engineer and professional dancing. So when I moved from Puerto Rico to the United States, I was a little bit lost, to be honest with you, in a different culture, in an area that I just didn't really feel very welcome. And I lost myself in that thing because the thing that I filled my cup was dancing. And I was so immersed in my studies doing my master's degree that I lost that part. And when I realized, I said, oh my goodness, I need to do something different. So that's when I found group fitness, which was incredible. But at that point, it was what they call like salsa fitness. And I go there with like Ricky Martin living La Vida Loca. And I'm thinking, that's not really salsa. Like, what are they talking about? So anyway, I became a fitness instructor myself and I loved it. And then I heard of Zumba and I'm thinking, wait a second. This is dancing, but these are the rhythms that I grew up with. Let me check it out. So I became a Zumba instructor. And let me tell you, Jeff, that filled my cup because dancing is my passion. We talked about follow your passion, and dancing is my passion. And it's not one or the other. You can do both. So as I was a chemical engineer during my normal day, right, I was filling my cup being a fitness instructor. So I became a Zumba instructor. And then after about 7 years, I became an educator for the Zumba instructor. So I actually started working for the company Zumba in parallel to my corporate job. And I was licensing Zumba instructors around the world. So it was incredible. And again, I never saw it as a job. For me, it was cool. It was my jam. And I got paid for it. It was awesome.
I like what Beto was talking about in his interview, you know, finding something that you're passionate about. And when you find that passion, you never really want to even think of considering retiring, right? You know, like I love doing this and I never see myself stopping to do this. Like I'll do this to the day I die. And hopefully that's, you know, well, not, it won't be hopefully because it will be around to like 90, 100 because I'm going to focus on my health and get that right and improve my lifestyle. Amazing. But I want to kind of throw back to, you know, you finding your passion in this conversation. And inside that, what did you learn about your identity and how's that served you today?
Oh, I'm telling you, amazing, because as I was telling you about that I felt lost, even in the corporate career, when people knew about what I did, right, on the side, people would say, oh, Jenny, I think you need to quit that if you want to be taken seriously, which is interesting. So I think like the biggest mistake I see a lot of people is that they think, okay, if I want to be successful, I need to fit that mold. So then they stop doing what fills their cup and their passion. So I'm a big believer. If you own yourself, you own your gifts, there's a way to do it all. And I remember an amazing mentor of mine that said, because I said, oh, I think I need to choose. Am I a fitness instructor or am I a chemical engineer? He said, Jenny, you're both. And I said, yeah, but I think they're playing against each other. And say, no, they're elevating each other. So that's so like the fact that I was a fitness instructor, it was making my corporate like with more energy, and the structure I had in the engineering world, it was making my business as a fitness instructor very structured and very successful. So I'm like, wait a second, there's alignment here. And then that's when I say, I'm going to be me. I'm going to be authentic. And hey, this is me. I'm energetic. I'm an engineer that happens to dance. But hey, this is my gift and what I bring to the world.
Right. And so you're also known as the intentional unicorn.
Yes.
And you know, I love to unpack the story behind that, mascot, if you will. You know, I call myself the caffeinated kangaroo, right? So
oh my gosh, I love it.
behind the intentional unicorn.
Absolutely. And the funny thing is that people think, oh, she must love unicorns. So I get gifts for like unicorn cups, unicorn PJs, unicorn everything. And it's more of a metaphor because for the longest time, I never felt like I fitted in. I actually felt like that unicorn that was sticking out for the wrong reasons. And I was so ashamed of that horn. And I tried to hide it, right? Like, oh gosh, I just want to fit in and play low key. And when I finally said, no, wait a second, this is my gift. This is my differentiator. So I lead with that horn, and I'm telling you, people think that unicorns out there, like it's just a few people. All of us have something that makes us so unique. That's why we came to this world, and we need to stop like melting with everybody. Just let's shine your horn, but with intention. Because Jeff, the other thing that I think sometimes society takes everything to the extreme. So then you hear things about I'm going to be unapologetically myself, but that defeats the purpose, right? Is how can you be your best self for the problem to solve, for the people you want to lead, the people that you care. So it's not about you, it's about us.
I love that. It's not about you, it's about us. We talk all about servant-hearted leadership within our team, and you've just expressed your version of that. And, so you're fitted into the team. You've come work with Michael and myself and Alana and Mary and Aaron and Donna, and you've complemented us so well. And so you're now like the head of the Spanish division for what we're doing here. So I want you to just quickly unpack your mission, your vision for what we're doing together here, and what you want to bring to the expression and to the team.
Absolutely. I believe in what Los Angeles Tribune have done for many years and decades. Like, that's why I'm in this team. I love the whole thing about serving for a biggest purpose. And that's why, those values is what keeps our amazing team together and growing with the right people to make it intentional. But I also believe that the Latino and Hispanic community, we need something that connects with our culture instead of trying to make a message that is for everybody. How can we create a space that is really connects with the culture, with the roots, and elevate it? So this is about elevating our Latino stories, our beautiful people from around the world, to change the narrative, because sometimes it's not a positive one, depending on where you are in the world. And this is where we created the first Latin Journal of Los Angeles Tribune. We're launching the Very Caliente podcast, which is featuring the Los Angeles Podcasts Network in English and Spanish, highlighting Latinos and Hispanics from around the world. You heard from my co-host, Pablo and Alcina, and it's just going to be incredible. So this is the beginning. We're going with intentionality all the way.
I love that. And so we've launched the Very Caliente podcast. We've launched the Latin Journal. What do you see happening for the next 6 months with what we're doing with the Spanish division?
Absolutely. So we are learning we don't want to change anything. What's working already, and how can we amplify it and make it intentional to continue to highlight and target our Hispanic and Latino community. You will see more events like this one. This was the beginning, right? In terms of getting a brand that is very highly recognized around the world, but also is based from, Latino roots. So that's just the beginning. We're going to continue with partnerships like that and offering, things where we can help people in our community. So just more to come. We're working on that strategy. We're working and executing at the same time. So you will see more frequent, perhaps a show that is todo en español, no solo en inglés, pero en español también. So amazing things happening, Jeff.
I love that. And sorry, our next guest is just having some trouble connecting. So I'm also dealing with that in the background. I'm multitasking. And so with regards to the Very Caliente podcast, let's just talk a little bit about some of the interviews that you've already had, like with Beto, and we had an amazing violinist. I love you just to sort of give us a bit of a snapshot with what we've already recorded with the podcast with Very Caliente, and how people can go and subscribe, and what do we see coming up for the future of Very Caliente.
Absolutely. Podcast. Yeah, so we started a soft launch a couple of days ago, and we're going to go full launch in the upcoming week. You can find us in Spotify, in YouTube, in Apple. So it's just incredible. It's Very Caliente, Pablo Ercina, and myself, Jenny Lopez. And again, like we mentioned before, this is not a niche, and it's just this. It's only entertaining, or it's only leadership. It's all. But the cool thing is, through the lens of the Latino and Hispanic community, most of the episodes are in English, but you'll see some in Spanish as well. We see big names. We see lawyers, violinists, Grammy winners, actors and actors, film producers. We had a lawyer the other day, and the cool thing is that I'm always learning. I go there, I'm interviewing, but I'm like, taking and I'm making notes, and it's there's so much education and empowerment in every single episode, and we're making fun. You saw Paulo's energy, so him and I energy is up the roof. So it's gonna go like this when you go and watch it.
I love that, and I heard from a little birdie. It's actually Pablo's birthday, so make sure you give him a shout out and for me, and give him a high five. It looks like our next guest has arrived too, so which is good. So Jenny, let's just quickly wrap up this segment. What has been like the biggest takeaway that you've taken away from this event today? Because our experiences, right? They leave us with lessons, they leave us with wisdom, and we can carry. That's the part that we carry forward with us. So what's the memory? What's the wisdom? What's the lesson that you're going to take away from today's event?
For me, it's a message that it starts with you. Don't wait for whenever you're ready. Don't wait for you when you're time. Don't wait for somebody to rescue. It starts with you. It starts with as little as movement to get that physiology completely charged, right? It is also about the wellness aspect, about the well-being, about the community. So it's not just about you. And again, whenever you embrace that, it's not only you that benefit from it, but the people around you too. What about you, Jeff?
Great question. And so I was just multitasking, and now you put me on the spot. Look, I love the psychology around that. You know, it's up to us, right? We've got a willpower, and, you know, anything is possible. We change our story, we change our life in that space. But it takes some determination, it takes some consistency, it takes some discipline to bring in that change that we need to go through. But here's the thing too, you know, change is messy and it's okay. Transformation is messy and that's okay. And, you know, everything that we do comes at a cost, whether it's with time, energy, or money. There is always a cost. There's always a sacrifice with it. And sometimes we just got to sit back and reflect and go, are we prepared to pay the cost? You know, me not focusing on my health and, you know, letting it go, that has come at a cost. You know, I'm 43, I'm overweight, my hips are starting to hurt, and now I need to do something about it because I want to be an active grandparent, not one of those grandparents that are walking around on a walking stick or a walking frame, you know. And so I'm focused on the future for our legacy impact for our family. And so, you know, changing the story, change your life piece, and it's just been surrounded with, you know, a circle of influence of people who are running the same race. You know, I know that, you know, we become like the 5 people we hang around the most, right? So I've got some pretty amazing people in my corner now, in my influence, and it's just an amazing part to be a part of, running these events, being mentored by Michael and Dr. Joseph McClendon and all of that as well with what we're doing in that space. And Jenny, it's an absolute pleasure, you know, having you join the team. You've brought this vibrant, you know, Latino energy to the conversation, and it's just taken things to the next 10 levels and beyond. And I am so excited for what we're creating here for 2026.
Amazing. Super thrilled about it too. Thank you, Jeff. You've been a rock star in the two-day event, the entire event.
I know what I'll be doing after this event. I'll probably be having a good sleep.
Me too.
All right, Jenny, thank you very much, mate. Awesome job. Well done today for hosting the live component. We're going to continue this virtual show. So bye-bye, Jenny. We'll keep you going. Bye. And so we're going to continue this virtual side of things. I'm going to bring up my next guest here, which is Dr. Christina. She's been part of our team with our network as well. And so Dr. Christina, I'd love you just to ground our audience, give an introduction to our audience. So share a little bit about what you do, you know, your story in 2 minutes or less, and then let's get into the interview.
All right. Well, Jeff, this has been amazing, by the way, and your stamina is awesome. So I'm Dr. Christina Castanini. I am a clinical psychologist. I have a private practice, and I'm also part of the LA Tribune Network. I have my podcast, Behind the Bite, and I'm an eating disorder specialist. So I help people overcome their struggles with food and body image.
I love that. And so helping people is such an important thing to do in today's world, especially. But I also know, you know, our hero's journey calling, right? You know, helping people with what we do now normally comes back from, you know, solving our own problems and solving, you know, or solving a family member's problem or something along those lines. You know, so what inspired you, you know, to start the podcast Behind the Bite, and what inspired you to do what you do today?
Well, it's interesting. I really didn't want to be an eating disorder specialist. I'd always heard this like myth that, you know, psychologists, therapists bring their own issues into the room. And I didn't ever want to do that because I had my own eating disorder and I recovered. And I was working at a major hospital and I found myself just feeling like it got too corporate and it was all about like money. And I was feeling like that's not why I went into this field. I really went into this field to help people. And I was like counting the days until I could leave. I was like, I did the 15-year mark. And I said, if I'm going to leave, I want to really have a big voice and I really want to try to have an impact and help people. And I had to your point, as I was working there, I really found that I was connecting with people who had eating disorders. And I think there's something about the lived experience that really helps people feel seen and heard. And so I said, if I'm going to leave, I really want to try to have a larger voice. And, you know, there's a lot of stigma with eating disorders, but mental health in general. And so that was really my motivation. I really wanted to get the right information out there and really have people come on the podcast to share their own stories. Because when I was going through it, there was no information. And I really didn't even know I had an eating disorder, to be truthful with you. Like, I was thinking, gosh, if I had heard somebody else talk about their story, maybe I would have known, hey, I have one, and maybe I would have gotten treatment sooner. So that was really my goal. I want to have people share their stories, but also because I come from the personal and professional perspectives, that's really what it is coming from both perspectives. And there's power in hearing other people's stories. And I do get that feedback that people are like, oh, I really related to that. That helped me have the motivation to go get treatment because I didn't even know I was struggling.
Very important. Brene Brown talks about this in the book, Atlas of the Heart, and sharing, connecting, and creating community where people feel like they need to belong, not to fit in. And in a way that we can do that is through story, through, meeting people where they're at so that, people do feel seen, heard, valued, known, ultimately loved, right? And in a world where we're starving for connection, where we're actually starving for love, what are some of the things that you do to help heal the world and bring in that connection, bring in that love to make people feel like they belong?
Well, a lot of the things I've been hearing today are really what it's about, is that unconditional love, that understanding. And I think that's what it is. It's like a lot of eating disorders is like this desire for external validation. And so really getting to the heart of that is like, why are you struggling? It's not about food. People think it's about food, and it has nothing to do with food. For just starting there and saying, what is it you're really seeking? Because people will say, gosh, if I just look a certain way, or like weigh this certain amount, or wear this size, then I'll be happy. And I hear time and time again that even if people reach that goal, they're like, why aren't I happy? Okay, maybe 5 more pounds, maybe this. And it's really about something in here. It's about that internal validation. It's not about seeking something from the external. It's about that unconditional self-love and not needing that external validation. And I think when people really understand like their own value and worth doesn't come from what they look like on the outside or what size they wear, and it's really like, what is it about you as a human that makes you special and wonderful? Then that's where the turning point comes.
I love that statement. What is it about you as a human that makes you special and wonderful? So, everything that we do, right? It doesn't matter whether we're selling ice to an Eskimo or whether it's an iPhone or whether it's, what you do with the eating disorder. We're all taking someone on a transformational journey where we're taking from someone from where they are, the before state, meeting where they're at, and we're taking them to where they need to be, their after state, which is the transformational desired result, right? And inside of that story, there's always a villain to the story and there's always a hero to the story. I love you to just unpack your expression of, that before and after sort of conversation. So where do you meet people at? What is the pain that they're trying to avoid and all that sort of thing? And then with what you do, whether it be for the podcast or your amazing work, what is the impact that you see people are working towards? And what is the villain and what is the hero of that story?
Well, it's really different for everybody, but I think, again, a lot of people have mentioned this on the different talks today. It's the mindset. It's the narrative. People have a lot of faulty narratives, and again, it's so different for everybody. I don't do cookie cutter approaches. So I really need to listen to what people are saying, whether it's a faulty identity or they've been through trauma and they have this narrative about their life, like I'm damaged, I'm not good enough, or maybe they have an illness and they identify with that too much. And so it's really about listening and trying to change the narrative to something that's less faulty or, challenging what's true and not true. So for instance, if somebody has a diagnosis of depression, instead of saying I'm depressed and owning that, and saying like I have depression, because, like we don't go, oh, I'm a broken leg, right? So there's something about mental health where people like become their illness, and that has a real big impact on you. And so instead it's like externalizing it and saying, no, you have this illness. Let's treat it. It's not you.
I am not
right?
yet. Yeah. I love that. And it's that identification. We're talking about labels before around I am, or no, I'm not am, I have, what Lana was talking about before. So one of the things that I love to do as a brand messaging expert as well and all that sort of thing is help people to find their voice and connect to their heart and to be able to express that, because that's how one way I help heal the world. You know, I love to really unpack, you know, what truth do you feel called to remind the world of, and how do you heal the world? Well, let's get, you know, behind the curtain and dig right into this.
So you're talking about like the transformation, like what happens with people?
Yeah. So what truth do you feel called to remind the world of?
Really, that we all are good enough, right? I think that is a big core belief that a lot of people do struggle with, and really getting to that and like really understanding what impact that has on somebody when you have that core belief. Well, first you have the awareness of what that is. I think there's a lot of people that don't have awareness of what is going on in here and how that really impacts you. And so once you have awareness of what you're thinking, you can have awareness of how that impacts your feeling and how that impacts all your behaviors. So for instance, if you're going about life saying, I'm not good enough, like how does that impact somebody, say, if you're on an interview, right? Sitting in the waiting room for an interview, somebody's feeling like good enough versus not good enough. All the negative thoughts that are fueling that, like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to get hired. They're not going to like me. I'm going to screw up, right? Versus the good enough person thinking, I got this. I'm okay. Even if I don't get the job, it's okay. I'll get another one, right? And that impacts how you behave in the interview itself. And that can become a self-fulfilling prophecy for maybe this person who doesn't feel good enough or believes they're not good enough doesn't get the job just based on the behaviors. Not that they're not good enough. The other person feels like I'm good enough, might get it just because they have eye contact, they shake the hand well, they speak well, right? They come across differently. And so it's just this perpetuating belief of, oh, see, I got the job, I'm okay. And it can just become this whole like thing across life. And it has nothing to do with if the person's actually good enough or not, but it just has such an impact. And so really looking at that and saying, like, if you can change your mindset, if you can change the way you look at things, it has such an impact on your day-to-day life in little ways people probably don't even realize.
Fascinating how our mind can control our actions and how we show up. You know, I'm curious, if fear was removed, what would you love to boldly say out loud?
If what was?
Fear. If fear was removed.
Oh.
Like you're holding back. You know, and so you're not worried about how other people judge you and all that, how you show up. What would you love to boldly say out loud?
Oh my goodness. Just fear, no fear, huh? Gosh, just say what's on your mind, do what you want to do. I think that people do hold themselves back. They're so afraid of judgment. Right. They're so afraid of conflict. They're so afraid of hurting other people's feelings. You know, I work a lot with people pleasers, and they're so wanting to be liked and wanting people, you know, to take care of other people, but then they don't take care of themselves. And it's so ironic. It's like, gosh, you're so much better at taking care of everyone else, but not yourself. Right. Yeah. Just give yourself permission to like say what's on your mind and, you know, live your life. And I think that that's true. People just hold themselves back, and then they do all the what ifs. What if I'd done that? And they, you know, they're living with all of that up here.
Yeah, and they say that that's the number one fear, most people, or the number one regret, you know, when people are on their deathbed, you know, all the things that they didn't do, all the things that they didn't say because they were held back in fear and all that sort of thing. So I want to go a little bit deeper here as well for you. You know, if your voice was taken from you tomorrow, you know, what truth would die with it? Like, you know, you're obviously doing some amazing work with the Impact Behind the Bite podcast and all of that sort of thing. So, you know, if your voice was lost tomorrow, what truth would die with it?
What would die tomorrow? Well, what would die? Let's think about that. That's an interesting question, Jeff. You kind of put me on the spot there. You know, I just like to tell people, you know, well, let's put it this way with food. I always just say, like, you don't plug in like a cell phone. Like, the one thing that keeps us alive is food. And I think we've lost a lot of that. There's so much noise around food, what to eat. Are we eating the right way? Is good food, bad food? It's like this morality thing. If I eat this, I'm bad. If I eat this, I'm good. And I get so many questions. And I think if people can just remind themselves, it's one of the basic things. I always go back to like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's like sleep, food, shelter, water, air, and it's like, it's the only thing that actually keeps us alive. Like, truthfully, and we're better at like plugging in our cell phones when it's like down to 5% than we are fueling our own selves. And it's like, what do you think actually keeps you going and thinking and moving and doing the work you want to do? And, it's like, when's the last time you ate? Or like, do you, like, I don't know. It's interesting to me that like people just forget it's actually something that's required for everything.
And so that's why I asked that question, right? Because like at the moment, I'm really into what Dr. Joseph talks about with regards to wealth and how he calls like the triangle of wealth. And I think that is part of this whole conversation with wellness as well, right? But, the definition of wealth is to be happy, financially free, and healthy, and that happy piece is that joy piece. To be joy filled in the actions and what we show up. And sometimes, even, doing things that from an unconditional love space is not necessarily joyful. Like, a mother getting up to her child at 3 o'clock in the morning when she's running on no sleep is, it's exhausting, but, the mother is doing that from that unconditional love space. And I'm sure that, looking after that baby is joyfully feeling in that space. And then so that joy fill lives to always purpose as well, right? So, without purpose in our lives, I truly believe that we're just walking dead, and that's been my own expression of my life before I found my purpose. So how do you help people, with what you do in your psychology work and all that sort of thing? How do you help people identify their purpose and bring back some happiness and bring back some joy in their life, so they're operating from that heart-centered space? They're getting out of their head all the time and bringing some more wellness into their life.
Yeah, I love that word joy. I think that's so important. And it's like when I find that people are constantly feeling like if they don't do something, they feel guilty, or it's like it's a have to. Like there was like, oh, I really like doing this, but oh gosh, I feel bad because I didn't fit it in, And I'm like, is that really something you're enjoying doing? Because I think that when you are, I think someone said it earlier, it's like when you're doing something and you just do it and you're like doing it regardless, that's really the joyful thing. And when I find that I work with patients and they're just like drawn to doing something and they're not thinking about it, they're not actually scheduling it, they're not fitting it in, it's not stressful, it's not, oh, I feel guilty if I don't do it. It's like, that's the thing that's bringing you joy. It's like, what's the thing you end up doing in lieu of all the other things that are have tos? It's like, there's the want to list, right? It's not even a list. It's just innately something you're drawn to doing. And then when I see them talking about it, there's like they're like glowing, or there's a smile, right? It's like, oh, that's your thing.
Yeah. And there's an attractiveness to that too, right? There's a magnetic power to that as well. Look, we've got probably about 5 minutes left before we move on to our next segment. I love to talk about, what you see as the future for your podcast with Behind the Bite and your work and all that sort of thing. What do you see as the impact that you're working towards for 2026?
Well, I think we're in a really interesting phase here with food and body. We've kind of, I kind of look back at the shifts, and I always say if something's going to have, it's like 15 minutes of fame. So right now there's like, all sorts of things going on with GLP-1s and the new food pyramid changed in the States. And so I'm kind of interested.
There's fads. There's always a fad that's going on.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what's going to happen here. But always the goal is, again, for people to focus on what they feel for their own unique body, right? I always say you want to feel better emotionally and physically after you're done eating than before. And what I mean by that is you don't want to feel guilty and you don't want to feel deprived emotionally, and you don't want to feel hungry, and you don't want to feel overstuffed after you're done eating. And of course, we eat for all different reasons, but if you kind of keep that in mind, I kind of just perpetuate that mindset going forward. And in terms of, the podcast, just getting on people that want to share their stories and amazing guests And, the transition hopefully to going from one-to-one, I still have my practice, of course, if people ever need help, I'm here, but I would love to run some retreats where we really get in depth with people and really help them make some monumental change in 5 to 7 days, really get in depth with what they're doing and really see some big change.
I love that. And so we've probably just got a couple of minutes left. What's been one of the highlight guests that you've had on your podcast, and where can people find your podcast? How could they subscribe and all of that?
Highlight guests. Well, I had Alana on, who was on earlier. That was great. Yeah, but I had somebody DM me who was like one of my first listeners, and she said, I didn't know I was sick. I listened. Because I listened to other people and I went into treatment. I'm recovered. I want to come on and talk about my story. And to me, because I don't know who listens, I just talk into a mic. I have no idea. Right. It was like this moment of oh my gosh, somebody's listening and it's actually having an impact. And to me, that was the coolest thing ever. And I don't know. It just made, because I was at a point where I was I'm not going to do this anymore. I don't know who's listening. It's a lot of work. I don't make any money from it. It's a total passion project. And it was just okay, it was a sign from the universe, keep going.
Confirmation. So, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I love that. And so where is your podcast hosted? I know it's part of the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, and we're actually about to launch a brand new site for the LATPN.com. Dave and I have been working on it. It's about this close before we announce it, and it's a very sexy website, I must say. But where else can people find your podcast?
So I have a website, behindthebitepodcast.com. So there's links to that, but I'm all the platforms like Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, all of them. I think I'm on Amazon, all of them. So yeah.
Brilliant. Well, Dr. Christina, it's an absolute pleasure as always. I love connecting with you and helping our audience learn more about what you do. You bring so much wisdom and value to the conversation, especially around this topic, around this wellness. So thank you very much for everything you do. And we're going to go to commercial and we'll bring up our next guest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Bye.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Okay, well, we've got our amazing Australian panel here now with Mr. Craig Whitney and Mrs. Sarah Jordan Ross. All right, so let's get into this amazing interview. So we're just going to get you guys to share your story and what you're all about with your amazing podcast and the work that you do. And as our topic is all around about wellness, let's get centered in on the wellness conversation. So Craig, we'll go to you first, and then we'll go to Sarah. Craig, so what do you do, champion? What's the impact on the world that you have? And then we'll move to Sarah. Over to you, Craig. Craig, you're muted. You need to hit that unmute button, buddy.
There we go.
There we go.
Alrighty, fantastic. So my name's Craig. I'm the founder of Next Level Coaching and also powered by the Gyms Group and the Gyms Life Coaching. So what I do is I lead franchisees dealing with overwhelm. That's a high-level topic that can go down many rabbit holes to build themselves and their businesses for ultimate performance. Now, we deal with situations like burnout, stress, all the mental wellness topics, and we help our franchisees become optimum.
Brilliant. All right. Well, we're going to have an interesting conversation together, especially with Sarah here today. So, Sarah, what it is that you do and the impact that you have on the world?
So I now host a podcast called Taboo Talk with Sarah, and it was born out of 25 years as a massage therapist and hearing people say, really similar things, but that they were feeling completely alone in what their struggles were. And it's like, well, you're all telling me the same thing, so you're definitely not. And there's so many things that we go through that we just don't talk about, and not talking about it doesn't make it any better. So I started my podcast to have those conversations, to share those stories that show you're not alone. And you never know when it's sharing your story that's going to be the thing that changes somebody else's.
It's powerful. Yeah, I put this together when I was, producing this show, and Michael gave me the reins. It's like, all right, go on ahead and create the Wellness Summit with Jenny. It's like, okay, here we go. Who am I going to get? And I wanted to bring a couple of Australians here to do a panel here with you all. And I knew that this would be a brilliant conversation because you're all about mental wellness with everything that you both do. And Sarah, you're more about the resilience side of things and helping people to, get back up on the horse, so to speak, as well. And also making people feel connected and have a sense of belonging. In your podcast, you've had some amazing interviews and shared some amazing stories. What has been some of the key themes that you've been picking up here to help people with their mental wellness and especially around their resilience?
There's a few things. It's actually getting in touch with what you're feeling, listening to your body, letting yourself feel whatever it is you're feeling and work through that. And the other is about community. It's about connecting. It's knowing that you're not alone. And that makes a big difference. Even if you can just be in a group with other people who you can say something and they instantly just get it. You don't have to explain. You don't have to justify. You can just go blah and know that somebody is going to get it. And that there will be somebody who, rather than trying to fix it all, will just come alongside you and help you find your own way through it.
Very powerful. Thank you. And Craig, I'll go to you next. Talking about mental wellness, and you mentioned the key word there, overwhelm. So especially with your franchisees, with the gyms group and all that sort of thing, handling that overwhelm is a big component. Yes, we can go down many rabbit holes with that one, but let's keep it surface level for now. How do you help with your job and everything you do with your podcast and with your coaching and everything else that you do? How do you help people manage their overwhelm?
So managing the overwhelm. So I also have a podcast called Legacy Forge. That's more for the stories of entrepreneurs and inspiration. I want to get to the deeper levels of what drives people to do what they do. How we deal with the overwhelm, particularly of new franchisees. Think about when you buy a new business, you're buying an identity, particularly with a franchise system, a turnkey system. And the idea is to merge the two identities to one. So the operator then becomes the owner. Now, it's simple in theory. In practice, is a little bit more techniques and stuff. We break it down to the micro steps of settling the franchisees in so that their mental health, their physical health can survive, can get through that initial period, first off, to get them going in the business and then settle in and then hopefully build that business that they want and aim to have that work-life blend where they're not cooking themselves or their families at the same time.
So the conversation where it seems to be going down now, and I'll come back to Sarah as well. And so I'm planting seeds here now to watch what I'm doing. But Craig, I'll stay with you. We're talking about character formation, identity formation here in this conversation. So really, we're talking about how to learn how to love yourself before you can love others.
Yeah.
And the through line through this whole summit. Skip Archimedes, the Miracle Man. We've had a couple of panels that were talking about it as well. The through line is this whole conversation around unconditional love to operate out of a full wellness space. So I'd love to hear some of your insights, Craig, and then I'll go to Sarah. You work with a lot of men too, right? So there's a lot of bravado, there's a lot of pride, there's a lot of ego. I'm speaking about myself. Sometimes I've had to work with my own stuff, right? So how do you help your franchisees, when you work within that space, go through this character formation, this identity formation? Because there's a lot of information out there but not too many people are actually focusing on the practical work to help people to go from informed to formed. So how do you do that, Craig?
So a lot of my guys haven't even read a book most of the time. So it's really getting back to that childlike state, that early infant state of baby steps, and it's really about forming that identity. It's getting to the end route, establishing that end goal. What they come in for, establishing. Okay, the surface level. Okay, more money. Okay, what's that deeper level? Okay, work-life blend. I want more time with my family. Get away from the job. Okay. Let's go a little bit deeper. We establish that new identity of who they are and who they're stepping into. Yeah, that's probably the first and the most important step. Establishing that and then working towards that, creating a plan around that to go towards that. And it's both a business and a lifestyle plan so that they can maintain that optimum health. I mean, some of the divisions do take some physical health, like mowing lawns, like the mowing division. You're on the feet 10, 12 hours a day, particularly in the summer times here in Australia. They're making some really good money. The cleaning division, they're going for it. And the mental and the physical stress and the staff turnover, it's a consistent day-to-day challenge. And it's not a set and forget. Like, there's no miracles. It's just consistent habits. Repetitive habits done on a daily basis and creating the culture where, one, the owner can thrive, and two, the team can thrive as well.
Yeah, so consistency and discipline and culture are the key words that I'm picking up. So Sarah, with your work, and then you're stepping in to do, some resilience coaching, right? And so you've been a remedial massage therapist for, 25 plus years, and you had conversations where you're with, in that work, and now, your hands have given out a bit, and you're now finding yourself in that second stage, learning to love yourself in this new season in that conversation so you can help others in that space as well. What are you learning about your character formation in this space?
I think a large part of what I do now, and I've probably done it along the way too, but a large part is helping people get back up when life has knocked them down. And sometimes when we've gone through something really hard, it's easy for our nervous system to buckle under that pressure, for that stress to start breaking things down. And we end up holding a lot in our body. So it's learning to listen to yourself again when there's been so much noise, but also how to get that stress and anxiety out of your body so that then you can figure out what's really going on. Because sometimes our nervous system, fight and flight, we're not supposed to be in fight and flight for as long as we are. It's how it's supposed to work. It's a bit of a seesaw. So you have your times where your sympathetic nervous system is running the show, and that's when you're in that fight and flight. And your body's going to react exactly the same way to a psychological, emotional, or a physical threat. It can't tell the difference. It just gets, there's a saber-toothed tiger that wants to eat me. I need to run away. I need to find the safest thing, or I need to find something I can smack it over the head with.
It's fascinating.
What's supposed to happen then is once that danger is past, we're safe. Our system starts to bring that blood pressure down, bring those stress hormone cortisol levels down, put the blood back to the digestive system, because when you're running away from a saber-toothed tiger, digesting your meal's not really that important. But we need to get into that space of rest, digest, and repair. When we're under chronic stress, we don't get there. Our body doesn't get to that repair stage, and then it starts to have all sorts of other problems as well. So one of those ways is to work out what's triggering that off. Try to remove as much of the stress as you can. But then when you've been holding it in your body, you need to get it out. And what works to get it out is going to be different for everybody. So some people get creative, write it, sing it, dance it, go do a taekwondo class, go do a Zumba class. Let yourself feel, because get yourself out of that think. Bring yourself back down, get your system more regulated, and then you can figure out what's really going on and start solving those problems from a more balanced space.
I love that.
I don't know if that answered your question or not.
It did. So let's keep going here, and I'm going to go to Craig next. We're at the end of the day, we're talking about our emotions. We're all walking, talking skin bags full of human emotion, and when our emotions go high, our intelligence goes low. So So Craig, I know that one way I've learned how to handle my emotions and is wisdom, is being coaching and mentoring, but also some really great podcasts, some really great books to bring in that insights, in that space for an awareness around how our makeup is made, how we operate as men, how we operate as women. What's some wisdom that you can share around helping us to regulate our emotions so we're operating out of our best version, not out of our stressed version?
So the best way that I've learned over my journey is not to deal with them, like eradicate emotions, same as stress and anxiety. I find that they're our natural primal state of feelings. It's learning to sheath them. Because, hey, if I'm going into somewhere new, I want to feel anxious. I want to feel nervous.
Yeah.
If I'm going on stage, I want to feel anxious because I don't know what's behind that curtain. I don't know what's around that corner. Something there could get me. So I want my natural feelings to be on hyper alert. I just don't want the stress to be so high that it's going to be so acidic in my body and I'm going to freak out. So we learn to regulate. I learn to regulate my emotions, and I teach some of the men around me to do such activities. Exercise is a huge one. Make it a priority in your day. At least once a day. Strength training 3 times a week, minimal. It doesn't have to be overkill. Meditation, breath work, try all different modalities of sound healing, more so breath work, anything to regulate the body. Be experimental with yourself. Don't necessarily rely on one piece of the jigsaw to cure everything. Let the body regulate itself, and then bring your stress levels and anxiety and emotions down out of that hyper alert. Burnout's really big. Burnout's huge in society. It's just been sold
Especially in
the
our
wrong way.
Western world. Yeah, there's a lot of burnout happening in the Western world for sure. Totally agree with you. So Sarah, I'll come to you. What are some advice and some wisdom that you can share with our amazing audience, around helping to regulate our emotions?
Similar to what Craig said, get yourself into your body, feel it, because then you can heal it, and recognizing when you are in that state and stopping yourself before you go into that spiral. Like, as Joseph says, snap out of it quicker.
Change your
So
state.
realize when you're starting to get into that. And so for some, like I said before, for some people it's going to be start dancing. Just get into your body and shake it out, and find that thing that fills your cup, that lights you up, that space where you know exactly who you are and what you're doing.
Very powerful.
And then go from there. So our friend is a farmer, and if they're really, really stressed, go down the back paddock and scream their head off. The cows don't care. It makes them feel better. So that's the thing. I sing and dance in the kitchen. That's what I do.
Find your thing just to get that out of the system, right?
Yeah.
So
find that thing that helps you feel better, and then go from there. Because I work with a lot of carers too, and carer fatigue and burnout is a very real thing. And that's partly because they're focusing so much on everybody else that they don't listen to what's going on for themselves. So even if it's just that you take 10 minutes every day to do something that fills up your cup, so then you're better able to care for others.
Yeah, I love that. So I'm going to stay here with you, Sarah, for a second. And we've got our next guest just joining. So we've probably got about like 5 minutes before we bring up our next guest. But Sarah, with the podcast that you have with Taboo Talk with Sarah, you know, what do you want people to say about the impact that you're doing with your amazing podcast?
Well, my tagline is that I break silence, foster hope, and talk about the tough stuff so people know they're not alone. And if even one person says, hearing somebody's story made me realize I wasn't alone, then that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, I love that. And over to you, Craig. You know, same question, mate. What is the impact that you would like to have with your work and your podcast? What is the impact you want people to say about it?
The impact is I want to get back to Marcus Aurelius's impacts of the human flame. Our bodies may be here for a short time to do the work for a lifetime and a legacy time. And we look at our great leaders from the empires of Rome and the Stoics. They have been marked by the flame of immortality to pass their flame down for generations to generations. So that is the impact, and that is the message that I want to bring to the world. But hey, our businesses may be here for a short time, but let's aim to have them for a long time and a legacy time.
It's interesting for me to bring some ancient wisdom back and bring it back to the forefront. I love that conversation. So a couple of rapid fire questions. And the next one I'm going to ask is what's a book that's made an impact on your life? Now, let's not be the Think and Grow Rich book. Let's be something else different, because everybody else says that. You know, for me, it was Jim Collins' Good to Great. So, Craig, we'll stay with you, and then I'll go to Sarah. What's a book that's really impacted your life, and what was the wisdom that you took away from that book?
The major book that's had a turning point in my life in recent years is J.T. Fox's Business is War. I'm learning lessons from other people, genuine lessons, not just history diluted, but actual lessons of failure from leaders, visionaries, entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I can understand that. I always say we learn more from our failures than we do our victories. And, you know, and it's our lessons of our failures that lead to our victories in that space. So I understand that. Yeah, thank you, Craig. So, Sarah, what's a book that you'd like to share with us and the impact that it's had on you and some of the wisdom and lessons that you've taken away from that book?
Oh, do I have to pick just one?
Yeah,
Actually, I loved the work of Susan Jeffers. Most people would know her from Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. But my favorite book of hers was actually the last one that she wrote, End the Struggle and Dance with Life.
Okay. And what was the wisdom inside of that book that you'd like to share with us that you took away from it?
Well, it says in the title, End the Struggle and then Dance with Life. She was going through a really hard experience, but it was finding the good things out of that. It wasn't fighting against what was going on. It was, how can I move through this and find the good stuff in it? And I suppose why it affected me so much was I was a sick kid, and then I cared for my mum through cancer, and now I have a couple of kids with extra needs. I don't like the term special because all of them are special. It's just some needed a little extra love and care. But it was, even when I was sick, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But at the same time, if I could go back and not have that experience, that's not the choice I'd make either, because I wouldn't be who I am doing what I'm doing without that. Yeah. And no matter how bad things get, there is always a light. There is always a silver lining. It's just sometimes we have to look a little harder to find it. And that was really the message of that book, was stop struggling and find where you can dance, where you can find that joy.
Yeah, powerful. That word joy keeps coming up a lot, during this whole summit.
Yeah.
And so, Craig, I'd like to give you the opportunity here, mate, to give yourself a bit of a selfless plug, in this space for your podcast and where people can find you. Now, not asking you to sell, but I love you just to give you your idea of your where people can find your podcast and how can they connect with you in that space. And then we'll go to Sarah and we'll wrap up this segment before we go to commercial.
So people can find me on Facebook, Craig Whitney, add me, Facebook, on LinkedIn, Craig Whitney, Instagram, My Next Level Coaching. You find me, my podcast on all major platforms, Apple and Spotify, the Legacy Forge podcast. Promote that as the passing on of the human flame.
I love that. Yeah. And thank you much, Craig. Same question for you, Sarah. Where can people find your podcast and what's the purpose behind it and all of that?
Yeah, so my podcast is on Apple, Spotify, all the usual places. And we'll be on the LA Tribune Podcast Network. So I'm really excited about that. And the purpose of it, I started it originally off the back of all those conversations I've been having and then hearing a song called Whiskey Lullaby, which was about suicide. And it was that the one line that stuck with me was nobody ever knew. And it's like, yeah, nobody ever knew because you never talked about it. So, and my podcast is called Taboo Talk with Sarah because I figured taboo's all that stuff that we don't talk about. And calling it that gives me permission to talk about whatever or not I want to.
Play full out. Well, it's been absolutely amazing having this panel here with you all and bringing the Aussie flavour to this conversation. It's been a mixture, right? We've had the United Kingdom, we've had America, we've had Latinos, we've had Australia. You can tell
Canada.
You can tell I'm getting tired. I've been going since 1 o'clock this morning. It's now going on to 8 o'clock. And I'm running on fumes. I think I've got a couple of cups of coffee underneath me. But Sarah, Craig, thank you very much for bringing your amazing gift and your amazing wisdom here to this amazing summit. And how many times can I say amazing? I'm tired. All right, guys. Thanks for your time. I'm going to move to commercial. And we're going to bring up our next guest, which is our last guest for the day, Natasha Graziano. And she's a powerhouse full of energy. And I can't wait.
Amazing.
All right. Thanks for your time. Bye for now. We're going to commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right, we're going to bring this home with a bang, and I'm going to bring up our next guest here in a second. I can just see that she's just getting ready, and she'll be here in about 1 minute. And I'm going to bring up my friend Natasha Graziano to the stage here. Hello, Natasha. I can see your microphone's muted. Let's get that one unmuted.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you very much for saying yes and bringing your amazing energy. Look, to be honest, I need an energy boost. I've been going since 1 o'clock this morning. It's now 8 a.m. here, local time. I'm crashing. So I'm here to bring it home with you, but I know that you have amazing energy and you'll pick up mine as well. And we'll bring this home with an amazing summit here with a wrap. But Natasha, it's absolutely amazing to bring you here today. I love for just our audience to, for those of them who don't know who you are, for them to just get you to share your story so they can understand what you're all about, the impact that you want to give to the world. And this is the Wellness Summit. So we're going to talk about all things wellness and get into that. But Natasha, I'd love you to just share your story, please.
So about 8 years ago, I went through the lowest point of my life. Everything around me started crashing down. I was in the worst place that I'd ever been. I was sick. I was in hundreds of thousands of debt, and I didn't know how I would get out. I was struggling so much. that I didn't even want to be here. I remember writing letters, goodbye letters. It got so dark. And I remember one day sitting next to my son, who was a really young baby at the time. And I looked at him and I just thought, I can get out of here. I can do this for you. I can make you my role model and I can be yours. And I want to go out there in the world and I want to change lives. And I want to go out there and I want to do something great for somebody else. And I decided that he would be my why. And in that moment, I started to see that if I could just get 1% better every single day, not 100%, just 1% better every single day, I could not only heal my body, but I would change my life. And I started to realize life is a movie. You choose your character and you write your script. So I got my pen and paper out and I started writing. And I started writing a story about myself. And I started changing my life right there on the paper. And I started deciding Natasha is going to be XYZ. She's going to be a motivational speaker. And these words came into my mind that I was going to be a motivational speaker, but I'd never even used my voice before. And that was the start of the journey.
Wow. And I can relate to that and I can connect with that because I had my own crisis moment where I got to a point, 2 a.m. the model, 2 a.m. one morning, I had the bottle of Jamison's and the bottle of pills and I considered just, removing myself from this world because life got too hard. I felt absolutely useless. So I think, as thought leaders, people who are now living their life on purpose, it's amazing to me how many times you hear a similar story to that people have got to that rock bottom, that crisis moment, but inside of that, they found something. But and I want to be sensitive here for a second. If you're going through this similar situation at the moment, what helped for me was talking about it. Not trying to get in my head and actually getting it out and verbalizing it and then saying, right, enough's enough. I like to say love interrupted the pattern for me and it sounded like it did for you too. Living for my kids became my purpose inside of that. And I want to unpack some of the wisdom around this, Natasha, because there is something that I think is really special when you can really get down to that, to have a breakthrough, right? You got to break through something, you got to go push through something to have that breakthrough moment. And, and that's been my experience anyway. So I want to dive into identifying this purpose and, what you talked about, you got it out, you just started writing it down. You started changing your story. You started writing your life down there. From your experience and your wisdom, because you speak on stage all around the world on this topic and help people to help them to be it so they can become it. What are some of the lessons that we need to do, especially like if our audience and this person's listening to now, I want to speak to that person who finds themselves in this point in their lives, in this crisis moment, and how can we help them support them to be able to meet them where they're at and give them the tools to be able to help them to transform their life?
So in the moment, no matter what you're going through, you have to recognize that you're going through this to grow through it. We grow through what we go through. The breakdown is what we make the breakthrough. When we go through something in life, it is either going to evolve us into being the most amazing version of us, a phoenix rising from the ashes, somebody who survived something terrible, or it's going to break you and it's going to reshape the version of you that you don't want to be. So you have to decide in that moment if you're going to let this overtake you or if you're going to overtake it. And you make a conscious decision. Just know any problem is just a series of smaller steps that we need to overcome. It's just a series of smaller tasks we need to handle in order to overcome it. So little by little from that day forwards, I started getting 1% better. 1% better, 1% better. I started writing my story about myself. I started saying Natasha is going to be the #1 female motivational speaker in the world. She's going to be a best-selling author. She's going to transform lives. And guess what? Within 3 years from that point, I was a best-selling author. I was named the #1 female motivational speaker by Forbes, by USA Today. And I have been on so many stages, hundreds of stages, and transformed so many lives. I have become the role model I wanted to be, to not only my son, but to the world. So your life can change dramatically and drastically at any point. You just have to decide, I am ready for transformation. I'm ready to change.
And it all starts with a decision, right? So it all starts with that choice to change. So once we've made that choice and we're operating that 1% extra and coming better each day, you know, I find in my journey, right, you know, debriefing, you know, the day and having self-evaluated wisdom from the learning from the lessons, you know, what could have I done different? What could have I done better, you know, in that space to always evolve and grow for the next day in that, you know, so what have you done? So we've made the decision. We're operating, we're working towards, you know, becoming a bestseller, we're, you know, motivational speaker or whatever it is that you're working towards. What's next?
So next is taking inspired action. So who you are today, the version of you that you're playing today is different from the version of you who is the best-selling author, who is the top salesperson in your company, who is a successful entrepreneur, right? There's a difference in your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. Who you are today is not who you need to be in order to achieve this goal. And that's why I wrote the book, Be It Till You Become It, because Be It Till You Become It is becoming the version of them today. In your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. Your habits are you. And that's really what your actions are. So I had to become her. I had to decide, who does she need to be in order to get there? Who does she need to become today? What actions do I take? So I started to look at things which would take me closer to that goal. I didn't even have a speaking network. I didn't even know who the best speakers were. So I did research. That was my first step. I started to go outside of my usual circle, my usual bubble, so that I could evolve and become better. And little by little by little, my circle changed. And all of a sudden, the people changed. You're an average of the 5 people you spend time with. And I needed to be more like them, not like them. And when I wanted to be more like them, someone who feels me today, right? I knew I needed to go into that. So I started being around those people and my role models. And then my role models became my peers. And all of a sudden, I'm working with, I'm on stage with, I'm coaching with some of the biggest leaders in the world from the book, The Secret. So that transformed my life exponentially.
Wow. I just love it when people find their purpose and they come to life, and the passion and the posture and everything else that comes with that is born out of that conversation. And, you know, the question that comes to mind here is when I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2009, you know, there seemed to be a bit of a fad at that time. It was the whole fake it till you make it conversation. And so I tried that. I tried to fake it till I make it and all of that things, but I ended up finding myself being someone that I'm not. I was trying to imitate others. And then I ended up getting into this performance anxiety space and whatnot. And you could tell it was fake. But what you're talking about here is being it before it become it. I love to just unpack the parallels for our audience. What is the difference between fake it till you make it and being it before you become it? Because there is a clear difference.
There is a big difference.
Yeah,
being till you become it is becoming them. Doing everything in your power to be like the multimillionaire version of you, to be the perfect husband or wife you need to be before you get there, to be the amazing entrepreneur leader before you get there. Fake it till you make it is just like pretending like, yeah, I'm them, but you're not. Because your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions do not align with that version of you. To align with that version of you, you need to become them in your soul, in your being. I wake up every day and how can I be better? Show me my assignment for today. How can I be better? How can I become like the version I need to become? There is a gap. I want to bridge the gap. I'm going to read more. I'm going to work out more. I'm going to get up earlier. I'm going to do steps which will make me more like that version of me, because the version of me now is playing in a lower frequency.
Powerful. So now, okay, the next question. So let's go a bit deeper here. The next question that comes to mind is right, I understand now who I want to be, and I understand what I got to do to become that person. But now the monkey brain is, you know, ticking along, and it's saying, no, you can't be that. You know, the self-sabotaging thoughts come in. How do we quieten that voice and step into the person that we need to be to go have the life that we want, you know, we're working towards?
When the voice comes up, just know you're in the right place. When the voice comes up, it's what we call imposter syndrome. For those of you that don't know what that is, research it, have a look later. But essentially, the quick version of it is when you feel like you're in the wrong place, but you're not. It's when you feel like I'm an imposter here, but you're not. When you get that feeling and that voice comes up and says, hey, you're never going to do anything greater, you're never going to make it, guess what? You are in the right place. That is when you know I'm about to break through. That's when you know you're about to find the diamonds. That is when you know you are right next to the gold. That is when you know, okay, I really got this, because everything inside of me is telling me you can't do this. And the people around me are telling me you won't do this. And the little voice is saying, your mom never did it. Your dad never did it. You'll never do it. Or whatever happened before you. And it's that little voice. And you just have to tell it, it's okay. Don't be a hater.
I love that. Don't be a hater. Just flick it off. I love it. So what is the truth that you feel that you're here to remind the world of?
I truly believe in my core, in my soul, from the day that I realized my calling, which was in that moment when I sat with my son when I was sick. My purpose here is to inspire you to go on and inspire your community. Because I want to reach 1 billion people in this lifetime, and I can't do that on my own. But I can do that with your help, with you and everyone watching right now. If just today you go out there, and I call this my candle effect, and you light somebody's candle today, they will go home and light somebody else's candle. And then that person will light their spouse's candle, and then their spouse will light their friend's candle, and you will light up the whole world like a domino effect. Just for your kind deed, your smile, your gesture, the thing that you did for somebody else. At the same time, you can go and you can blow out somebody's candle. And that person will go home and blow out their spouse's candle. And their spouse will blow out their child's candle. And their child will blow out their teacher's candle. And you will delight the whole world in one bad, negative gesture.
Yeah,
and
wow.
So I believe that my purpose is to inspire you to go on and light candles in the world. And light up the whole world with your light. Your light is so bright and it can never be dimmed.
Wow. You know, our world is starving for more truth like that. It's starving for more connection like that. It's starving for more love. So as, you know, you've got probably, you know, let's say, you know, 5-10 minutes left here of this segment. I just want to give it to you here. And for you just to take this time here, I'm going to put the spotlight off. I'm going to take myself off the screen. And I just want you to sort of help us close out this amazing wellness summit. You know, we've had people like Beto Perez from Zumba. We've had Dr. Joseph McClendon. We've had Mark Leong. We've had Skip Archimedes. And now we've got yourself here as one of the powerhouse women of our world here. I love just to give you 10 minutes here to spotlight here to help us to really share some wisdom with our audience, to help them to step into that space of that purpose, to help them to become the person that they need to be. Over
Amazing.
to you.
Okay, I'm going to do an exercise with you guys, and it's one of my real powerful exercises. It's a really beautiful visualization. Now, if we have music and we're on stage like I normally do, this will be resounding in the whole arena, but I'm going to give you that same passion. So I want you to get comfortable in your seat, and I want you to just rest your shoulders down, put your palms facing upwards on your lap, or if you're laying down, you can do this laying down wherever you are, and just lay down and relax. And I want you to just get comfortable into this moment and just close down your eyes, uncross your legs, and just relax. Take a deep breath in and relax now. Take a deep breath in now, all the way down to your lower abdomen, and exhale slowly out. And again, a deep inhale. And a long exhale. And I want you to allow your breath to just be your guide through this visualization as we journey through time right now, as we journey into the future. And I want you to imagine right now, it's December the 31st, 2026. And you're sitting there and you're celebrating. Maybe you're standing and you're celebrating, and I want you to visualize all the things right now that you are celebrating. All the things right now that you are achieving. All the things that you did achieve. All the things that you made happen in this year. And I want you to give thanks and praise to yourself, to your higher power, to God, the universe, however you call it. Give gratitude for that amazing achievement and achievements that you did in 2026. And I want you to see them now. See them so clearly. And just give thanks for the blessings and the abundance and the money and the goals that you achieved in this year. Really see that scene and bring it to life. Imagine a dial in front of you that you're turning all the way up. And you're bringing that scene to life. You're really feeling it into existence. You're bringing that scene to fruition right now. Who's in that scene with you? What did you achieve? What did you do? What did you do in 2026 that you were dreaming of doing only a few years ago? What did you achieve? Really see it and feel it and bring it to fruition. Can you feel that? Can you see all the candles that you lit? All the people's lives that you impacted? Can you see those impacts, those moments that you did because of your heart, your mission, and your work? Lean into it now. Feel it into existence. Know it is possible. And now, I want you to imagine you're standing in your own light, surrounded by the people that you impacted. Send them a message now. Send them a message to let them know what you want to give them, what you gave them in 2026, perhaps wisdom, an amazing service, your product. Visualize sending it out to the amount of people you wish to impact in 2026. See them smiling, saying, thank you. I receive it. I receive it. I receive it. And in return, you are receiving gold in abundance for your services, for your impact, for the work that you are doing in the world. And as you sit there in this energy of abundance, of achievement, of certainty, you know how much you can achieve if you put your mind to it, because you've just seen it. So now, before you open your eyes, I want you to think about a goal that you can do in this coming week that will take you closer to those goals, to those desires. What do you feel that you can do to get you closer to those goals and desires? Just think about that now. Think about what goal is it, whether it is writing a book, whether it's writing the first chapter in a book, whether it's opening an Instagram account for your community, whether it's expanding your name and your mission online so you can reach more people. What is the step that you need to do to get closer to that goal? When you really ask yourself, what is the next step right now in your timeline to success? Beautiful. Placing your hands on your heart. I just want you to say, I deserve this. It is already mine. And what I desire is already in my reality now. Whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. Come back into this space. Now you know what you saw, so you know it's possible. You can repeat this kind of visualization every day. On my podcast, you'll see many, many, many meditations for free where you can just go and do this same style, motivational visualization, where you can step into your future self and attract all your desires and dreams. What you want, what you desire, all the goals you wish to achieve is just on the other side of this obstacle you're going through. And I don't know who I'm talking to right now. I don't know who needed to hear this today. I don't know who this is for. But know, if you are in a season of hardship, if you are in a moment of strife, if you are going through something right now, just know it is for your benefit. You will come out of this because you will decide to make this the reason that you become the best version of you, and that you will stand on a stage someday and pour into others with your story of all the things that you achieved and all the people that you served. And your story will be your testimony as to why somebody else can transform their life. And your story will be the reason that you will change your life. And you will use it to fuel your books, to fuel your talks, to fuel your products and your services, and to fuel your body and your family and your legacy, because you know you overcame the breakthrough. You know you transformed it into your biggest thing today. You know that you got through the breakdown. You know that you can make anything happen simply because you got through this hard time. So I leave you with these words today, and just know anybody listening can transform their life. If somebody is here today, the fact you showed up today means you are ready for transformation, means you're ready for wellness, full wellness in your body. You are ready to heal. You are ready to become somebody greater. So if you are here today, I know it is for you. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for being a part of this. And before I stop being like I'm on stage and I'm actually in an office, but I just love pouring into you. Forgive me. I love pouring into you. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Natasha Graziano, and I hope to see you again soon.
Natasha, absolutely amazing. I know we're going to meet each other in person actually in April in Miami. Looking forward to that one, and watching you see you do your sparkle on stage. And I just love everything that you've brought together. This has been an amazing segment. This has been an amazing summit. Thank you from the bottom of our heart to yours for letting us be your guide on this journey. We appreciate you for spending the last almost 6 hours with us, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Natasha, thank you. I'm going to close this show out now. An absolute marvelous segment. Really awesome way to wrap this up. Thank you very much, Natasha.
Bye, guys. See you soon. Thank you.
All right. Well, we are at an end. And, you know, sometimes the ending can be sad, but it's not the end last one. This is only the start of the year, right? It's January 2026. And we're now heading into February. So 1 month done, 11 months to go. Don't waste these 11 months. Make sure that you apply the lessons that you've taken away from today's summit. Because collecting knowledge is great, but it's in the applied wisdom space where to take massive action. You heard from Natasha, you've heard from Mark Leong, you've heard from Skip Archimedes, you've heard from Dr. Joseph McClendon, you've heard from Peto Perez, and they are amazing panels that we've hosted throughout this summit. Thank you very much. I'm going to close out with Mr. Our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mr. Mo Rock, with his famous TED Talk. But on behalf of Mr. Michael Silvers, Mo Rock, Parisa Rose, and the rest of the Los Angeles Tribune family, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being a part of our community and being a part of this story and sharing it with your world. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you on our next summit coming up in another couple of weeks. Bye for now.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.